Section 13 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 11, Part 2. From a series of gossiping letters, in the form of a diary, written by Rowland White to Sir Robert Sidney, we gather many amusing particulars of the intrigues and daily events of the court of the Maiden Queen. Elisabeth is frequently signified by the figures 1500, the Earl of Essex as 1000, Lady Essex as 66, Sir Robert Cecil 200, Lord Burleigh 9000, Lord Cobham 30, Raleigh 24, Earl of Southampton 3000, and the Countess of Huntingdon CC. As a specimen of the manner in which these cognomens are used, we give the following extract from one of the letters. Upon Monday last, 1500, the Queen, showed 1000, Essex, a printed book of T.T.'s title to A.A., the Crown. In there is, as I hear, dangerous praises of 1000's valour and worthiness, which doth him harm here. At his coming from court, he was observed to look wan and pale, being exceedingly troubled at this great piece of villainy done to him. He is sick, and continues very ill. 1500 visited him yesterday in the afternoon. He is mightily cross in all things, for Bacon is gone without the place of solicitor. On the 7th of November, Rowland White says, My Lord of Essex, as I writ to you in my last, was infinitely troubled with the printed book the Queen showed him, but now he is prepared to endure the malice of his enemies, yet doth he keep his chamber. My Lord of Hertford is committed to the Tower, and, as I hear, to Stanhope's with him, but not the courtiers. In another letter, White observes, that the great riches the Earl of Hertford had amassed were not likely to do him much good. The pretence on which he was arrested was, that a paper had been found in the possession of a deceased civilian named Aubrey, implying that he caused the opinions which he had formerly obtained on the validity of his marriage with Lady Catherine Grey to be privately registered in the Court of Arches. Such was the gracious return that was made to this unlucky nobleman for the enormous expense to which he had put himself for his late magnificent entertainment of the Queen at Elvetham, an entertainment which probably excited jealousy instead of gratitude. His third countess, Frances Howard, came to sue to her royal kinswoman for his liberty, but could not obtain an audience, though she received especial marks of attention from her majesty. The Queen, says Rowland White, sees her not, though she be in the privy lodgings, but sends her gracious messages, that neither his life nor his fortune shall be touched. She sends her broths in the morning, and at meals meat from her trencher. My Lord of Essex, continues our indefatigable court's newsman, hath put off the melancholy he fell into by a printed book, delivered to the Queen, wherein the harm that was meant him is, by her majesty's grace and favour, turned to his good, and strengthens her love unto him, for I hear that, within these 4 days, many letters sent to herself, from foreign countries, were delivered only to my Lord of Essex, and he to answer them. Essex took care to propitiate his royal mistress during the springtide of her favour, by all sorts of flattering attention, and offering that allegorical sort of homage which suited well the sophisticated tastes of the era, which mixed up pedantry with all the recreations of the court. On the 17th of November, the anniversary of her majesty's accession to the throne, he caused a sort of masque to be represented, which is thus described by an eye-witness. My Lord of Essex's device is much commended in these late triumphs. Some pretty while before he came in himself to the tilt, he sent his page with some speech to the Queen, who returned with her majesty's glove, and when he came himself, he was met by an old hermit, a secretary of state, a brave soldier, and an esquire. The first presented him with a book of meditations, the second with political discourses, the third with orations of brave fought battles. The fourth was but his own follower, to whom the other 3 imparted much of their purpose before their coming in. Another devised with him, persuading him to this and that course of life, according to their own inclinations. Then comes into the tilt-yard, unthought upon, the ordinary postboy of London, a ragged villain, all bemired, upon a poor lean jade, galloping and blowing for life, and delivered the secretary a packet of letters, which he presently offered to my lord of Essex, and with this dumb show our eyes were fed for that time. In the after-supper before the queen, they first delivered a well-penned speech to move this worthy knight to leave his vain following of love, and to betake him to heavenly meditation, the secretaries all tending to have him follow matters of state, the soldiers persuading him to war, but the esquire answered them all in plain English, that this knight would never forsake his mistress's love, whose virtue made all his thoughts divine, whose wisdom taught him all true policy, whose beauty and worth were at all times able to make him fit to command armies. He showed all the defects and imperfections of the times, and therefore thought his course of life the best in serving his mistress. The old man was he that in Cambridge played Giraldy, Morley played the secretary, and he that played pedantic was the soldier, and Toby Matthew played the squire's part. The world makes many untrue constructions of these speeches, comparing the hermit and the secretary to two of the lords, and the soldier to Sir Roger Williams. The queen said, if she had thought there had been so much said of her, she would not have been there that night, and so went to bed. A more substantial gratification was, however, prepared for the pleasure-loving queen, at an entertainment given by one of her great crown officers at his country house, in the beautiful village of Kew, just before Christmas, 1595. A sweet May day would have been a more appropriate season for enjoying such a visit, the details of which are thus quaintly related by Rowland White. Her Majesty, says he, is in good health. On Thursday she dined at Kew, my Lord Keeper's house, who lately obtained of Her Majesty his suit for £100 a year, land in Fee Farm. Her entertainment for that meal was exceedingly costly. At her first lighting, she had a fine fan, with a handle garnished with diamonds. When she was in the middle way between the garden gate and the house, there came running towards her one with a nosegay in his hand, and delivered it to her with a very well-penned speech. It had in it a very rich jewel, with many pendants of unfurled diamonds, valued at £400 at least. After dinner, in her privy chamber, he gave her a fair pair of virginals. In her bedchamber, he presented her with a fine gown and jupon, or petticoat, which things were pleasing to her highness, and to grace his lordship the more, as the sly narrator. She of herself took from him a salt, a spoon, and a fork of fair agate. Our agreeable gossip goes on to describe the merry doings in the maiden court at this season, when the unremitting homage of the handsome master of the horse kept the queen in constant good humour, and all was gaiety and sunshine. At our court the queen is well, ever may it be so, and the fair ladies do trip the measures in the council chamber. On St. John's Day he says, I was at court this morning, where nothing is so much thought upon as dancing and playing. Some were there, hoping for preferment, as my Lord North and Sir Henry Lee. They play at cards with the queen, which is like to be all the honour that will fall to them this year. The queen chid my Lord Lincoln, that he doth not give his daughter better maintenance. The queen went this day to the chapel, very prince-like, and in very good health. The disappointment of one of her relatives in obtaining a wealthy match was made matter of complaint to the queen about this time, as we learn from the following notice from Rowland White's Secret Budget to his patron abroad. Sir George Carey takes it unkindly that my Lord of Pembroke broke off the match between my Lord Herbert and his daughter, and he told the queen it was because he would not assure him £1,000 a year, which comes to his daughter, as the next of kin to Queen Anne Boleyn. What kin to that queen could Carey have considered Queen Elizabeth herself, when he thus spoke of the granddaughter of Mary Boleyn to the daughter of Queen Anne? But Elizabeth, while she bestowed a very reasonable degree of favour on her maternal kindred, always seems to have kept her own immediate connection with the unfortunate and dishonoured name of Anne Boleyn in the shade. One day a person approached Queen Elizabeth with a petition under pretence of kindred. The queen was too wise to repel the audacious suitor with any degree of haughtiness, much less did she attempt to contest the claim, being well aware that a numerous class of second-rate gentry in Norfolk could prove relationship to her, in no very distant degree through the Boleyns, but she briefly and wittily replied, "Friend, grant it may be so, dost think I am bound to keep all my kindred? Why, that's the way to make me a beggar." She never ennobled Sir Francis Knollys, the husband of her best-loved cousin, Catherine Carey, nor any of their children. Lord Hunsdon, her nearest male relation, enjoyed much of her confidence, and received many preferments, but she never advanced him to a higher rank in the peerage than a baron. Robert Carey, his youngest son, was a great favourite with her, till he rashly committed the offence of wedding a fair and virtuous gentlewoman. When Elisabeth heard that Robert Carey had presumed to take to himself a wife, she manifested so much displeasure that the luckless bridegroom durst not make his appearance at court, even when his business most required it. At length, being weary of his banishment, and the ill turn a vexatious lawsuit, in which he was engaged, was likely to take, in consequence of his absence, he came and took lodgings very privately at Windsor, having heard that her majesty meant to have a great triumph there on her coronation day, and that signal preparations were making for the course of the field and the tourney. He then resolved to take a part in the games, under the name and character of the Forsaken Knight, and prepared a present for the queen, which, together with his trappings, cost him 400 ." I was the Forsaken Knight," says he, "that had vowed solitariness, but hearing of this great triumph, thought to honour my mistress with my best service, and then to return to my wonted mourning." The device did not, we may suppose, pass unnoticed by the queen, whose quick glance failed not to detect anything out of the common course, but nothing passed, whether abroad or at home, with which she was not acquainted. The theatrical nature of the character, and the submissive homage that was offered to her, were also well calculated to please her, but as she had no immediate occasion for his services just then, she permitted the Forsaken Knight still to remain under the cloud of her displeasure. A few days afterwards, the King of Scotland sent word to Sir John Carey, the eldest brother of our knight and Marshal of Berwick, that he had something of great importance to communicate to the Queen of England, with which he would not trust her ambassador, nor any one but himself, the Lord Hunsdon, or one of his sons. Sir John Carey sent the letter to his father, who communicated it to the queen, and asked her pleasure. "She was not willing," says Sir Robert Carey, "that my brother should stir out of the town, but knowing, though she would not know, that I was in the court, she said, 'I hear your fine son, that has lately married so worthily, is hereabouts. Send him, if you will, to know the king's pleasure.' My father answered, 'That I would gladly obey her commands.' 'No,' said she, 'do you bid him go, for I have nothing to do with him.' My father came and told me what had passed. I thought it hard to be sent, without seeing her, for my father told me plainly, that she would neither speak with me nor see me. 'Sir,' said I, 'if she be on such hard terms with me, I had need be wary what I do. If I go to the king, without her especial license, it were in her power to hang me on my return, and, for anything I see, it were ill trusting her.' My father went merrily to the queen, and told her what I said. She answered, 'If the gentleman be so mistrustful, let the secretary make a safe conduct to go and come, and I will sign it.' On these conditions, young Carey, who proved himself, on this occasion, a genuine scion of the same determined and diplomatic stock from which his royal mistress was maternally descended, accepted the commission, and hastened into Scotland, passing, however, one night at Carlisle with his wife, her for whose sake he had incurred the displeasure of the queen. The secret communication the King of Scots was desiring of making to his good sister England, Carey has not disclosed. At his desire, a written, not a verbal, communication was addressed by King James to her majesty. 'I had my dispatch,' says he, 'within 4 days, and made all the haste I could with it to Hampton Court, and arrived there on St. Stephen's Day in the afternoon. Dirty as I was, I came into the presence, where I found the lords and ladies dancing. The queen was not there. My father went to her to let her know that I was returned. She willed him to take my message or letters and bring them to her. The young diplomatist was, as before observed, one of her own blood, and not to be treated like an easy slipper, to be used for her convenience, and then kicked into a corner with contempt, as soon as her purpose was served. He boldly refused to send the letters by his father, telling him that he would neither trust him nor anyone else with what he had to deliver. The stout old lord, finding his son so determined, reported his audacity to the queen. With much ado, continues Carey, I was called in, and was left alone with her. Our first encounter was stormy and terrible, which I passed over with silence. After she had spoken her pleasure of me and my wife, I told her, she herself was in fault for my marriage, and that if she had but graced me with the least of her favors, I had never left her nor her court, and seeing she was the chief cause of my misfortunes, I would never off my knees till I had kissed her hand, and obtained my pardon. She was not displeased with my excuse, and before we parted, we grew good friends. This stormy explosion and abuse of poor Carey and his wife actually took place before her Majesty's curiosity was gratified by learning the mighty matter which her royal brother of Scotland was so eager to communicate, since, forgetting the dignity of the sovereign, she thought proper to give vent to her temper as a woman, in the first instance. Then, pursues Carey, I delivered my message and my papers, which she took very well, and at last gave me thanks for the pains I had taken. So having her princely word that she had pardoned and forgiven all my faults, I kissed her hand, and came forth to the presence chamber, and was in the court as I was before. Thus God did for me to bring me in favour with my sovereign, for if this occasion had been slipped, it may be I should never have seen her face more. Sir Walter Raleigh was at this time under the cloud of the royal displeasure, for having first seduced and afterwards committed what Elisabeth appeared to consider the greater crime of marrying the fair mistress Elisabeth Throckmorton, one of her maids of honour, and the daughter of her faithful early friend, Sir Nicholas Throckmorton. The queen, who certainly imagined that it was a part of her prerogative as a maiden queen to keep every handsome gentleman of her court in single blessedness, to render exclusive homage to her perennial charms, was transported with rage at the trespass of these rash lovers. She expelled the luckless bride of Raleigh from the court with the greatest contumely, and committed the bridegroom to the Tower. Raleigh, who knew her Majesty's temper, pretended to be overwhelmed with grief and despair, not at his separation from his young, beautiful, and loving wife, but because he was deprived of the sunshine of the royal presence. One day he saw her Majesty's barge on the Thames, and pretended to become frantic at the sight. He suffered, he said, all the horrors of Tantalus, and would go on that water to see his mistress. His keeper, Sir George Carew, interposed to prevent him, as he was attempting to rush down a stone staircase that led from his window, and caught him by the collar. Raleigh, in the struggle, tore off his keeper's new periwig, and threatened to stick his dagger into him. After a desperate contest, he was carried back to his chamber. The next time the queen was going on progress, he penned a most artful letter to his political ally, Sir Robert Cecil, on purpose to be shown to the queen. How, he asks, can I live alone in prison while she is afar off? I, who was wont to behold her riding like Alexander, hunting like Diana, walking like Venus, the gentle wind blowing her fair hair about her cheeks like a nymph, sometimes sitting in the shade like a goddess, sometimes playing on the lute like Orpheus, but once amiss hath bereaved me all. He then adds, all those times are past. The loves, the sighs, the sorrows, the desires, can they not weigh down one frail misfortune? The gross flattery of this letter somewhat mollified the anger of the queen, and 2 months afterwards he obtained his release from durance, but was forbidden to come to court, or to resume the duties of his office as captain of the guard. So jealous was Elisabeth lest foreign princes should obtain any of that homage and allegiance from her subjects which she esteemed her exclusive right, that when 2 valiant young knights, Sir Nicholas Clifford and Sir Anthony Shirley, whom her good friend and ally, Henry IV. of France, had honored with the Order of St. Michael, for their chivalric duties in his service, appeared in her court, decorated with the glittering insignia of the institution, she expressed the greatest displeasure that they should have dared to accept an honor from, and take an oath to, any other sovereign without her permission, and forthwith committed them both to prison. As a great favor, and because of their youth and inexperience, she did not proceed against them, but she compelled them to return the insignia of St. Michael, and to take measures for having their names struck out of the register of the order. When Henry was told of it, he only smiled and said, "I could wish the Queen of England would do me the same favor by making some of my aspiring subjects, whom she may chance to see in her realm, Knights of the Round Table." An order which her late vainglorious favorite, Leicester, had made an ineffectual effort to revive, in honor of her majesty's visit to Kenilworth. The queen had some time before given letters to Sir Thomas Arundel of Wardour, recommending him to the service of the Emperor Rudolph II. As a brave knight, and her kinsman, and Arundel had so greatly distinguished himself in the defence of Hungary, where, with his own hands, he took a Turkish banner, that Rudolph conferred the dignity of a Count of the Holy Roman Empire on the gallant volunteer. When Arundel returned to England, some dispute arising between him and the English peers, as to whether he had any right to claim rank or precedence in this country from his foreign title, the matter was referred to her majesty, who replied, that there was a close tie of affection between sovereigns and their subjects, and as chaste wives should have no eyes but for their husbands, so faithful liegemen should keep their regards at home, and not look after foreign crowns. That for her part, she liked not for her sheep to wear a stranger's mark, nor to dance after a foreigner's whistle. Sir Thomas Arundel was the son and heir of old Sir Matthew Arundel, on whose fringed coat it once pleased Queen Elizabeth to spit, and the husband of one of the fairest and most amiable of the ladies of Queen Elizabeth's bedchamber. She is called by Sir John Harrington and his courtly correspondent, our sweet Lady Arundel, and appears occasionally to have been a sufferer from the irritability of the illustrious Virago's temper. An English lady of rank, under such circumstances, would, in later times, have resigned her place in the royal household, but such was not the spirit of independence in the maiden court. So universal was the ambition of the female aristocracy of England at that period to share the gorgeous routine of royal pageantry and festive pleasures, that when Lady Leighton, one of the bedchamber women, talked of resigning if the queen put a denial on a suit she was preferring, there were, as Rowland White assures his absent patron, at least a dozen ladies eager to supply her place, among whom he specifies Lady Thomas Howard, Lady Borough, and Lady Hoby. No one who waited on Queen Elizabeth's court and observed anything could tell that it pleased her much to be thought and told that she looked young, observes her shrewd godson Harrington. The majesty and gravity of a sceptre born 44 years could not alter the nature of a woman in her. One day, Sir Anthony Rood, the Bishop of St. David's, being appointed to preach before her at Richmond in the Lent of the year 1596, and wishing, in his godly zeal, to remind her that it was time she should think of her mortal state in the uncertainty of life, she being then 63 years of age, he took this appropriate text from the 90th Psalm. Lord, teach us how to number our days, that we may incline our hearts unto wisdom. Which text, continues Harrington, he handled so well, so learnedly and suitably, as I dare say he thought, or so should I, if I had been somewhat better acquainted with her humour, that it would have well pleased her, or at least, in no ways offended her. But when he had spoken a while of some sacred and mystical numbers, as 3 for the Trinity, 3 times 3 for the heavenly hierarchy, 7 for the Sabbath, and 7 times 7 for a jubilee, and lastly, I do not deliver as so handsomely as he did, 7 times 9 for the grand climacterical year, she, perceiving whereto he tended, began to be troubled. The bishop, discovering all was not well, for the pulpit stands there vis-a-vis to the closet, fell to treat of more plausible numbers, as 666 making Latinus, which with he said he could prove the Pope to be Antichrist, also of the fatal number of 88, which being so long spoken of for a dangerous year, yet it had pleased God that year, not only to preserve her, but to give her a famous victory against the united forces of Rome and Spain. And so, he added, there was no doubt that she should pass this year and many more, if she would, in her meditations and soliloquies with God, which he doubted not were frequent, say thus and thus, making indeed an excellent prayer, as if in her majesty's person, acknowledging God's great graces and benefits to her, and praying for a continuance of the same, but withal interlarding it with some passages of Scripture, touching the infirmities of age, such as the 12th chapter of Ecclesiastes. When the grinders shall be few in number, and they wax dark that look out of the windows, etc. And the daughters of singing shall be abased. And with more quotations to the same, he concluded his sermon. The queen, as was her manner, opened the window of her closet, but so far from giving him thanks or good countenance, she told him in plain terms, that he might have kept his arithmetic to himself, but I see, said she, that the greatest clerks are not always the wisest men, and so went away for the time discontented. The Lord Keeper, puckering, advised the unlucky bishop to keep his house for a while, till the queen's displeasure was assuaged. But, says our author, her majesty showed no ill nature in this, for within 3 days' time she expressed displeasure at his restraint, and in my hearing rebuked a young lady for speaking scornfully of him and his sermon. However, to show how the good bishop was deceived, in supposing she was so decayed in her limbs as himself perhaps, and other persons of that age are wont to be, she said, she thanked God that neither her stomach, nor her strength, nor her voice for singing, nor fingering for instruments, nor lastly, her sight was any whit decayed. And to prove the last before us all, she produced a little jewel that had an inscription in very small letters, and offered it first to my Lord of Worcester, and then to Sir James Croft to read, and both, as in duty bound, protested bona fide they could not, yet the queen herself did find out the posy, and made herself merry with the standers by upon it. From a letter written by Camden, the historian, to Sir Robert Cotton, it appears that Queen Elizabeth was attacked with a dangerous illness this spring. I know you are, says he, as we all here have been, in a melancholy and pensive cogitation. This sleepless indisposition of her majesty is now ceased, which being joined with an inflammation from the breast upward, and her mind altogether averted from physic, in this her climacterical year, did more than terrify us all, especially last Friday in the morning, which moved the lords of the council, when they had providentially caused all the vagrants hereabout to be taken up and shipped for the Low Countries. Other precautions for the defense of the realm are mentioned, which looks as if a foreign invasion were dreaded, and it is especially noted that Count Arundel of Wardour was apprehended and committed to ward in a gentleman's house, merely because it was reported he had made some provision of armor. Elizabeth's aversion to physic taking formed one of her peculiar characteristics. The more remarkable since she was, notwithstanding her pertinacity in concealing her ailments, not unfrequently indisposed. Her reasons were cogent for her antipathy to medicine, for whilst other sciences progressed rapidly in her century, that of physic remained in a crude and barbarous state. Her courtiers, who loved to see their outward persons bedizened with gold and pearls, thought doses of the same would infinitely comfort and refresh the interior. In a contemporary letter, Sir Charles Cavendish regretted he could not send some of his favourite nostrum, salt of gold, to old Lady Shrewsbury, and notices that the pearls, 10 grains, are to be taken 14 days together. As to the coral, Sir Walter Raleigh saith he hath little left. An ounce of magnesia would have done them more good, medicinally, than all the pearls and coral in the Red Sea. But such were the prescriptions administered to the great in the 16th century, while the poor and middle classes, who sighed in vain to swallow the pulverized pearls and pounded diamonds, with which their betters regaled themselves, were forced to rely on the traditional merits of native herbs and simples gathered, with potent charms, in proper planetary hours, and certainly, notwithstanding the latter named superfluities, their share of the healing art was the most efficacious. No wonder the queen's strong judgment and acute perceptiveness made her repudiate the physic, judged in accordance with her regal state, and trust to nature. She thus happily avoided doses of gold, pearls, and coral. It was a customary device with Essex, when any difference occurred between the queen and him, to feign himself sick, to see how far he could excite the sympathy of his royal mistress, who, to do her justice, generally testified tender compassion for the maladies of her ministers and officers of state, and appears to have been frequently imposed upon in this way. My lord of Essex, observes Rowland White, kept his bed the most part of yesterday, yet did one of his chamber tell me, he could not weep for it, for he knew his lord was not sick. There is not a day passes that the queen sends not often to see him, and himself privately goeth every day to see her. In another letter, White says, full 14 days his lordship kept in. Her majesty, as I heard, meant to break him of his will, and to pull down his great heart, but found it a thing impossible, and says, he holds it from the mother's side. But all is well again, and no doubt he will grow a mighty man in our state. White's secret correspondence indicates that Essex was the fountainhead from which all favor and preferment then flowed, and that it was necessary for those in command abroad to use his influence with the queen, even to obtain the necessary munitions for her majesty's own service. Essex was evidently jealous of interest being made to the queen through any other quarter, and kept the most vigilant espionage on the correspondence of the ladies of the royal household. Yesterday, notes White in his letter to Sidney, a principal follower of my lord of Essex told me that he saw 2 letters of yours sealed with gold, and the broad arrow-head, directed to 2 of the maids of honor, and that a knight, who was too open, had charge to deliver them. I think this was told me on purpose that I should notice it. Elisabeth appears at all times to have considered herself morally responsible in the expenditures of her subsidies to those from whose purses the supplies had been drawn. Hence, her oft-times annoying interference in matters of which a lady could scarcely be a competent judge, and her anxiety to use all possible economy. And though she occasionally found that small savings are the cause of loss and inconvenience in more important matters, she was right in the aggregate, since the underlings of office felt a restraining check from the crown itself if they attempted any of the lavish and wasteful expenditure, which in latter times has been too little regarded by the higher powers. The personal control which Elisabeth exercised in these matters affords now and then an amusing feature in the personal history of this extraordinary woman, and a curious variety in the characteristics of female royalty. Here hath been, says Rowland White, much ado between the queen and the lords about the preparation for sea, some of them urging that it was necessary for her safety, but she opposed it. No danger appearing, she said, that she would not make wars, but arm for defense, understanding how much of her treasure was spent already in victuals for ships at sea and soldiers by land. She was very angry with Lord Burleigh for suffering it, seeing no greater occasion. No reason or persuasion of the lords could prevail, but she ordered all proceedings to be stopped, and sent my lord Thomas Howard word that he should not go to sea. Monsieur Caron, the ambassador from the States, being sent for, spoke to the queen, but said afterwards, he had neither time nor recollection to urge the reinforcement of the horse, nor was the time fit for it. Her majesty being so unquiet, he could not tell what to do or say. Caron said, the States desired an English regiment in their pay, but that it was denied. The next day, when Essex was asked if her majesty had read Sir Robert Sidney's statement of the wants of the governor of Flushing, he said, the queen hath read it, and made others, that were by, acquainted with its purport, after which she put it in her pocket, and said, she marvelled why, in such a time, the demand should be made, since Flushing was not besieged, but that her governors were never well but when they could draw her into unnecessary charges. Formidable preparations were making in the Spanish ports at that very time, which it was supposed were designed for another expedition against England. Philip II had made a solemn vow to avenge the destruction of the Armada on Elizabeth, if he were reduced upon the last candlestick on his domestic altar. If wealth, however, could have effected the conquest of England, Philip had no lack of the glittering mammon. The gold and silver mines of Mexico and Peru were to him like a realization of the fabled treasures of the Arabian Nights entertainments. The wretched natives were employed, like the slaves of the lamp, in working the mines, and the Spanish monarch had dollars of silver and ingots of gold for the bringing home, when his carracks were not intercepted and made prizes by Raleigh, Frobisher, and Drake, and a dozen other bold naval commanders, who somewhat tarnished their laurels by filling up their spare time in piratical enterprises, but such was the spirit of the times. The energies and nautical skill of some of these daring adventurers were now required for a more honourable enterprise. The Lord Admiral, Howard of Effingham, advised the Queen to anticipate the designs of the enemy by sending out an expedition to destroy his ships, his arsenals, and his ports. Essex, whose chivalric spirit panted for a better employment than the inglorious post of a court minion, and was weary of the degrading bondage in which he was held by his royal mistress, eagerly seconded the sage counsel of the Lord Admiral, which was as strenuously opposed by Burleigh and his party. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 11, Part 3. The Queen was at last convinced of the expediency of the expedition, and gave the command of the naval department to Lord Howard of Effingham, and that of the military force destined to be employed against Cadiz, to Essex, but with strict injunctions that he was not to undertake any enterprise without first holding a council of war. In this, Elizabeth acted in conformity to the opinion she had written to the King of France, when she told him, Essex was not to be trusted with the reins, and that the natural impetuosity of his character required a bridle rather than a spur. She was, besides, moved with a tender solicitude for his personal safety. She composed a prayer for the success of the expedition, and sent a farewell letter, full of loving and encouraging promises, to Essex. His crafty rival, Sir Robert Cecil, added one from himself, for the sake of subjoining a choice dose of adulation for the Queen, in allusion to the prayer she had compounded. No prayer, observes the profane sycophant, is so fruitful as that which proceedeth from those who, nearest in nature and power, approach the Almighty. None so near approaches place and essence as a celestial mind in a princely body. Put forth, therefore, my lord, with full confidence, having your sails filled with her heavenly breath for a forewind. If Essex were not nauseated with such a piece of shameless hypocrisy as this, he had no occasion to apprehend any qualms from the effects of a sea voyage. The details of the expedition will be found in Camden, Birch, Lingard, and other historians of Elizabeth's reign. It will be sufficient to notice that Essex distinguished himself most brilliantly, both by land and sea, and that, disregarding the private orders of the Queen, which were, for the first time, communicated to him by the Lord Admiral, that he should not expose his person to peril by leading the assault, he abandoned the safe post that had been assigned to him, and rushed into the hottest battle. It was his gallantry and promptitude that won Cadiz with all its treasures, his humanity that preserved the lives of the defenders of the town, his chivalry that protected the women and children, and religious communities from ill treatment. So perfect was his conduct on this occasion, that he was spoken of with enthusiasm in the Spanish court, both by the king and the Infanta, his daughter. It is not often, observed Philip of this generous victor, that such a gentleman is seen among heretics. The envy of Raleigh was excited, though he had performed his devoir gallantly in his ship, the Warspite, but his jealousy led to a contention with Essex as to the manner of attacking the richly laden merchant fleet, and in the meantime the Duke of Medina set fire to it, to prevent it from falling into their hands. The loss of the Spaniards was estimated at 20,000,000 ducats, and the English officers and commanders were greatly enriched. Essex desired to return to Cadiz, and offered to maintain it with only 400 men for 3 months, by the end of which time succours might arrive from England, and he calculated on being joined by the enslaved Moors, whom Philip's iron rod of empire, having rendered desperate, were ripe for revolt. But the other commanders, being eager to secure their rich booty, overruled all his chivalric projects, and insisted on returning home with what they had got. Essex expected to be distinguished with especial praise by the queen, and to receive additional honours and preferment, but the Cecil party had succeeded in prejudicing the royal mind against him. His pride, vainglory, extravagance, and immorality had all been represented to her with exaggerations. They made light of the capture of Cadiz, and gave Sir Walter Raleigh the chief credit for the success that had been achieved. Then, when Her Majesty learned that the plunder had been divided among the commanders and their men, she was so greatly exasperated at being defrauded of her share, that she expressed herself very intemperately against Essex, and declared, that if she had hitherto done his pleasure, she would now teach him to perform hers. Not contented with venting her anger in empty words, she sent word to him and the Lord Admiral, that, as they had divided the booty, they might take upon themselves the payment of the soldiers and mariners. Essex, on this, hastened to the court, to offer his explanations to the queen in person. But as she was bent on mortifying him, she refused to listen to him in private, and compelled him to submit to a long investigation before the Privy Council, day after day, till his patience being fairly exhausted, he turned upon the Cecils, and proved that the commissioners appointed by Burleigh to look to Her Majesty's interests had neglected to do so, and that he had been opposed in every way, when he sought the glory and advantage of his country, and that, but for the interference of their creatures, he might have intercepted the richest treasure fleet of the King of Spain for Her Majesty. On the 4th of September, intelligence was received that this fleet, with 20 millions of dollars, had safely arrived in the ports of Spain. The queen then manifested so much resentment against those who had been the cause of her losing this mighty prize, that Burleigh thought it most prudent to conciliate Essex, and when the queen claimed the ransom which the inhabitants of Cadiz had paid for their lives, he expressed a decided opinion that the earl, as the victor, was entitled to this money, 120,000 crowns, and not Her Majesty, although he had been the very person who first suggested to her that it was her right. Elisabeth, infuriated at this double dealing, called Burleigh a miscreant and a coward, told him he was more afraid of Essex than herself, and rated him so fiercely that the aged minister retired from her presence in great distress, and wrote a pitiful complaint of his hard usage to Essex, detailing Her Majesty's ireful language, and added, that having had the misfortune of incurring his lordship's ill will, at the same time, he considered himself in worse case than those who, in avoiding Scylla, fell into Charybdis, for it was his misfortune to fall into both. Essex wrote civilly in reply, but really gave Burleigh little credit for sincerity. His secretary, Anthony Bacon, sarcastically observed, that the merit of Essex having regained the good will of Her Majesty, the old fox was reduced to crouch and whine, and write in such submissive terms to him, subscribing himself, your lordships, if you will, at commandment. In 1596, death was busy among the great placemen of Elisabeth's cabinet, and no less busy were the courtiers in scheming and soliciting for the reversion of the various offices that were thus vacated. The race was hardest run between Essex and his sworn enemy, Lord Cobham, for the wardenship of the Cinque Ports. The intrigues respecting this are amusingly detailed in the Sydney papers, in a series of letters from Rowland White. On Sunday, the 22nd of March, he informed Sir Robert Sidney that his friend, Lady Scudamore, got the queen to read his letter, who asked her, how she came by it? Lady Scudamore replied, Lady Sidney asked me to deliver it to your majesty. Do you know the contents of it? Demanded the queen. No, madam, said she. Then, said the queen, it's much ado about the Cinque Ports. I demanded of my Lady Scudamore, continues White, what she observed of her majesty's manner while reading it, who said the queen read it all over with no other comment than 2 or 3 puhs. It might be regarded as a favourable indication of the royal mind that her majesty's expletives were not of a more offensive character. Lord Cobham obtained the place, through the interest of the queen's favourite lady-in-waiting, Mrs. Russell, of the Privy Chamber, to whom he was paying his addresses. When the queen told Essex that Cobham should have it, the mortified favourite announced his intention of withdrawing from court. On the morning of the 10th of December, himself, his horses and followers were all ready. About 10 o'clock, he went to take leave of the sick Lord Treasurer, and met Mr. Killigrew, who told him to come to the queen, and she, to pacify him, offered him the post of Master of the Ordnance, which he accepted, yet the queen, who loved to torment him, delayed signing his patent so long that he began to doubt of the sincerity of her promise. Essex and the queen came to issue this year on 2 points. One was her appointing Sir Francis Vere to the office of Governor of Brill, which the earl vehemently opposed, arguing that it ought to be given to a person of higher rank and greater experience, as Sir Francis held only a colonelcy in the service of the States of Holland. But Elizabeth had marked his talents and insisted on bestowing the preferment upon him. The other dispute was on the old subject of the place of Secretary of State, which, although it had been held provisionally by Sir Robert Cecil for 5 years, Essex still urged the queen either to restore Davison or to bestow it on his learned friend, Sir Thomas Bodley, the celebrated founder of the Bodleian Library at Oxford. Perhaps Essex roused the combative spirit of his royal mistress by the energy and pertinacity with which he recommended Sir Thomas Bodley to her favour and insisted on his merits, or it might be that Elizabeth was convinced that he was a gentleman of too noble a disposition to give up his integrity to the degrading practice of official chicanery, for she refused even to allow Burleigh, who was willing to make that concession, to associate him in the commission with his son. Certainly, Sir Thomas Bodley was not very likely to run smoothly in harness with such a colleague as Sir Robert Cecil. Essex, who had for some time endeavoured to reform his acquired faults of dissipation and gallantry, and, by frequenting sermons and religious assemblies, and devoting himself to his amiable wife, had acquired some reputation for sanctity, now suddenly relapsed into a career of fresh folly, having become desperately enamoured of one of the beautiful maids of honour, Mrs. Bridges. The queen's rage and jealousy on this occasion transported her beyond the bounds of female delicacy, and she treated the offending lady in the harshest manner, bestowing bitter revilings and even personal chastisement on her on the most absurd and frivolous pretences. The queen hath of late, observes Rowland White, used the fair Mrs. Bridges with words and blows of anger, and she and Mrs. Russell were put out of the coffer chamber. They lay 3 nights at my Lady Stafford's, but are now returned again to their wonted waiting. By what I writ in my last letter to you by post, you may conjecture whence these storms arise. The cause of this displeasure is said to be their taking of physic, and one day going privately through the privy galleries to see the playing at Ballon. About this time, Essex's friend, the Earl of Southampton, another of the young nobles of the court, who had incurred the displeasure of the queen for marrying without her consent, and was only just released from the Tower, involved himself in a fracas with Ambrose Willoughby, one of the officers of the household, in a very foolish manner. He was engaged in a game of primero in the presence chamber with Sir Walter Raleigh and Mr. Parker after the queen had gone to bed, and Willoughby, whose duty it was to clear the chamber, told them to give over their play. They paid no heed to his warning and continued their game, on which he told them he should be compelled to call in the guard to pull down the board. Raleigh prudently put up his money and went his way, but Southampton was so annoyed that he told Willoughby he would remember it. Meeting him soon after, between the tennis court wall and the garden, he struck him, on which Willoughby pulled out some of his locks. It is probable that Essex had espoused the quarrel of his friend and threatened the other, for the queen took the matter up and gave Willoughby thanks for what he did in the presence chamber, adding, that he had done better if he had sent Southampton to the porter's lodge to see who durst have fetched him out. The presumption of Philip II, which led him in his old age to fancy he might make his daughter, Clara Eugenia, Queen of France, malgré the Salic law, having failed to achieve that object, he now once more directed his energies to the equally absurd chimera of placing her on the throne of England as the legitimate heir of the House of Lancaster. Intelligence reached Elisabeth that he was fitting out another expedition for the purpose of invading her realm. At first, her love of peace induced her to slight the warning, but Essex succeeded in convincing her that the preparations were formidable, and that the Spaniards designed to make a descent on the coast of Ireland, where the greatest disaffection prevailed, and she consented that a fleet should be sent out to attack the shipping in the Spanish ports. A hollow reconciliation was effected between Essex, the Cecils, and Sir Walter Raleigh, and Essex was appointed as commander-in-chief of the forces by sea and land. Lord Thomas Howard and Raleigh were the vice and rear admirals, Mountjoy was lieutenant-general, and Sir Francis Vere, marshal. As usual, a great many young noblemen and gentlemen joined the fleet. They set sail from Plymouth on the 9th of July, making a gallant show, with waving plumes, glittering arms, and gay accoutrements. They were overtaken by a terrible thunderstorm, which dismantled some of the vessels, drove them back into port, and so disheartened many of the landsmen that they deserted. Essex and Raleigh took horse and posted together to the queen, to learn her majesty's pleasure. She gave orders that they should destroy the Spanish ships in Ferrol Harbour and intercept the West India fleet. The expedition remained windbound a whole month, and when it again put to sea, Essex addressed the following farewell letter to the queen in behalf of the nobleman who was to perform the duties of master of the horse in his absence. August 17, 1597. Most dear lady, now I am leaving the shore, and thinking of all I leave behind me, next yourself, none are so dear as they that with most care and zeal do serve you, of which number I beseech your majesty to remember that truly honest earl that waits in my place. Your majesty is in debt to him and to yourself, till you do for him. Him only of his coat you think yourself behindhand with. Therefore, dear lady, for your justice' sake, and for your poor absent servant's sake, take some time to show your favor to him. You shall never repose trust in a safer place. Pardon this freedom of spirit. From your majesty's humblest vassal, Essex. There were some noble points in Essex, though in his general conduct he constantly reminds us of a spoiled and wayward child. When the disobedience of his great enemy, Sir Walter Raleigh, to his orders in attacking the town of Fayal, before his arrival with the rest of the fleet, disarranged his plans, and abridged the success of his squadron, one of his followers urged him to bring Sir Walter Raleigh to a court-martial for his offense. So I should, replied the generous Essex, if he were my friend. There were not wanting tempters who represented to the earl that if he omitted so excellent an opportunity of ridding himself of this formidable adversary by dealing with him according to the stern dictum of martial law, he might live to repent it himself. Alleging, no doubt, the case of Drake's beheading his second in command, Doughty, as a precedent, but the nature of Essex was too noble to be persuaded to any act allied to baseness. The queen, on his return, commended Raleigh, laid all the blame of the failure of the expedition on Essex, and reproached him for the great outlay it had cost her. The following details from Rowland White's private letters show the restless fermentation of the court intrigues at this period, and that there had been a vain attempt to introduce a substitute for Essex as favourite to the queen. Now that Lord Herbert is gone, he is much blamed for his cold and weak manner of pursuing her majesty's favour, having had so good steps to lead unto it. There is want of spirit and courage laid to his charge, and that he is a melancholy young man. A temperament little likely to recommend any one to the favour of Elizabeth. Young Carey, continues the court newsman, follows it with more care and boldness. My lady Catherine Howard is come to court, and that day sworn of the privy chamber, which doth greatly strengthen that party. I am credibly informed, by a very wise and grave man, that at this instant the Lord Admiral is able to do with the queen as much as my Lord Leicester was, if he list to use his credit with her. It was certainly more reasonable that the queen should bestow her favour on her illustrious kinsman, a gentleman who had deserved so well of his country as the hero of the Armada, than on the mere court satellites, who hovered round her for the sake of the things that were in her gift. Queen Elizabeth was very sparing of her honours, which rendered them more prized by those who were judged by this great sovereign worthy of obtaining such distinctions. She was not lavish in bestowing the accolade of knighthood. As for the dignity of a peer, it was rarely indeed conferred by her, and then always in such a manner as to impress her subjects with the importance of the reward. There was something truly worthy of exciting high and chivalric emprise among the gentlemen of England, when a maiden sovereign bestowed the dearly prized dignity of the peerage by personal creation, and under such circumstances as those which distinguished the hero of the Armada. The details of this interesting ceremonial are thus given by White. As the queen came from chapel this day, she created my Lord Admiral, Lord Thomas Howard, Earl of Nottingham. My Lord Cumberland carried his sword, my Lord of Sussex his cap and coronet. He was brought in by the Earls of Shrewsbury and Worcester. Her Majesty made a speech to him, in acknowledgment of his services, and Mr. Secretary read his patents in a loud voice, which are very honourable. All his great services recited in 1588, and lately at Calais. All this was done in one day. Essex conceived himself to be deeply aggrieved by the latter clause, which seemed to award to the Lord Admiral the palm of honour for the taking of Cadiz, only mentioning himself as an adjunct, and no reward had been conferred on him for his services on that occasion. He fretted himself sick at this implied slight, and took to his bed. The queen's heart relented, and feeling that she had acted harshly towards him, she chided the Cecils as the cause of what had taken place. While she was in this frame of mind, she encountered Sir Francis Vere in the gardens of the Whitehall Palace. Calling him to her, she questioned him as to the ill success of the expedition, which she entirely charged on Essex, both for not burning and spoiling the fleet at Ferrol, and for missing the Indian fleet. Sir Francis defended his absent friend with great courage, even to the raising his voice somewhat louder than was consistent with the reverence due to the sovereign, but this, as he explained, was not out of disrespect to her majesty, but that all might hear what he said, charging the blame upon those who deserved it. Some of these being present, were confronted with him and compelled to retract their false witness against Essex before the queen. Her majesty, well pleased with the manly and honest conduct of Sir Francis Vere, sat down at the end of the walk, and calling him to her, fell into more confidential discourse on the subject of Essex's peculiar temper, and, being willing to listen to all that could be urged in his favour, before Sir Francis left her, she spoke graciously in his commendation, and shortly after received him at court. In December 1597, the earl was restored to favour, and created Earl Marshal by the queen's patents. This was one great cause of the animosity afterwards borne to him by his great enemy, the Earl of Nottingham, who, with justice, considered that he had more right to that office than the earl, since it had been strictly hereditary in his family from the days of their royal ancestor, Thomas of Brotherton, whose daughter, Margaret Plantagenet, as we have seen, claimed it as her right by descent, and being precluded by her sex from exercising its duties, she invested her grandson Mowbray, Earl of Norfolk, with it as her man. Essex offered to decide this quarrel by single combat, with either the admiral or his sons, or all of them, but the queen would not permit it, and employed Sir Walter Raleigh to effect a reconciliation. The Earl of Nottingham would not dispute the queen's pleasure, but on the 20th of December resigned his staff as Lord Steward of the household, and retired to his house at Chelsea, under pretence of sickness. Lord Henry Howard wrote a quaint and witty letter to Essex on the anniversary of the queen's accession to the crown, November 17, 1597, in which he gives a sarcastic glance at the leading powers of the court, who were intriguing against his friend. "Your lordship," says he, "by your last purchase, hath almost enraged the dromedary, that would have won the Queen of Sheba's favour by bringing pearls, if you could once be as fortunate in dragging old Leviathan, that is Burleigh, and his cub, Robert Cecil, tortuosum colubrum, as the prophet termeth them, out of this den of mischievous device, the better part of the world would prefer your virtue to that of Hercules." Then, in allusion to the day to be kept in honour of the queen, he adds, "In haste, the feast of St. Elisabeth, whom, if I were pope, I would no longer set forth in red letters in the calendar of saints, than she graced my dear lord in golden characters, with the influence of her benignity. But the best is, the power is now wholly in herself to canonize herself, because she will not stand to the pope's courtesy." It is amusing to trace how the private letters of the court of Queen Elizabeth elucidate each other. This dromedary, who sought to propitiate her majesty's favour by an offering of jewels, would appear to the readers of the present century a very mysterious animal, were it not for a letter, in the Shrewsbury collection, from Michael Stanhope, in which the gentleman informs Sir Robert Cecil that the Lord Keeper Egerton had sent him with a present of pearls to the queen, as a small token of his thankfulness for her gracious care in maintaining his credit. For some reason or other, the queen would not receive the present, but bade the bearer carry them back to the donor with this message, that her mind was as great to refuse as his to give. "When I came back to his lordship," pursues Stanhope, "and delivered her majesty's pleasure, and he saw his pearls again, I do assure your honour, he looked upon me with a heavy eye, as if I had carelessly or doltishly performed the trust, and as for the pearls, he would not lay hand on them, but bid me to do what I would with them." Sir Michael, who prided himself on being a most expert courtier, remained much pestered with these pearls, which he dare not present again, because his wife's gentlewoman and his mother-in-law's gentlewoman were both ill with the smallpox, an effectual bar to the presence of the queen, though she had had the disease long ago. Whether Robert Cecil became the means of introducing the pearls once more to the queen, or what became of them, cannot be traced. It was during the absence of Essex on this last expedition, in July 1597, that Elizabeth gave Paulus Jaline, the handsome and audacious ambassador of Sigismund, King of Poland, so noble a sample of her high spirit and fluent powers of scolding extemporaneously in Latin, in reply to his diplomatic insolence. The story is related with great humour by Speed, in his quaint style, and also by Sir Robert Cecil, in a letter to Essex. Sir Robert Cecil had the good fortune of being a witness of this rich scene, which he details with great spirit. Her majesty was well disposed to render the King of Poland honourable tokens of her goodwill, out of respect for his father, the late King of Sweden, who, when Duke of Finland, had been a suitor for her hand, and being especially pleased with the report of the comeliness and accomplishments of the ambassador, she prepared herself to receive him with great solemnity in the presence of her court and council in her presence chamber at Greenwich. He was brought in, attired in a long robe of black velvet, well buttoned and jewelled, and came to kiss her majesty's hand, where she sat, under her canopy of state. Having performed all ceremonials proper to the occasion with peculiar grace, he retreated about 3 yards, and then, continues Cecil, began his oration aloud in Latin, with such a gallant countenance as I never in my life beheld. The oration, however, to which her majesty had so graciously prepared herself to listen, before a large assembly of her nobles and courtiers, was neither more nor less than a bold remonstrance, in the name of the newly elected sovereign of Poland, against Elisabeth's assumption of maritime superiority over other nations, to which he said, her position in Europe gave her no ostensible pretension. He also complained of her having, on account of her wars with Spain, interrupted the commerce of that country with Poland, called upon her to redress the losses which their merchants had suffered in consequence of her foreign policy, and concluded by informing her that his master, having entered into a matrimonial alliance with the House of Austria, was resolved to put up with these wrongs no longer, and therefore, unless she thought proper to take immediate steps to redress them, he would. At the termination of an address so different from the agreeable strain of compliment which she had anticipated from the comely envoy, Elisabeth, who was not of a disposition to brook tamely an affront from the mightiest prince in Christendom, started from her chair of state, and preventing the Lord Chancellor, who had risen to reply to this harangue, she overwhelmed the astonished diplomatist with such a vivacious vituperation in extempore Latin, as perhaps was never before delivered in that majestic language, commencing with these words: Expecta vi orationem, mihi vero queralem adduxisti. Is this the business that your king has sent you about? Surely I can hardly believe that if the king himself were present, he would have used such language. For, if he should, I must have thought that he being a king, not by many years, and not by right of blood, but by right of election, they haply have not informed him of that course which his father and ancestors have taken with us, and which peradventure shall be observed by those that shall live to come after him. And as for you, although I perceive you have read many books to fortify your arguments in this case, I am apt to believe you have not lightened upon that chapter which prescribes the forms to be observed between kings and princes. But were it not for the place you hold to have so public an imputation thrown upon our justice, which as yet never failed, we would answer this audacity of yours in another style, and for the particulars of your negotiations, we will appoint some of our council to confer with you, to see upon what grounds this clamor of yours has its foundation, who have showed yourself rather a herald than an ambassador. And thus, says old Speed, lion-like, rising, she daunted the malapert orator no less with her stately port and majestic departure than with the tartness of her princely checks, and turning to her court, exclaimed, God's death, my lords! For that was ever her oath in anger. I have been enforced this day to scour my old Latin that hath lain long in rusting. Her Majesty told Sir Robert Cecil that she was sorry Essex heard not her Latin that day, and Cecil promised to write a full account of it to the absent favourite. It was not always that Elizabeth's intercourse with the representatives of foreign princes was of so stern a character, and if we may credit the reports of some of those gentlemen, her deportment towards them in private audiences occasionally transgressed both the delicacy of a gentlewoman and the dignity of a queen. It is related of her that in the midst of an important political conference with the French ambassador Harlay, she endeavoured to distract his attention from the interests of his royal master by displaying, as if by accident, the elegant proportions of her finely turned ankle, on which the audacious plenipotentiary dropped on one knee, and passionately saluted the graceful limb that was so coquettishly revealed, laid his hand on his heart, and exclaimed, with a deep sigh, Ah, madam, if the king my master had but been in my place! And then resumed the diplomatic discussion as coolly as if no such interesting interruption had occurred. Such instances of levity as the above, and the well-authenticated fact of her indulging James Melville when she was 25 years younger, with a sight of her unbraided tresses, removing cauls, fillets, jewels, and all other confinements, and allowing them to fall at full length about her stately form, and demanding, If the Queen of Scots could boast of such a head of hair? While they excite a smile, must strike every one as singular traits of vanity and weakness in a princess of her masculine intellect. Mauvissier and Sully were impressed with her wisdom and profound judgment, but it was not with those grave statesmen that she felt any temptation to indulge in flippancy, which might remind persons of reflection of those characteristics which had been imputed to her unfortunate mother. It is impossible, however, for any one to study the personal history of Elizabeth without tracing a singular compound of the qualities of both of her parents. This year, a crazy scrivener of Greenwich, named Squires, was accused of the absurdity of attempting to take away the queen's life by the new and diabolical means of poisoning the pommel of her saddle at the instigation of Walpole the Jesuit. This Squires had fitted out a pinnace privateer at his own expense, and when on a piratical expedition was taken prisoner and lodged in the Spanish Inquisition, where he was tortured into a great affection for Catholicism and became a convert to that religion. Walpole obtained the liberty of Squires on the condition of his imbuing the pommel of her majesty's saddle with a poison which he gave him in a bladder. This poison was of so subtle a nature that if her majesty raised her hand to her lips or her nose after resting it on the envenomed pommel, it was expected that she would instantly drop down dead. Squires, having undertaken this marvellous commission, approached her majesty's horse, which was led forth from the stable, of which it seems he had the entrée, having once filled the office of under-groom. He then pricked the bladder with a pin, and shed the poison on the pommel, crying, "God save the queen!" at the same time, to disarm suspicion. Elizabeth mounted, and receiving no ill from the medication of her saddle, Squires imagined that her life was miraculously preserved, and determined to employ the rest of his malign nostrum for the destruction of the Earl of Essex, who was then preparing to sail on the late expedition against the Spanish fleet. Accordingly, he entered on board the earl's ship as a volunteer, and by that means obtained an opportunity of rubbing the arms of his lordship's chair with the poison, which had, however, no more effect on either chair or earl than if it had been the usual polishing compound of turpentine and wax. But Walpole was so provoked at the failure of his plot, that he suborned a person of the name of Stanley to denounce the treason of Squires to the council, and Squires in turn, after 5 hours on the rack, denounced Walpole as his instigator. Stanley was also tortured, and confessed that he had been sent by one of the Spanish ministers to shoot the queen. Walpole, who probably had nothing to do with the hallucination which had taken possession of the pirate scrivener's brain, being out of the realm, published a pamphlet denying the accusation, and endeavouring to explain the absurdity of the whole affair. The wretched Squires suffered the usual penalty for devising the death of the queen, being convicted on his own confession. Such are the fallacies of evidence obtained by torture, that a man would rather confess himself guilty of an impossible crime than endure further inflictions. How much more readily would such a person obtain ease by denouncing another, if required? Essex was now so completely restored to the good graces of the queen, that he even ventured on the experiment of attempting to bring his mother, who had been in disgrace with her royal kinswoman ever since her marriage with Leicester, to court once more. Elizabeth did not refuse to receive her, but tantalized both mother and son by appointing a place and hour convenient for the interview, and then, when the time came, sent an excuse. This she did repeatedly. There were then attempts made by Lady Leicester to meet her majesty at the houses of her friends, but there Elizabeth also made a point of disappointing her little project. On Shrove Monday, says Rowland White, the queen was persuaded to go to Mr. Comptroller's, and there was Lady Leicester, with a fair jewel of £300. A great dinner was prepared by my Lady Chandos, and the queen's coach ready, when, upon a sudden, she resolved not to go, and so sent word. Essex had taken to his bed on these repeated indications of unabated hostility to his mother, roused himself from his sullen manifestation of unavailing anger, and came to the queen in his nightgown by the private way to intercede with her, but could not carry his point. It had been better not moved, continues the watchful observer of his proceedings. For my lord of Essex, by importuning the queen in these unpleasant matters, loses the opportunity he might take of obliging his ancient friends. Elizabeth had never forgiven her cousin Lettice her successful rivalry with regard to Leicester, although the grave had now closed over him for nearly 9 years, and his place in her capricious favour was supplied by the countess's gallant son. At length, however, the urgency of Essex in behalf of his mother prevailed, and in spite of the cherished anger over which Elizabeth had gloomily brooded for nearly 20 years, the countess was admitted to her presence once more. A tender scene, if not a temporary reconciliation, appears to have taken place on this occasion, for Rowland White says, "My lady Leicester was at court, kissed the queen's hand and her breast, and did embrace her, and the queen kissed her. My lord of Essex is in exceeding favour here. Lady Leicester departed from court exceedingly contented, but being desirous to come again and kiss the queen's hand, it was denied, and some wanted unkind words given out against her." End of section 14. Section 15 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 11, Part 4. Queen Elizabeth was very obstinately bent on taking her daily exercise, despite of the weather, and would ride or walk in the rain, setting at naught the entreaties of her ladies, who affected great concern for her health, not forgetting their own, as they were bound to accompany her. They called in the aid of Archbishop Whitgift, who gently persuaded her to tarry at home during the foul weather. Her majesty would not listen to the church. They then tried the agency of her favourite fool, Claude, who addressed the following exordium to his royal mistress. "Heaven dissuades you, madam, not only by its weeping aspect, but by the eloquence of the archbishop. Earth dissuades, by the tongue of your poor fool Claude. And if neither heaven nor earth can succeed, at least listen to Dr. Perne, whose religious doubts suspend him between both." The queen laughed heartily at this jibe on Dr. Perne, the archbishop's chaplain, knowing that, in the religious disputes in the middle of the century, he had changed his religion 4 times. It was no laughing matter to the doctor, who is said to have died, soon after, of utter chagrin. Francis Bacon took the trouble of compounding a long letter of advice to Essex on the manner in which he judged it would be most expedient for him to demean himself to the queen, so as to improve her favourable disposition towards him. Some of these rules are curious enough, and prove that this great moral philosopher was as deeply accomplished in the arts of a courtier as any of the butterflies who fluttered round the aged rose of England. He tells Essex, that when, in his speeches, he chanced to do her majesty right, for, he continues, with playful sarcasm, "There is no such thing as flattery among you all. Your lordship has rather the air of paying fine compliments than speaking what you really think," adding, "that anyone might read the insincerity of his words in his countenance." Bacon warns his patron, "to avoid the example of Hatton and Leicester in his own conduct, yet to adduce them to the queen as precedents on certain points." Essex profited very little by the counsels of his sage secretary, and scarcely had he regained the favour of the queen, ere he hazarded incurring her jealous resentment by the renewal of his rash attentions to her beautiful attendant, Mistress Bridges. Of this his observant contemporary thus speaks. "It is spied out of envy, that Essex is again fallen in love with his fairest fee. It cannot choose but come to the queen's ears, then he is undone, and all who depend upon his favour. Sure I am, that Lady Essex hears of it, or rather suspects it, and is greatly disquieted." Nor was this all, for the indiscretions of Essex were becoming now so much the theme of general discussion, that old Lady Bacon took the privilege of her age and sanctity to write to him a long letter of expostulation, lamenting his backslidings, and warning him of the sinful nature of his way of life. The enemies of the envied man, whom the queen delighted to honour, of course delighted to carry evil reports of him to the royal ear. But it frequently happens that injudicious friends are more to be feared than the bitterest of foes. The real cause of Essex's disgrace may, doubtless, be attributed to the following cause. His fair frail sister, Lady Rich, who was one of the ladies of the queen's bedchamber, and was loved and trusted for his sake, most ungratefully united with her husband, with whom she could not agree in anything but mischief. In a secret correspondence with the king of Scots, under the feigned names of Ricardo and Rialta, James they called Victor. Their letters were written in cipher, and they had nicknames for all of the court. Thomas Fowler, Burleigh's spy in Scotland, gave information of this correspondence to his employer, with these particulars: that Queen Elizabeth herself was called Venus, and the Earl of Essex the Weary Knight, because he was exceeding weary of his office, and accounted his attendance a thrall that he lived in, and hoped for a change, which was, that the queen would die in a year or two. King James commended much the fineness of Rialta's wit. After Burleigh was armed with such intelligence, no wonder Essex's favour with Elizabeth began to decline. Essex, unconscious of the broken ground on which his sister's folly had placed him, carried himself more loftily every day in the council room, and in the privy chamber assumed the airs of a spoiled child, who was secure of getting his own way by petulance. Elizabeth was in a great state of irritability, on account of the King of France consulting his own interest, rather than the political line of conduct she had prescribed as conditions of her friendship. Henry was bent on concluding an amicable treaty with Spain, and she sent word to him that the true sin against the Holy Ghost was ingratitude, and upbraided him with the breach of his engagements to her. Henry offered to mediate a general peace, in which England should be included, and to this measure Burleigh was disposed. Essex argued vehemently in favour of war. The aged minister, now tottering on the brink of the grave, viewed the dazzling visions of military glory in a truer point of light than that in which they appeared to the young, fiery Earl Marshal, and after a warm debate on the subject, he drew out a prayer book, and, putting it into his combative opponent's hand, pointed in silence to the text: "Men of blood shall not live out half their days." The warning made no impression on Essex at the time, but it was afterwards regarded as prophetic of his fate. The veteran statesman, who had trimmed his sails to weather out the changeful storms that had sent queens, princes, and nobles to the block during the reigns of 4 Tudor sovereigns, required not the gift of second sight to perceive the dark destiny that impended over the rash knight-errant, who filled the perilous office of favourite to the last and haughtiest of that despotic race. To him, who knew the temper of the queen and the character of Essex, well might the coming event cast its shadow before. Rapidly as the waning sands of life now ebbed with Burleigh, he lived to triumph in that fierce collision of uncontrollable temper between Essex and the queen, which was the sure prelude of the fall of the imprudent favourite. Ireland was in a state of revolt, and the appointment of a suitable person to fill the difficult and responsible office of Lord Deputy of that distracted country became a matter of important consideration to the queen and her cabinet. The subject was warmly debated one day in the royal closet, when no one was present but the queen, the Lord Admiral, Sir Robert Cecil, Winbank, the Clerk of the Seal, and Essex. Her Majesty named Sir William Knollys, her near relative, as the person best fitted for the post. Although Knollys was his own uncle, Essex, being aware that the suggestion emanated from the Cecils, opposed it with more vehemence than prudence, and insisted that the appointment ought to be given to Sir George Carew. The queen, offended at the positive tone in which Essex had presumed to overbear her opinion and advance his own, made a sarcastic rejoinder, on which he so far forgot himself as to turn his back on her, with a contemptuous expression. Her Majesty, exasperated beyond the bounds of self-control by this insolence, gave him a sound box on the ear and bade him "Go and be hanged." Essex behaved like a petulant schoolboy on this occasion, for instead of receiving the chastisement, which his own ill manners had provoked, as a sort of angry love token, and kissing the royal hand in return for the buffet, he grasped his sword hilt with a menacing gesture. The Lord Admiral hastily threw himself between the infuriated earl and the person of the queen, and fortunately prevented him from disgracing himself by the unknightly deed of drawing his weapon upon a lady and his sovereign. but he swore with a deep oath that he would not have taken the blow from King Henry, her father, and that it was an indignity that he neither could nor would endure from anyone. To these rash words he added some impertinence about a king in petticoats, rushed, with marked disrespect, from the royal presence, and instantly withdrew from court. This stormy scene in the royal drama of Elizabeth's life and reign occurred June, 1598. The Lord Chancellor, Egerton, wrote a friendly letter of advice to Essex, entreating him to make proper submission to his offended sovereign, to whom he owed so many obligations, and to sue for pardon. It is more than probable that Egerton's letter was written by the desire of the queen, and dictated by her, or surely two very powerful arguments for the performance of the course suggested by him would have been used, namely, the reverence due from a young man to a princess of the advanced age to which her majesty had now attained, and also his near relationship to her as the great-grandson of her aunt Mary Boleyn. In reply to the Lord Keeper's sage advice, Essex wrote a passionate letter, complaining of the hardness of the queen's heart, and of the indignity he had received. The blow had entered into his soul, and he says, "Let Solomon's fool laugh when he is stricken. Let those that mean to take their profit of princes show no sense of princes' injuries. Let them acknowledge an infinite absoluteness on earth, who do not believe in an absolute infiniteness in heaven. As for me, I received wrong, and I feel it." It was in vain that the mother and sisters of Essex, and all who wished him well, endeavoured to mollify his haughty spirit. He maintained a sullen resentment for several months, in expectation that the queen would, in the end, become a suppliant to him for a reconciliation. Meantime, Elizabeth was taken up with watching over the last days of her old servant Burleigh. His sufferings were severe, and his swollen, enfeebled hands had lost the power, not only of guiding the statesman's pen, but at times of conveying food to his mouth. While he was in this deplorable state, the queen came frequently to visit the faithful, time-worn pilot, with whom she had weathered out many a threatening storm. And, now he could no longer serve her, she behaved in his sick chamber with that tenderness which, though only manifested on rare occasions by this great queen, is at all times an inherent principle of the female character, however circumstances in life may have been adverse to its development. When his attendants brought him nourishment, the queen insisted on feeding him herself, an act of kindness which warmed his heart and soothed his miseries. He recovered sufficiently to be able to write to his son an autograph letter, in which he thus mentions the queen. "I pray you diligently and effectually let her majesty understand how her singular kindness doth overcome my power to acquit it, who, though she will not be a mother, yet she showeth herself, by feeding me with her own princely hand, as a careful Norris or nurse, and if I ever may be weaned to feed myself, I shall be more ready to serve her on the earth. If not, I hope to be in heaven, a servitor for her and God's church. And so I thank you for your partridges. Your languishing father, W. Burleigh. The 10th of July, 1598. P.S. Serve God by serving the queen, for all other service is indeed bondage to the devil." In vain had Wolsey raised his dying voice to reveal the grand error of his life, in preferring the service of his king to his God. We here see a statesman of equal sagacity, but untutored by the moral uses of adversity, departing, with an avowed preference to the service of his living idol, before that of the great eternal being, whose approbation ought to be the grand motive of a good man's life. Harrington bears testimony to the extreme solicitude of Queen Elizabeth for Burleigh in his dying illness. Every day she sent Lady Arundel with inquiries touching his state, and bearing an excellent cordial for his stomach, which her majesty gave her in charge, and said, "that she did entreat heaven daily for his longer life, else would her people, nay herself, stand in need of cordials too." Again Harrington observes, "The Lord Treasurer's distemper doth marvellously trouble the queen, who saith, that her comfort hath been in her people's happiness, and their happiness in his discretion." Neither can we find in ancient record such wisdom in a prince to discern a servant's ability, nor such integrity to reward and honor a prince's choice. Burleigh expired on the 4th of August, in the 77th year of his age. How deeply he was regretted by his royal mistress may be seen by the affecting witness borne by Harrington of her sorrowful remembrance of her old friend. The Queen's Highness doth often speak of him in tears, and turn aside when he is discoursed of, nay, even forbiddeth his name to be mentioned in the council. This I have by some friends who are in good liking with Lord Buckhurst, the new Lord Treasurer. On the 13th of December died Philip II of Spain, having survived Burleigh about 6 weeks. But while death is thus rapidly clearing the stage of the dramatis personae, who performed the leading parts in the annals connected with the life and actions of this great queen, it may afford a pleasing change to the reader to glance within some of her stately palaces, the splendid furniture and decorations of which are described in glowing colors by the German traveller Hentzner, who visited England this year. Windsor Castle, according to his account, must have far exceeded in interest, if not in magnificence, as it then stood, the present structure, marred as it is with costly alterations and incongruous additions of the last of the Georges, miscalled improvements. Every apartment in the 3 noble courts, described by Hentzner, was hallowed by his historical recollections or traditions, linked with the annals of English royalty, and calculated to illustrate the records of England's progressive glories, from the days when the mighty founder of our present dynasty of sovereigns first built his Gothic hunting seat on the green heights above the Thames, called at that spot the Windle Shore. Hentzner mentions the 3rd court with enthusiasm, in the midst of which gushed a fountain of very clear water. After describing the stately banqueting hall, where the Festival of the Garter was annually celebrated, he says, "From hence runs a walk of incredible beauty, 380 paces in length, set round on every side with supporters of wood, which sustains a balcony, from whence the nobility and other persons of distinction can take the pleasure of seeing hunting and hawking in a lawn of sufficient space. For the fields and meadows, clad with a variety of plants and flowers, swell gradually into hills of perpetual verdure, quite up to the castle, and at bottom stretch out into an extended plain, that strikes the beholders with delight." Queen Elizabeth's bedchamber was the apartment in which Henry VI was born. In this room, Hentzner describes a table of red marble with white streaks, a cushion most curiously wrought by her majesty's own hands, a unicorn's horn of above 8 spans and a half in length, valued at the absurd price of £10,000. Also a bird of paradise, of which our author gives a minute and somewhat ludicrous account. From the royal chamber he wanders into the gallery, ornamented with emblems and figures, and another chamber adjacent, containing, where are they now? The royal beds of Henry VII and his queen, of Edward VI, Henry VIII, and Anne Boleyn, all of them 11 feet square, and covered with quilts shining with gold and silver. Queen Elizabeth's bed, he tells us, is not quite so long or so large as the others, but covered with curious hangings of embroidery work. The tapestry represented Clovis, King of France, with an angel presenting to him the fleur de lis, to be borne in his arms, instead of the 3 toads, the ancient device of his royal predecessors. This ancient piece of tapestry was stated to be one of the only surviving relics of the conquest of France by the victorious Edward III or Henry V. Hentzner describes the royal barge as having 2 splendid cabins, beautifully ornamented with glass windows, painting, and gilding. Hampton Court must indeed have been a palace fit for this mighty empress of pomp and pageantry, in the truly palatine grandeur of the Tudor architecture, and furnished in the manner our eloquent German describes. He tells us that the chapel was most splendid, and the queen's closet quite transparent, having crystal windows, and that there was besides a small chapel, richly hung with tapestry, where the queen performs her devotions. In Queen Elizabeth's chamber the bed was covered with costly coverlets of silk. In one chamber, pursues he, were the rich tapestries, which are hung up when the queen gives audience to foreign ambassadors. There were numbers of cushions ornamented with gold and silver, many counterpanes and coverlids of beds lined with ermine. In short, all the walls of the palace shine with gold and silver. Alas! for the vanished glories of this once royal abode, what strains of lamentation would our marvellous German have poured forth, could he now behold the dishonouring change that has befallen the Dutchified palace of Hampton Court. He winds up the climax of his description of its splendour under the great Elisabeth with the description of a certain cabinet, called Paradise, where, besides that everything glitters so with silver, gold, and jewels as to dazzle one's eyes, he says, there is a musical instrument made all of glass, except the strings. The walls of the Hampton Court gardens are at that time covered with rosemary. In addition to none such in Richmond, Elizabeth had a variety of minor palaces in the neighbourhood of the metropolis, to which suburban residences she retired, when alarmed by suspicion of the vicinity of pestilence in Westminster or Greenwich. She had the lodge at Islington, the grove at Newington, her dairy at Barn Elms, the royal palace and park of Mary-le-Bone, now Regent's Park. Here the ambassadors of the Tsar of Russia in 1600 had permission to hunt at their pleasure. Hentzner was much struck with the fine library of this learned female sovereign at Whitehall. All these books, continues he, are bound in velvet of different colours, but chiefly red, with clasps of gold and silver. Some have pearls and precious stones set in their bindings. Such was, indeed, the fashion in the magnificent reign of Elizabeth, when, except in the article of the rush-strewn floors, engendering dirt and pestilence, luxury had arrived at a prodigious height. Hentzner particularly notices two little silver cabinets of exquisite work, in which, he says, the queen keeps her paper, and which she uses for writing boxes. Also a little chest, ornamented all over with pearls, in which she keeps her bracelets, earrings, and other things of extraordinary value. The queen's bed is described as being ingeniously composed of woods of different colours, with quilts of silk velvet, gold, silver, and embroidery. Among the portraits, he mentions one of the queen at 16 years of age. At Greenwich Palace, our worthy traveller enjoyed the satisfaction of beholding the imperial lady, to whom pertained all these glories, in propria personae, surrounded with the pomp and elaborate ceremonials which attended the fatiguing dignity of the royal office in the reign of the maiden monarch, but not as she appeared in the poetic vision of Gray. Girt with many a baron bold, sublime their starry fronts they rear, and gorgeous dames and statesmen old, in bearded majesty, not the ladies we hope, appear. In the midst, a form divine, her eye proclaims her of the Tudor line, her lion port, her awe-commanding face, attempered sweet with virgin grace. Such probably was a correct portrait of England's Elizabeth in the first 20 years of her reign, but when Hentzner saw her at Greenwich, she was in her 66th year, and time, which does his work as sternly on royalty as on mortals of meaner mould, had wrought strange changes in the outward similitude of the Virgin Queen. But Hentzner must speak for himself. After telling us that he was admitted into the royal apartments by a Lord Chamberlain's order, which his English friend had procured, he first describes the presence chamber, hung with rich tapestry, and the floor, after the English fashion, strewn with hay, through which the queen commonly passes in her way to chapel. At the door stood a gentleman, dressed in velvet, with a gold chain, whose office was to introduce to the queen any person of distinction that came to wait on her. It was Sunday, when there is usually the greatest attendance of nobility. In the same hall were the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of London, a great number of councillors of state, officers of the crown, and gentlemen, who waited the queen's coming out, which she did, from her own apartment, when it was time to go to prayers, attended in the following manner. First went gentlemen, barons, earls, knights of the garter, all richly dressed, and bareheaded. Next came the chancellor, bearing the seals in a red silk purse, between two, one of which carried the royal sceptre, the other the sword of state, in a red scabbard studded with golden fleur-de-lis, the point upwards. Next came the queen, in the 66th year of her age, as we were told, very majestic, her face oblong, fair, but wrinkled, her eyes small, yet black and pleasant, her nose a little hooked, her lips narrow, and her teeth black. A defect the English seem subject to, from their too great use of sugar. She had in her ears 2 pearls, with very rich drops. She wore false hair, and that red. Upon her head she had a small crown, reported to be made of some of the gold of the celebrated Lunenburg table. Her bosom was uncovered, as all the English ladies have it, till they marry, and she had on a necklace of exceeding fine jewels. Her hands were small, her fingers long, and her stature neither tall nor low. Her air was stately, her manner of speaking mild and obliging. That day she was dressed in white silk, bordered with pearls of the size of beans, and over it a mantle of black silk, shot with silver threads. Her train was very long, the end of it borne by a marchioness. Instead of a chain, she had an oblong collar of gold and jewels. As she went along, in all this state and magnificence, she spoke very graciously, first to one, then to another, whether foreign ministers, or those who attended for different reasons, in English, French, and Italian. For, besides being well skilled in Greek, Latin, and the languages I have mentioned, she is mistress of Spanish, Scotch, and Dutch. Whoever speaks to her, it is kneeling. Now and then she raises some with her hand. While we were there, W. Salwata, a Bohemian baron, had letters to present to her, and she, after pulling off her glove, gave him her right hand to kiss, sparkling with rings and jewels, a mark of particular favor. Wherever she turned her face, as she was going along, everybody fell down on their knees. The ladies of the court followed next to her, very handsome and well shaped, and for the most part dressed in white. She was guarded on each side by the gentlemen pensioners, 50 in number, with gilt battle axes. In the antechapel, next the hall where we were, petitions were presented to her, and she received them most graciously, which occasioned the acclamation of "Long live Queen Elizabeth!" She answered it with, "I thank you, my good people." In the chapel was excellent music. As soon as the service was over, which scarce exceeded half an hour, the queen returned, in the same state and order, and prepared to go to dinner. But while she was still at prayers, we saw her table set, with the following solemnity. A gentleman entered the room, bearing a rod, and along with him another, who had a tablecloth, which, after they had both kneeled 3 times, with the utmost veneration, he spread upon the table, and after kneeling again, they both retired. Then came 2 others, one with the rod again, the other with a salt cellar, a plate, and bread. When they had kneeled, as the others had done, and placed what was brought upon the table, they too retired, with the same ceremonies performed by the first. At last came an unmarried lady. We were told she was a countess, and along with her a married one, bearing a tasting knife. The former was dressed in white silk, who, when she had prostrated herself 3 times, in the most gracious manner, approached the table and rubbed the plates with bread and salt, with as much awe as if the queen had been present. When we had waited there a little while, the yeomen of the guard entered, bareheaded, clothed in scarlet, with a golden rose upon their backs, bringing in, at each turn, a course of 24 dishes, served in plate, most of it gilt. These dishes were received by a gentleman in the same order they were brought in, and placed upon the table, while the lady taster gave to each of the guard a mouthful to eat, of the particular dish he had brought, for fear of any poison. During the time that this guard, which consists of the tallest and stoutest men that can be found in all England, being carefully selected for this service, were bringing dinner, 12 trumpets and 2 kettle drums made the hall ring for half an hour together. At the end of all this ceremonial, a number of unmarried ladies appeared, who, with particular solemnity, lifted the meat off the table, and conveyed it into the queen's inner and more private chamber, where, after she had chosen for herself, the rest goes to the ladies of the court. The queen dines and sups alone, with very few attendants, and it is very seldom that anybody, foreigner or native, is admitted at that time, and then only at the intercession of somebody in power. Roger Lord North was carving one day at dinner, when the queen asked, "What that covered dish was?" "Madam, it is a coffin," he replied, a word which moved the queen to anger. "And are you such a fool," said she, "as to give a pie such a name?" This gave warning to the courtiers not to use any word which could bring before her the image of death. Notwithstanding her nervous sensibility, as it would now be termed, on that point, one of her bishops, Dr. Matthew Hutton, ventured, toward the close of her reign, to preach a very bold sermon before her, on the duty she owed, both to God and her people, in appointing a successor, a duty which she was determined never to perform. "I no sooner remember this famous and worthy prelate," says Harrington, "but I think I see him in the chapel at Whitehall, Queen Elizabeth at the window in her closet, all the lords of the parliament, spiritual and temporal, about them, and then after his 3 causes, that I hear him out of the pulpit, thundering this text, 'The kingdoms of the earth are mine, and I do give them to whom I will, and I have given them to Nebuchadnezzar and his son, and his son's son,'" which text, when he had thus produced, taking the sense rather than the words of the prophet, there followed first so general a murmur of one friend whispering to another, then such an erected countenance in those that had none to speak to. Lastly, so quiet a silence and attention, in expectation of some strange doctrine, where the text itself gave away kingdoms and scepters, as I have never observed before or since. But he, as if he had been Jeremiah himself, and not an expounder of him, showed how there were 2 special cases of translating of kingdoms, the fullness of time and the ripeness of sin, and that by either of these, and sometimes by both, God, in secret and just judgments, transfers scepters from kindred to kindred, and from nation to nation, at his good will and pleasure, and running historically over the great monarchies of the world, from the Egyptian, Assyrian, Persian, Macedonian, and Roman empires, down to our own island, he showed how England had frequently been a prey to foreign invaders, first being subdued by the Romans, afterwards by the Saxons and Danes, till it was finally conquered and reduced to perfect subjection by the Normans, whose posterity had continued in great prosperity till the days of her Majesty, who for peace, plenty, glory, and for continuance, had exceeded them all, that she had lived to change all her counselors but one, all her officers twice and thrice, and some of her bishops 4 times, yet the uncertainty of the succession gave hopes to foreigners to attempt invasions, and bred fears in her subjects of a new conquest. The only way, the bishop added, to quiet these fears was to establish the succession. He noted that Nero was especially hated for wishing to have no successor, and that Augustus was more beloved for appointing even an evil man for his successor, and at last, as far as he durst, he insinuated the nearness of blood to our present sovereign. He said plainly that the expectation and presages of all writers went northward, naming without farther circumlocution Scotland, which, added he, if it prove an error, will be found a learned error. When he had finished this sermon, there was no man that knew Queen Elizabeth's disposition, but imagined such a speech was as welcome as salt to the eyes, or, to use her own words, to pin up a winding sheet before her face, so to point out her successor and urge her to declare him. Wherefore we all expected that she would not only have been highly offended, but in some present speech have showed her displeasure. It is a principle, continues the courtly narrator, not to be despised. Qui nescit dissimulare, nescit regnare. She considered, perhaps, the extraordinary auditory. She supposed many of them were of his opinion, and some of them might have persuaded him to this motion. Finally, she ascribed so much to his years, place, and learning, that when she opened the window of her closet, we found ourselves all deceived, for very kindly and calmly, without showing offense, as if she had but waked out of some sleep, she gave him thanks for his very learned sermon. Yet when she better considered the matter, and recollected herself in private, she sent 2 counsellors to him with a sharp message, to which he was glad to give a patient answer. Meantime, all the lords and knights of Parliament were full of this sermon, which made a great sensation among the crowded congregation, and one great peer of the realm, being newly recovered from an impediment in his hearing, requested Harrington to obtain a copy of the sermon from his grace. The archbishop received the application very courteously, but told Harrington that he durst not give a copy to any one, for that the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir John Fortescue, and Sir John Woolley, the Chancellor of the Order of the Garter, had been with him from the Queen with such a greeting, that he scant knew whether he were a prisoner or a free man, and that the speech being already ill taken, the writing might exasperate that which was already exolerate. It was not long, however, before the Queen was so well pacified that she gave him the presidentship of York. Soon after his appointment to this office, Hutton complained that he could not, by any solicitations, obtain a pardon for a seminary priest, whom he had converted, till being reminded that all was not done in that court for God's sake only, he sent up 20 French crowns in a purse of his own, as a remembrance of the poor man's pardon, which, he says, was thankfully accepted, but does not record by whom. Queen Elizabeth was greatly pleased with a sermon preached by Barlow, Bishop of Rochester, on the subject of the plough, of which she said, "Barlow's text might seem taken from the cart, but his talk may teach you all in the court." When the Queen was only princess, she stood godmother to Henry Cotton, whom she afterwards made her chaplain, and in the year 1598 preferred to the bishopric of Salisbury, on which occasion she observed that she had blessed many of her godsons, but now this godson should bless her. Whether she were the better for his blessing, I know not, remarks the witty Harrington, but I am sure he was the better for hers. The common voice was that Sir Walter Raleigh got the best blessing of him, because he induced him to confirm the crown grant of Sherborne Castle, Park and Parsonage, which he calls the spolia opima of this bishopric, which had been thus unjustly bestowed on that fortunate courtier by the partial favour of Elisabeth. The Queen's prejudices against the marriage of priests showed itself in a conference she had with Dr. Whitehead, a learned divine, but blunt and cynical, and extremely opposed to the episcopacy. "Whitehead," said Elisabeth, "I like thee the better because thou livest unmarried." "In troth, madam," was his retort discourteous, "I like you the worse for the same." When the learned Bishop Godwin, in his old age, wedded a wealthy widow of London, she expressed the most lively scorn and indignation at his conduct, at having been reported that he had wedded a girl only 20 years old. The Earl of Bedford, being present when these tales were told, said merrily to the Queen, after his dry manner, "Madam, I know not how much the woman is above 20, but I know a son of hers who is little under 40. But this rather marred than mended the matter, for one said the sin was the greater, and others told of 3 sorts of marriages, of God's making, of man's making, and of the devil's making. Of God's making, as when Adam and Eve, 2 folks of suitable age, were coupled; of man's making, as Joseph's marriage with Our Lady; and of the devil's making, when 2 old folks marry, not for comfort, but for covetousness, and such, they say, was this. Yet the bishop, with tears in his eyes, protested that he took not the lady for a spouse, but only to guide his house. The Queen was, however, irrevocably offended, and to show her displeasure, she stripped the before impoverished see of Bath and Wells of the rich manor of Wilscombe for 99 years. When Noel, Dean of St. Paul's, was preaching before her Majesty on some public occasion, he introduced a paragraph into his discourse which displeased her, on which she called to him from the royal closet, "Leave that ungodly digression and return to your text." Vaughan, Bishop of Chester, was one day arguing, in the closet at Greenwich, on the absurdity of supposed miracles, on which his opponent alleged the Queen's healing the evil, for an instance, and asked, "What could he say against it?" He replied, that he was loath to answer arguments taken from the topic place, of the cloth of estate, but if they would urge him to answer, he said his opinion was, that she did it by virtue of some precious stone in possession of the crown of England, that had such a natural quality. But had Queen Elizabeth, observes Harrington dryly, been told that he had ascribed more virtue to her jewels, though she loved them well, than to her person, she had never made him Bishop of Chester. Like many ladies of the present day, Elizabeth had the ill taste, as she advanced in years, to increase the number of her decorations, and dressed in a more elaborate style than in the meridian flower of life. She imagined, says Bacon, that the people, who are much influenced by externals, would be diverted, by the glitter of her jewels, from noticing the decay of her personal attractions. But with all due deference to the acute philosopher, this is one of the greatest mistakes into which an elderly gentlewoman can fall. The report of her Majesty's passion for jewels and rich array had even penetrated into the recesses of the Turkish seraglio, and the Sultana Valide, mother of the Sultan Amurath III, thought proper to propitiate her by the presence of a robe, a girdle, 2 kerchiefs wrought in gold, and 3 in silk, after the Oriental fashion, a necklace of pearls and rubies. The whole of which, says Esperanza Malca, a Jewess, who was entrusted with the commission, the most serene queen sends to the illustrious ambassador, by the hand of the Sieur Bostangi Bassi, and by my own hand, I have delivered to the ambassador a wreath of jewels, from the jewels of her highness, which, she says, your majesty will be pleased to wear for love of her, and give information of the receipt. In return for these precious gifts, the sultana only craved some cloths of silk or wool, the manufacture of the country, and some English cosmetics, such as distilled waters of every description for the face, and odoriferous oils for the hands. It was one of Queen Elizabeth's characteristics that she had much difficulty in coming to a decision on any point, and when she had formed a resolution, she frequently changed her mind, and after much of that sort of childish wavering of purpose, which in a less distinguished sovereign would have been branded with the term of vacillation, she would return to her original determination. This fickleness of will occasioned much annoyance to her ministers, and still greater inconvenience to persons in humbler departments, who were compelled to hold themselves conformable to her pleasure. When she changed her abode from one royal residence to another, all the carts and horses in the neighbourhood, with their drivers, were impressed for the transfer of her baggage, whatever time of the year it happened to be, and this was considered a grievance, under any circumstances. But one day a carter was ordered to come with his cart to Windsor, on summons of remove, to convey a part of the royal wardrobe. When he came, her majesty had altered the day, and he had to come a second time in vain. But when on a third summons he attended, and after awaiting a considerable time, was told the remove did not hold, he clapped his hands on his thigh, and said, "Now I see that the queen is a woman as well as my wife." Which words being overheard by her majesty, as she stood by an open window, she said, "What villain is this?" and so sent him 3 angels to stop his mouth, or rather, we should suppose, to satisfy him for his loss of time, and the inconvenience her uncertainty of purpose had occasioned. Elizabeth was very delicate in her olfactory nerves, and affected to be still more sensitive on that point than she really was. One day, that valiant Welsh commander, Sir Roger Williams, knelt to prefer a petition which her majesty was determined not to grant, and did not like to be compelled to refuse. Observing his boots were made of rough, untanned leather, instead of answering him, she turned away with a gesture of disgust, exclaiming, "Pho, Williams, how your boots stink!" "Tut, madam," replied the sturdy Welshman, who understood her meaning, "it is my suit that stinks, not my boots." End of section 15. Section 16 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 12, Part 1. The courtiers had predicted that the proud spirit of Essex would never bow to the humiliation of suing to the queen for pardon. He had taken up the high tone of an injured person, and he intimated that he expected satisfaction for the blow he had received, regardless of the gallant Spanish proverb, blancos manos no ofendite, white hands never offend. The queen demanded an apology for his insolent demeanor, as well she might. He, whose duty it was, as Earl Marshal, to defend her from all personal injury, and to commit to the prison, over which his office gave him jurisdiction, anyone who raised brawls in the court, or violated in any manner the solemn etiquettes which guarded the approaches to the royal person. He had conducted himself in a manner which would have ensured anyone else a lodging in the Marshalsea, if not in the Tower, with a heavy Star Chamber fine, and yet the queen had only punished him with a box on the ear, to which he had responded in a manner that might have brought another man to the block. At length, however, some compromise was effected, and in November he was again received at court, and as if nothing had happened to occasion a 5 months' absence. The affairs of Ireland had meantime assumed a more gloomy aspect than they had yet done. The whole country was in a state of that disaffection which is the offspring of misrule and misery, and the province of Ulster was in open revolt under the Earl of Tyrone. The choice of a new Lord Deputy was still a matter of debate. The queen considered Charles Blount, Lord Mountjoy, was a suitable person to undertake that difficult office. Essex again ventured to dissent from the royal opinion, and raised objections, not only to that young nobleman, but to everyone else who was proposed, till at last the queen, finding no one would satisfy him, insisted on his taking the appointment himself. This post was bestowed in anger rather than love. His rivals and foes rejoiced in the prospect of being rid of his presence in the court, and that there was a combination among them to render it a snare to accomplish his ruin. No one who reads the hints given by Markham to his friend Harrington, who was sent out by the queen as a spy on Essex, can for a moment doubt. "If," says he, "the Lord Deputy Essex perform in the field what he hath promised in the council, all will be well. But though the queen hath grant forgiveness for his late demeanour in her presence, we know not what to think thereof. She hath, in all outward semblance, placed confidence in the man who so lately sought other treatment at her hands. We do sometime think one way and sometime another. What betideth the Lord Deputy is known to him alone, who knoweth all. But when a man hath so many showing friends, and so many unshowing enemies, who learneth his end here below? I say, do you not meddle in any sort, nor give your jesting too freely among those you know not." The solemn warnings which Markham addresses to Harrington are sufficiently portentous of the approaching fall of Essex, which is as shrewdly predicted in this remarkable letter as if it had been settled and foreknown. 2 or 3 of Essex's sworn foes and political rivals, Mountjoy's kinsmen, he says, are sent out in your army. They are to report all your conduct to us at home. As you love yourself, the queen, and me, discover not these matters. If I had not loved you, they had never been told. High concerns deserve high attention. You are to take account of all that passes in this expedition, and keep journal thereof, unknown to any in the company. This will be expected of you. Essex appears to have received some hint that his appointment was the work of his enemies, and he endeavoured to back out of the snare, but in vain, and, in the bitterness of his heart, he addressed the following sad and passionate letter to Elisabeth. The Earl of Essex to the Queen. From a mind delighting in sorrow, from spirits wasted with passion, from a heart torn in pieces with care, grief, and travail, from a man that hateth himself and all things else that keep him alive, what service can your majesty expect, since any service past deserves no more than banishment and proscription to the cursedest of all islands? It is your rebel's pride and succession that must give me leave to ransom myself out of this hateful prison, out of my loathed body, which, if it happen so, your majesty shall have no cause to mistake the fashion of my death, since the course of my life could never please you. Happy could be finished forth his fate, in some unhaunted desert most obscure, from all society, from love and hate, of worldly folk, then should he sleep secure. Then wake again, and yield God ever praise, content with hips, and haws, and brambleberry, in contemplation passing out of his days, and change of holy thoughts to make him merry. And when he dies, his tomb may be a bush, where harmless robin dwells with gentle thrush. Your Majesty's exiled servant, Robert Essex. The queen was perhaps touched with the profound melancholy of this letter, for she betrayed some emotion when he kissed her hand at parting, and she bade him a tender farewell. The people crowded to witness his departure, and followed him for more than 4 miles out of London with blessings and acclamations. It was on the 29th of March, 1599, that he set forth on this ill-omened expedition. When he left London, the day was calm and fair, but scarcely had he reached Islington when a black cloud from the northeast overshadowed the horizon, and a great storm of thunder and lightning, with hail and rain, was regarded, by the superstition of the times, as a portent of impending woe. The policy pursued by Essex was of a pacific character. He loved the excitement of battle when in the cause of freedom, or when the proud Spaniard threatened England with invasion. But as the governor of Ireland, his noble nature inclined him to the blessed work of mercy and conciliation. He ventured to disobey the bloody orders he had received from the short-sighted politicians, who were for enforcing the same measures which had converted that fair isle into a howling wilderness, and goaded her despairing people into becoming brigands and rabid wolves. If the generous and chivalric Essex had been allowed to work out his own plans, he would probably have healed all wounds, and proved the regenerator of Ireland. But surrounded as he was by spies, and thwarted by his deadly and jealous foes in the cabinet, and finally rendered an object of suspicion to the most jealous of sovereigns, he only accelerated his own doom, without ameliorating the evils he would fain have cured. The events of the Irish campaign belong to general history. Suffice it to say that Elizabeth was greatly offended with Essex for 3 things. He had appointed his friend, Southampton, general of the horse, against her Majesty's express orders, who had not yet forgiven that nobleman for his marriage. He had treated with Tyrone when she had ordered him to fight, and he had exercised the privilege of making knights, which, though in strict accordance with the laws of chivalry, she wished to be confined exclusively to the sword of the sovereign. She wrote stern and reproachful letters to him. He presumed to justify himself for all he had done and all he had left undone, and demanded reinforcements of men and munitions of war, for his forces were reduced by desertion, sickness, and the contingencies of war. The queen was infuriated, and was, of course, encouraged by her ministers to refuse everything. Unable to cope with Tyrone, from the inefficiency of his forces, he was glad to meet on amicable grounds in a private interview, where many civilities were exchanged, and he promised to convey the conditions required by the chief to the queen. Though those conditions were no more than justice and sound policy ought to have induced the sovereign to grant, Elizabeth regarded it as treason on the part of Essex, even to listen to them, and she expressed herself in that spirit to the unfortunate viceroy. The fiery and impetuous earl was infuriated, in his turn, at the reports that were conveyed to him of the practices against him in the English cabinet. He was accused of aiming at making himself King of Ireland with the assistance of Tyrone, nay, even of aspiring to the crown of England, and that he was plotting to bring over a wild Irish army to dethrone the queen. Elizabeth's health suffered in consequence of the ferment in which her spirits were kept, and the agonizing conflict of her mind between love and hatred. She removed to her fairy palace of Nonsuch for a change of air, and hearing soon after that a rumour of her death had got into circulation, she was somewhat troubled, and would often murmur to herself, Mortua sed non sepulta, dead but not buried. Elizabeth suffered from needless anxiety at this period. The new king of Spain, Philip III., had indeed sent a formidable expedition to sea, with the declared purpose of attempting a descent on some part of her dominions. Ireland was the weak point, which the disaffection produced by misgovernment rendered vulnerable, and it was artfully insinuated to her majesty that Essex was a traitor at heart. But with such an admiral as the Earl of Nottingham, she had no cause to fear the Spanish fleet, and the treasons of Essex existed only in the malignant representations of Sir Robert Cecil, Raleigh, and Cobham. She wrote, however, in so bitter a style to Essex, that he fancied her letters were composed by Raleigh. He perceived that his ruin was determined by the powerful junta of foes who guided the council, and had poisoned the royal ear against him. In an evil hour he determined to return, and plead his own cause to his royal mistress, in the fond idea that her own tenderness would second his personal eloquence. At first he is said to have resolved to bring a body of troops with him for the security of his own person, but from this unlawful purpose he was dissuaded by Sir Christopher Blount, his mother's husband, and his more prudent advisers. On the 28th of September he arrived in London, and learning that the queen was at Nonsuch, he hastily crossed the ferry at Lambeth, attended by only 6 persons, and seized for his own use the horses of some gentlemen, which were waiting there for their masters. He learned from one of his friends that his great enemy, Lord Grey of Wilton, was on the road before him, and that he was posting to Cecil to announce his arrival. It was this adverse circumstance which precipitated the fate of Essex, who, urged by the natural impetuosity of his character, spurred on through mud and mire at headlong speed, in the vain hope of overtaking his foe, that he might be the first to bring the news of his return to court. Grey had the start of him, and being probably better mounted, won the fierce race, and had already been closeted a full quarter of an hour with Cecil when Essex arrived at the palace. It was then about 10 o'clock in the morning, and the rash Essex, without pausing for a moment's consideration, rushed into the privy chamber to seek the queen. Not finding her there, he determined at all hazards to obtain an interview before his enemies should have barred his access to her presence, and all breathless, disordered, and travel-stained, as he was, his very face being covered with spots of mud, he burst unannounced into her bedchamber, flung himself on his knees before her, and covered her hands with kisses. The queen, who was newly risen, and in the hands of her tirewomen, with her hair about her face, and least of all dreaming of seeing him, was taken by surprise, and moved by his passionate deportment and his caresses, gave him a kinder reception than he had anticipated, for when he retired from the royal penetralia to make his toilet, he was very cheerful, and thanked God that after so many troublous storms abroad he had found a sweet calm at home. The wonder of the court gossips was less excited at the unauthorized return of the Lord Deputy of Ireland than that he should have ventured to present himself before the fastidious queen in such a state of disarray. All were watching the progress of this acted romance in breathless excitement, and when the queen granted a second interview within the hour to the adventurous earl, after he had changed his dress, the general opinion was that love would prevail over every other feeling in the bosom of their royal mistress. The time-serving worldlings then ventured to pay their court to him, and he discoursed pleasantly to all but the Cecil party. In the evening, when he sought the queen's presence again, he found her countenance changed. She spoke to him sternly, and ordered him to answer to her council, who had prepared to investigate his conduct, and in the meantime bade him confine himself to his apartment. The following day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the earl was summoned to go through his first ordeal. When he entered, the lords of the council rose and saluted him, but reseated themselves while he remained standing bareheaded at the end of the board, to answer to the charges that were exhibited against him by Mr. Secretary Cecil, who was seated at the other end, to wit, his disobedience to her majesty's instructions in regard to Ireland, his presumptuous letters written to her while there, his making so many idle nights, his contemptuous disregard of his duty in returning without leave, and last, not least, his overbold going to her majesty's presence in her bedchamber. This was, indeed, an offense not likely to be forgiven by a royal coquette of 68, who, though painfully conscious of the ravages of time, was ambitious of maintaining the reputation for perennial beauty, and had been surprised by him, whom, in spite of all his offenses, she still regarded with fond but resentful passion, at her private morning toilet, undighted and uncoiffed, in the most mortifying state of disarray, with her thin grey locks dishevelled and hanging about her haggard countenance, ere she had time to deliberate in which of her 80 wigs of various hues it would please her to receive the homage of her deceitful courtiers that day. That incident certainly sealed the fate of the luckless Essex, though the intrigues of his enemies and his own defective temper combined with many other circumstances to prepare the way for his fall. After the lords of the council had communicated their report to the queen, she sent word that she would pause and consider his answers, and he continued under confinement, while his enemies dined merrily together. On the following Monday he was committed to the Lord Keeper's charge at York House, and the queen removed to Richmond. She openly manifested great displeasure against Essex, and when the old lady Walsingham made humble suit to her that she would please to give him leave to write to his lady, who had just given birth to an infant, in this season of fear and trembling, and was much troubled that she neither saw nor heard from him, her majesty would not grant this request, so much was her heart hardened against him. His very servants, says Rowland White, are afraid to meet in any place to make merry, lest it might be taken ill. At the court, my lady Scroop is alone noticed to stand firm to him. She endures much at her majesty's hands, because she doth daily do all the kind offices of love to the queen in his behalf. She wears all black, she mourns, and is pensive, and joys in nothing, but in a solitary being alone, and it is sought she says much that few but herself would venture to say. Elisabeth did not confine her anger to Essex. Her godson, Harrington, whom she had sent out to be a spy on him, instead of fulfilling her wishes in that respect, lived on terms of the most affectionate confidence with the luckless Lord Deputy, had gone with him to confer with Tyrone, had presented a copy of his translation of Aristio to the youthful heir of that valiant rebel chief, had received knighthood from the sword of the Lord Deputy, and finally attended him on his unauthorized return to England. The first time Harrington entered her majesty's presence after his return, she frowned and said, "What? Did the fool bring you too? Go back to your business." His description of her demeanour in a letter to another friend reminds one of that of an angry lioness, such indeed as left no doubt. He slyly observes, "Whose daughter she was, she chafed much," says he, "walked fastly to and fro, looked with discomposure in her visage, and, I remember, she catched my girdle when I kneeled to her, and swore, 'By God's son, I am no queen. That man is above me. Who gave him command to come here so soon? I did send him on other business.' It was long before more gracious discourse did fall to my hearing, but I was then put out of my trouble and bid go home. I did not stay to be bidden twice. If all the Irish rebels had been at my heels, I should not have made better speed, for I did now flee from one whom I both loved and feared. I came to court," writes he to another friend, "in the very heat and height of all displeasures. After I had been there but an hour, I was threatened with the Fleet. I answered poetically, that coming so late from the land service, I hoped I should not be pressed to serve her majesty's fleet in Fleet Street. After 3 days, every man wondered to see me at liberty, but though in conscience there was neither rhyme nor reason to punish me for going to see Tyrone, yet if my rhyme had not been better liked than my reason, when I gave the young Lord Dungannon an Aristio, I think I had lain by the heels for it. But I had this good fortune, that after 4 or 5 days the queen had talked of me, and twice talked to me, though very briefly. At last she gave me a full and very gracious audience in the withdrawing chamber at Whitehall, where, herself being accuser, judge, and witness, I was cleared and graciously dismissed. What should I say? I seemed to myself like St. Paul, wrapped up in the third heaven, where he hears words not to be uttered by men, for neither must I utter what I then heard. Until I come to heaven, I shall never come before a statelier judge again, nor one that can temper majesty, wisdom, learning, choler, and favor better than her highness." Harrington had kept a journal of the campaign against the Irish rebel, which, as he said, he intended no eyes to have seen but his own and his children, but the queen had insisted on seeing it in such a peremptory manner that he dared not refuse. "I even now," writes he, so long after the matter as 1606, "almost tremble to rehearse her highness's displeasure thereat. She swore with an awful oath, that we were all idle knaves, and the Lord Deputy Essex worse, for wasting our time and her commands in such wise as my journal doth write of. I could have told her highness of such difficulties, straits, and annoyances as did not appear therein to her eyes, and I found could not be brought to her ear, for her choler did outrun all reason, though I did meet it second hand, for what show she at first gave my lord deputy on his return was far more grievous, as will appear in good time. I marvel to think what strange humours do conspire to patch up the natures of some minds." Essex, as usual, fell sick on these displeasures, and his doctors wished that Dr. Bruin, his own private physician, might be summoned to his assistance, but the queen would not permit him to have personal access to the earl, though she licensed a consultation between him and the other doctors. He had so frequently excited the queen's sympathy on former occasions by feigning sickness when only troubled with ill humour, that now she would not believe in the reality of his indisposition. Tilts and tourneys, and all sorts of pageants, were prepared by the adverse party to amuse the queen's mind, and to divert the attention of the people from watching the slowly but surely progressing tragedy of the fallen favourite. On her majesty's birthday, Essex addressed the following pathetic letter to his wrathful sovereign. "Vouchsafe, dread sovereign, to know there lives a man, though dead to the world, and in himself exercised with continued torments of mind and body, that doth more true honour to your thrice blessed day than all those that appear in your sight. For no soul had ever such an impression of your perfections, no alteration showed such an effect of your power, nor no heart ever felt such a joy of your triumph. For they that feel the comfortable influence of your majesty's favour, or stand in the bright beams of your presence, rejoice partly for your majesty's, but chiefly for their own happiness. Only miserable Essex, full of pain, full of sickness, full of sorrow, languishing in repentance for his offences past, hateful to himself that he is yet alive, and importunate on death, if your favour be irrevocable, he joys only for your majesty's great happiness and happy greatness, and were the rest of his days never so many, and sure to be as happy as they are like to be miserable, he would lose them all to have this happy 17th day many and many times renewed with glory to your majesty, and comfort of all your faithful subjects, of whom none is accursed but your majesty's humblest vassal, Essex." The queen was resolute in her anger, notwithstanding all submissions. The sorrowful Countess of Essex sent her majesty a fair jewel, but it was rejected. On the Sunday afterwards, she came to court all in black, everything she wore being under the value of £5, and proceeded to Lady Huntingdon's chamber to implore her to move her majesty for leave to visit her husband, whom she heard had been in extremity the night before. Lady Huntingdon did not dare to see the countess herself, but sent word to her that she would find a means of making her petition known. The answer returned was, that she must attend her majesty's pleasure by the lords of the council, and come no more to court. It was taken ill that she had presumed to come, in her agony at that time. The weather had proved unfavourable for the tournament prepared by the foes of Essex in honour of the queen's accession, but it took place on her name day, November 19th, when there were tilts and running at the ring, and the queen gave Lord Mountjoy her glove. Lord Compton, on that day, came before her majesty dressed like a fisherman, with 6 men clad in motley, his caparisons all of net, having caught a frog, a device that bore significant allusion to the luckless Essex, then entangled in the meshes of his foes' subtle intrigues against him. On the 21st they tilted again, and on that day the French ambassador Boulais, who received instructions from King Henry to intercede for Essex, if he saw a fitting opportunity, gives the following particulars of his interviews with Queen Elizabeth and the state of affairs in England. I waited upon the Queen yesterday in the house of a gentleman near Richmond, where she was enjoying the pleasures of the chase. My visit was to receive her commands, and to communicate the intelligence I had received from your Majesty. She was not sorry that I should see her hunting equipage and her hunting dress, for in truth, she does not appear with less grace in the field than in her palace, and besides, she was in a very good humour. The Privy Council had gravely considered the case of the Earl of Essex, and it was determined, without an opposing voice, that he has well and faithfully served the Queen, and that even his return, though it was contrary to the orders of the Queen, yet it had been done with good intention. They had communicated their decision to the Queen, but she was not satisfied with it. She holds a court every day and says, that she will allow the present tournament in commemoration of her coronation to continue, that it may clearly appear her court can do without the Earl of Essex. Many consider that she will remain a long time in this humour, and I see nobody here who is not accustomed to obey, and the actions of the Queen are never mentioned but in terms of the highest respect. November 28th. Having been informed that the Queen would return to this city the day before yesterday, I went to meet her at Chelsea, where she had already arrived to dinner. The Admiral had invited me as a guest, and received me with all possible courtesy. The Queen also showed that the performance of this duty on my part was not disagreeable to her, which even last year I wished to perform, having understood that the ambassadors of your Majesty residing here have frequently done so. I remained always near the Queen, and accompanied her to Westminster, where she did not arrive till night. The Queen made her entrance with much magnificence. She was in a litter richly adorned, and followed by a great number of earls, barons, gentlemen, and ladies, all well dressed and on horseback. The officers of the crown, such as the Admiral, the Grand Treasurer, and the Chamberlain, were near her person. The Earl of Derby, descended from one of the sisters of King Henry VIII, and who might, after the decease of the Queen, advance pretensions to the crown, carried the sword of state. The Earl of Worcester, performing the office of Grand Esquire instead of the Earl of Essex, held the bridle of her hackney, and all the cavalcade was bareheaded. The mayor of the city, whose authority is very great, came to meet her with 700 or 800 citizens, every one wearing a chain of gold round his neck. People were dispersed in the fields on each side of the road, and they made the air ring with their good wishes and acclamations, which the Queen received with a cheerful countenance, and frequently halted to speak to them and to thank them, so that it was pleasant to see these mutual proofs of affection between the people and the Queen. She has been advised in future to remain longer in this city than usual, that she might, by the influence of her presence, destroy the credit of those whom it is said have too much influence with the people. The Earl of Essex is not mentioned at court. He is still confined, and I do not perceive that his liberation is an object of much consideration. Essex, meantime, refused food, but drank to excess, which increased his fever of mind and body, and as if it had not been enough, he sent for 8 physicians, and talked of making his will. The Queen then gave him leave to take the air in the garden. It was even thought he would be removed to his own house, or that of the Lord Treasurer, Buckhurst, for the Lord Keeper and his wife were both indisposed, and heartily sick of their charge. His sisters, the Ladies Cumberland and Rich, came to court, all in black, to make humble supplication to the Queen, that he might be removed to a better air as soon as he was capable of being moved, for now, indeed, his sickness was no pretence. My Lady Essex, says White, rises almost every day as soon as light to go to my Lord Treasurer's and Sir John Fortescue on behalf of her lord, for to this court she may not come. On the 2nd Sunday in December, the Earl received the communion, and his lady obtained leave to see him, but found him so reduced by grief of mind and body, that when he was removed out of bed, it could only be done by lifting him in the sheets. Little hope was entertained of his recovery. After he had received the sacrament, Essex sent back to her Majesty his 2 patents of the horse and the ordnance, which she returned to him again. His commission of Earl Marshal, it was understood, he should retain for life. On the 13th of December, the French ambassador wrote to his sovereign that there were divisions in the council touching Essex, some urging the queen to forgive him, and others to take his life; that a warrant had been made out for his removal to the Tower, and twice brought to the queen, and twice she had refused to sign it. It appeared to me, continues his excellency, who certainly took a very friendly part towards the unfortunate earl, that the time was come when I could make use of the influence of your majesty's name, which I made known to Essex. He sent to me 2 days afterwards to say, that if by my mediation he was not released, he knew no other means which could be of service, requesting me to speak to the queen as soon as possible. I sent the next day to ask for an audience, which was granted, but the Earl of Essex informed me that a change had taken place in his affairs, and desired that I would not mention his name. He had been told that the queen was inclined to grant his liberty. At all events, I was glad to be excused from speaking to her about him, not doubting that but he will hereafter have sufficient occasion for my interference. And in fact, the day following, he sent to inform me that he expected to be sent to the Tower, and entreated me to do everything in my power to avert this stroke. I therefore went yesterday to see the queen, and after having conversed with her on various subjects, I said, that your majesty, as the most affectionate of her friends, partook in all her sorrows, and felt much regret at the dissatisfaction she had conceived towards the Earl of Essex, both for the injury which that circumstance might produce in her health and in her affairs, your majesty not wishing to interfere further than you would desire she would do on a like occasion. I entreated her to consider duly which would be the most expedient, to persist in the punishment of the Earl of Essex, and lose, by so doing, one of her best servants and ministers, and prolonging a dangerous and hazardous war in Ireland, or, being satisfied with a moderate punishment, make the earl more careful and more capable hereafter of doing her services, and by this means put an end to the war and save her country. I touched on the graces and favors which she had received from heaven, and how much prudence was the shield of princes, and which she had so frequently employed towards her greatest enemies. I also spoke to her of the services of the earl, which did not permit the suspicion that the fault which he had committed could proceed from any evil design, and at length I told her, that your majesty advised her to do as you had done, that is to say, to forgive freely, and to assure, by this means, the goodwill and fidelity of her subjects. And if, besides these considerations, she would have any regard to the recommendation which your majesty offered in the favor of the earl, you would consider it as a signal favor, and that you would acknowledge it by any other pleasure or office which she would desire. She heard me patiently, and then said, but not without emotion, that she entreated your majesty not to judge of the fact, without being well informed, that the earl had so ill conducted himself in his charge, despising the orders and regulations which he had received from her, that Ireland was in great danger, that he had conferred with the chief of the rebels, without preserving the honour or the dignity of the crown, and that he had, at last, returned to England against her express commands, and had abandoned the army and the country to the mercy of her enemies, which were acts that deserved punishment, which she had not yet inflicted, for the earl was well lodged in the house of one of his friends, where he had a good chamber and a gallery to walk in. She said, she would consider hereafter what she ought to do, but she begged your majesty to retain your good opinion of her. The narrative of this remarkable conference between Queen Elizabeth and Boulais, while it proves that Henry IV felt a personal friendship for the unfortunate earl, and was desirous of saving him, shows also that Elizabeth had greatly softened in her resentment against Essex, and that she only intended to humble him. She desired that his 8 doctors might hold a consultation on the state of his health, and send her their opinion. Their statement of his maladies was so serious that her majesty became very pensive, and sent Dr. James, her own physician, to him, with some broth and a message, bidding him comfort himself, and that, if it were not inconsistent with her honour, she would have come to visit him herself. It was noted that her eyes were full of tears when she uttered these gracious words, The earl appeared to take comfort from this message, but it was feared it was too late, as he appeared almost past hope. The queen commanded that he should be removed from the room in which he then lay to the Lord Keeper's own chamber, and she permitted his sorrowful lady to come to him every morning and remain till night. On the 19th of December, there was so general a report of his death that the bells tolled for him. On the Sunday following, he was prayed for in all the churches in London. Very severe things were written upon the white walls at court against Sir Robert Cecil's conduct on this occasion. Another change in the queen's mind appeared at this time, and she discontinued her inquiries after the health of the unfortunate earl. Having been oft deceived by him before as to pretenses of sickness, she was now persuaded this was a feint. The ministers were commanded to discontinue their public prayers at church in his behalf. Too much of politics had, indeed, been mixed up in these supplications, according to the customs of those times, when the pulpit was made the ready vehicle of party agitation. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 12, Part 2. The Queen was, besides, deeply exasperated at the publication of Hayward's History of Henry IV of England, which appeared just at this unlucky juncture, written in Latin, and dedicated to the Earl of Essex. Some passages, touching the misgovernment of Richard II, and the pernicious influence of his unworthy favourites, which led to the fall of that prince, and the elevation of his popular kinsman to the throne, she chose to construe into reflections on herself and her cabinet. It is impossible to imagine how this mighty sovereign could fancy that any analogy could be supposed to exist between her conduct and that of so imbecile a monarch as Richard, but so it was. And in her first storm of anger, she ordered Hayward to be committed to prison, and, sending for Francis Bacon, she asked him, whether he could not find something in the book that might be construed into treason? No treason, replied Bacon, but many felonies. How? Said the queen. Yes, madam, rejoined Bacon, many apparent thefts from Cornelius Tacitus. This playful subterfuge did not satisfy Elisabeth. Hayward had formerly written in her praise, and she suspected that he had now merely lent his name to cover the mischievous opinions of some other person, and signified her desire that he should be put to the rack, in order to make him confess whether he were the author or no. Nay, madam, replied the calm philosopher, he is a doctor. Never rack his person, but rack his style. Let him have pen, ink, and paper, and the help of books, and be enjoined to continue the story where it breaketh off, and I will undertake, by collating the styles, to judge whether he were the author or no. Lord Hunsdon, in one of his letters, written during the heyday of Leicester's favour, many years before this period, sarcastically observes, in allusion to his own want of interest at court, I never was one of Richard II's men. Some political publication had therefore previously appeared, comparing the system of favoritism in Elizabeth's reign with that of Richard, which had rendered her sensitive on the subject. A remarkable proof of her soreness on that point is observable in the course of her conversation with that learned antiquarian lawyer, Lambarde, when he waited upon her in her privy chamber at Greenwich Palace to present his Pandecta of the Tower Records. Her Majesty graciously received the volume with her own hand, saying, You intended to present this book to me by the Countess of Warwick, but I will none of that. For if any subject of mine do me service, I will thankfully accept it from his own hands. Then opening the book, she said, You shall see that I can read. And so, in an audible voice, read over the epistle and the title, so readily and so distinctly pointed, that it might perfectly appear that she well understood and conceived the same. Then she descended from the beginning of King John to the end of Richard III, 66 pages, containing a period of 286 years. In the first page, she demanded the meaning of oblata carte, litere clause, and litere patines. Lambarde explained the meaning of these words, and Her Majesty said she would be a scholar in her age, and thought it no scorn to learn during her life, being of the mind of that philosopher, who in his last years begun with the Greek alphabet. Then she proceeded to further pages and asked, what were ordinationes parlamenta, rotulas cambii, radices nes? Lambarde having explained these documentary terms to Her Majesty's full satisfaction, she touched on the reign of Richard II, saying, I am Richard II. Know ye not that? Such a wicked imagination, replied Lambarde, was determined and attempted by a most unkind gentleman, the most adorned creature that ever your Majesty made. He that will forget God, rejoined Her Majesty, will also forget his benefactors. Here is a decided allusion to Essex on the part of both Lambarde and the Queen, but some mystery, as yet unexplained, is glanced at by Her Majesty in the remark with which she concludes. This tragedy, quaere, was played 40 times in open streets and houses. It could not be Shakespeare's tragedy of Richard II, which is far too loyal in its sentiments to have displeased the Queen, and of which she might, in the poet's own words, have said, what's Hecuba to me, or I to Hecuba? It is more probable that some dramatic pasquinade of the Punchinello class, satirizing the Queen and her ministers, had been got up for the edification of street audiences, and to excite their passions, bearing on the practices of Cecil and Raleigh against Essex, who was the idol of the people. The Queen continued to turn over the leaves of Lambarde's Pandecta and asked, what was praestita? Lambarde told her, it meant moneys lent by her progenitors to their subjects, but with good bond for repayment. So, observes Her Majesty, did my good grandfather Henry VII, sparing to dissipate his treasure or his lands. Then, returning to Richard II, she asked, whether Lambarde had seen any true picture or lively representation of his countenance or person? None, he replied, but such as be in common hands. Then Her Majesty said, the Lord Lumley, a lover of antiquities, discovered it, the original portrait of Richard, fastened on the backside of a base room, which he presented to me, praying with my good leave, that I might put it in order with his ancestors and successors. I will command Thomas Knevet, keeper of my house and gallery at Westminster, to show it unto thee. Then she turned to the rolls entitled Rome, Vascon, Aquitaniae, Franciae, Scotiae, Wallais, and Hiberniae. Lambarde expounded these to be records of estate and negotiations with foreign princes or countries. The Queen inquired, if redises nes were unlawful, and forcible throwing men out of their lawful possessions? Yea, replied the learned lawyer, and therefore these be the rolls of fines assessed and levied upon such wrongdoers, as well for their great and wilful contempt of the crown and royal dignity, as disturbance of common justice. In those days, observed Elisabeth, force and arms did prevail, but now the wit of the fox is everywhere on foot, so as hardly one faithful or virtuous may be found. Then, having finished looking through the volume, in which, like the great and popular sovereign that she had manifested an interest, at once worthy of the representative of the ancient monarchs of the land she ruled, and gratifying to the learned author, who had employed so much time and patient research for her instruction. She commended the work, observes Lambarde, not only for the pains therein taken, but also for that she had not received, since her first coming to the crown, any one thing that brought therewith so great a delectation to her. And so, being called away to prayer, she put the book in her bosom, having forbidden me from the first to fall on my knee before her, concluding, farewell, good and honest Lambarde. The delighted old man only survived this conversation a few days, but the royal graciousness had shed a bright and cheering warmth round his heart, which must have given fervor to his dying oraisons in her behalf. Very different was the conduct of the great Elisabeth in her occasional intercourse with the literary characters of her day from that of Marie Antoinette, the unfortunate consort of Louis XVI, who had the ill taste, and surely it may be added, the ill luck, to disgust persons, who, by the magic of a few strokes of the pen, occasionally conjure up storms, which put down the mighty from their seat, and change the fate of empires. Madame de Campan attributed much of the unpopularity of that unhappy queen to her neglect of the great writers of the age. When Marmontel was introduced to her, together with a composer who had arranged the music of one of the popular operas written by that author, her majesty bestowed all her commendations and tokens of favor on the musician, and scarcely condescended to address a word to the man who had written Belisarius. She thus lost the opportunity of propitiating a writer whose powerful pen might have done more for her in the time of her adversity than all the fiddlers in Christendom. History has told a different tale of the career of these princesses, and with reason. But to return to the luckless Essex. He now humbled his proud spirit so far as to write the following supplicatory letters in the hope of mollifying his once loving queen. My dear, my gracious, and my admired sovereign is semper Adam. It cannot be, but that she will hear the sighs and groans, and read the lamentations and humble petitions of the afflicted. Therefore, O paper, whensoever her eyes vouchsafe to behold thee, say, that death is the end of all worldly misery, but continual indignation makes misery perpetual. That present misery is never intolerable to them that are stayed by future hope, but affliction that is unseen is commanded to despair, that nature, youth, and physic have had many strong encounters, but if my sovereign will forget me, I have nourished these contentions too long, for in this exile of mine eyes, if mine humble letters find not access, no death can be so speedy as it shall be welcome to me. Your majesty's humblest vassal, Essex. When the creature entereth into account with the Creator, it can never number in how many things it needs mercy, or in how many it receives it. But he that is best stored must still say, Da nobis hodie, and he that hath showed much thankfulness must ask again, Quid retribuamos? And I can no sooner finish this my first audit, most dear and most admired sovereign, but I come to consider how large a measure of his grace, and how great a resemblance of his power, God hath given you upon earth, and how many ways he giveth occasion to you to exercise these divine offices upon us that are your vassals. This confession best fitteth me of all men, and this confession is most joyfully and most humbly now made by me of all times. I acknowledge, upon the knees of my heart, your majesty's infinite goodness, in granting my humble petition. God, who seeth all, is witness how faithfully I do vow to dedicate the rest of my life, next after my highest duty, in obedience, faith, and zeal, to your majesty, without admitting any other worldly care, and whatsoever your majesty resolveth to do with me, I shall live and die. Your majesty's humblest vassal, Essex. No whit moved with these pathetic appeals, Elisabeth kept her Christmas with more than ordinary festivity this year, and appeared much in public. Almost every night her majesty is in presence, writes Rowland White, to see the ladies dance the new and old country dances with tabor and pipe. Here was an exceeding rich New Year's gift presented, which came, as it were, in a cloud, no one knows how, which is neither received nor rejected, and is in the hands of Mr. Comptroller. It comes from the poor earl, the downfall of fortune, as it is thought. His friends hope that he shall be removed to his own house, or to Mr. Comptroller's. He begins to recover, for he is able to sit up, and to eat at table. His lady comes to him every morning at 7, and stays till 6, which is said to be the full time limited for her abode there. The ladies, his sisters, my lady Walsingham, and his son, have no liberty to go to see him as yet. On the 12th of January, White notices the further recovery of the earl, and that his New Year's gift was not accepted, and that it was supposed he would be removed to the Tower. Lady Rich, pursues our authority. earnestly supplicates for leave to visit him. She writes her majesty many letters, sends many jewels and presents. Her letters are read, her presents received, but no leave granted. The lady Leicester sent the queen a rich New Year's gift, which was well taken. 12 days after, he records the death of Lady Egerton, the Lord Keeper's wife, and the discontent of that officer that his house had so long been made into a prison for the Earl of Essex, who had been in close confinement there for 17 weeks. The earl, being still in Lord Egerton's house, went to comfort him, for he was so abandoned to sorrow that he refused to sit in council or to attend to chancery business. On which the queen sent the afflicted widower a gracious message of condolence, but accompanied with an intimation that private sorrow ought not to interfere with public business. Lady Leicester came up to court to petition the queen for her son's liberty, or at least that he might be removed into a better air. On the 24th of February, Werekin, the Flemish envoy, was introduced to the queen, who, as he came from the Archduke Albert, on the part of Spain, held a very grand court for his reception. The anteroom was crowded with ladies and gentlemen, and an extraordinary number of her guards, and the presence chamber filled with her great ladies and the fair maids, attired all in white, and exceedingly brave. And so he passed to the privy chamber and to the withdrawing room, where he delivered his letters. The queen was very pleasant, and told him she would consider his letters, and he should hear from her again, adding, that she had heard he was very desirous to see her, therefore was the more welcome. It is true, said he, that I long to undertake this journey to see your majesty, who, for beauty and wisdom, do excel all other princes of the world, and I acknowledge myself exceedingly bound to them who sent me for the happiness I now enjoy. Though Elisabeth was fast approaching to the age of 70, the ambassador still complimented her charms. Werekin had no full powers to conclude a treaty, which Elisabeth and her ministers soon fathomed, and instead of giving him any decisive answer to his demands, amused him by feasting him and showing him the sights of London. Sir Walter Raleigh attended him to show him Westminster Abbey with the tombs and other singularities of the place. And a few days after the Lord Chamberlain's players acted before him Sir John Oldcastle, or the Merry Wives of Windsor, to his great contentment. This comedy is said to have been written by Shakespeare at the desire of Queen Elizabeth, who was so infinitely delighted with the character of Falstaff, under his original name of Sir John Oldcastle, in Henry IV, that she wished to see him represented as a lover. A determination being now formed to bring Essex before the Star Chamber, his wife was forbidden to come to him any more till the queen's further pleasure was known, on which she wept piteously. The earl had then recovered his health, and was able to take daily air and exercise in the garden. He wrote a very submissive letter to the queen, entreating that he might not be dealt with by the Star Chamber, and for a while his prayer was granted. A few days after, some offense was taken by the queen, because his lady, his mother, the Earl of Southampton, and some others of his devoted friends, went to a house that commanded a view into York Gardens, where he was accustomed to walk, and saluted him from a window, so that he perceived and returned their greeting. Towards the end of February, Lady Rich, unconscious that her secret correspondence, defaming her royal mistress to the King of Scots, and exposing all her traits of vanity, was in Cecil's possession, wrote a letter to the queen in behalf of her brother, so grossly adulatory that her majesty could not but regard it in the light of an insult. There was withal a passage in allusion to the earl's personal attendance on her majesty, which appeared to contain a very questionable insinuation. Not contented with writing this dangerous letter, she was guilty of the folly of making it public by reading it to her friends, on which Elizabeth ordered her to confine herself to her own house, and talked of sending her to the Tower, and bringing the affair before the Star Chamber. Lady Rich's letter is too long to insert, but the following passage may serve as a sample of the style in which the treacherous Rialta ventured to address the royal mistress, whom she ridiculed and defamed to a foreign court. Early did I hope this morning to have had mine eyes blessed with your majesty's beauty, but seeing the sun depart into a cloud, and meeting with spirits that did presage by the wheels of their chariot some thunder in the air, I must complain and express my fears to the high majesty and divine oracle, from whence I received a doubtful answer, unto whose power I must sacrifice again the tears and prayers of the afflicted, that must despair in time, if it be too soon to importune heaven when we feel the misery of hell, or that words directed to the sacred wisdom should be out of season, delivered for my unfortunate brother, whom all men have liberty to defame, as if his offense was capital, and he so base, dejected a creature, that his life, his love, his service to your beauties and the state, had deserved no absolution after so hard punishment, or so much as to answer in your fair presence, who would vouchsafe more justice and favor than he can expect of partial judges, or those combined enemies, that labor on false grounds to build his ruin, urging his faults as criminal to your divine honor, thinking it a heaven to blaspheme heaven. The unfortunate Essex, while he labored to defend himself from his wily foes, had little idea whence the undercurrent flowed that had wrecked his fortunes, and forever. Lady Leicester, Lady Essex, Lord and Lady Southampton, Mr. Greville, and Mr. Bacon were, on the 15th of March, by her Majesty's command, removed from Essex House, and on the 16th, Maundy Thursday, Essex was brought there as a prisoner, under the charge of Sir Richard Berkeley, who took possession of all the keys of the house, and dismissed all the servants but one or two, who were permitted to attend to the diet and apparel of their unfortunate master. Lady Essex was allowed to visit him in the daytime. Our indefatigable court newsman, Rowland White, records the following circumstance soon after. Lady Leicester hath now a gown in hand to send to the queen, will cost her £100 at least. On the 30th of March, the Lady Scudamore presented it to the queen, who liked it well, but would neither accept nor reject it, and observed, that things standing as they did at present, it was not fit for her to desire what she did, namely, to come into her presence and kiss her majesty's hands. The queen, having formed an intention of bringing Essex before the Star Chamber, opened her design to Mr. Francis Bacon, and said, whatever she did should be for his chastisement, not for his destruction. Bacon, who was greatly averse to this method of proceeding, remonstrated playfully but strongly against it in these words: Madam, if you will have me to speak to you in this argument, I must speak as Friar Bacon's head spake, that said, time is, and then time was, and time would never be again. For certainly it is now far too late, the matter is old, and hath taken up too much wind. Her Majesty seemed offended at this, and rose up with the intention of pursuing her own plan. In the beginning of midsummer term, Bacon, finding her in the same mind, said to her, why, madam, if you needs must have a proceeding, it were best to have it in some such sort as Ovid spake of his mistress, est aliquid luci patente minus, to make a council table matter of it and end. The queen, however, determined to proceed, and Bacon, notwithstanding all his obligations to Essex, consented to lend the aid of his powerful pen in drawing up the declaration against him. His proper office would have been to defend his unfortunate friend, but he could not resist the temptations offered by the queen, who was determined to enlist his talents on her side. She directed every clause with vindictive care, and made several alterations with her own hand, and even after the paper was printed, her Majesty who, as Bacon observes, if she was excellent in great things, was exquisite in small, noted that he had styled the unfortunate nobleman my Lord of Essex, objected to this courtesy, and would have him only called Essex, or the late Earl of Essex. On the 12th of May, Elisabeth recreated herself with seeing a Frenchman perform feats upon a rope, and on the following day she commanded the bears, the bull and an ape, to be baited in the tilt-yard. The day after, solemn dancing was appointed. Meantime, the unfortunate Essex wrote to her this touching letter. Vouchsafe, most dear and most admired sovereign, to receive this humblest acknowledgment of your Majesty's most faithful vassal. Your Majesty's gracious message stayed me from death when I gasped for life. Your princely and compassionate increasing of my liberty hath enabled me to wrestle with my many infirmities, which else long ere this had made an end of me. And now this farther degree of goodness, in favourably removing me to my own house, doth sound in mine ears, as if your majesty spake these words: Die not, Essex, for though I punish thine offence, and humble thee for thy good, yet I will one day be served again by thee. And my prostrate soul makes this answer: I hope for that blessed day. All my afflictions of body and mind are humbly, patiently, and cheerfully borne by your majesty's humblest vassal, Essex. The queen then said, that her purpose was to make him know himself and his duty to her, and that she would again use his service. On the 5th of June, Essex was examined before the commissioners appointed to try his cause. The earl kneeled at the end of the council board, and had a bundle of papers in his hand, which sometimes he put in his hat, which was on the ground by him. He defended himself very mildly and discreetly, but many, who were present, wept to see him in such misery. When he was accused of treason, he said, he had been willing to admit all the errors of judgment and conduct into which he had fallen, but now his honour and conscience were called in question. He added, I should do God and mine own conscience wrong if I do not justify myself as an honest man. Then taking his George in his hand and pressing it to his heart, he said, This hand shall put out this heart when any disloyal thought shall enter it. The examination lasted from 9 in the morning till 8 at night, he sometimes kneeling, sometimes standing, and occasionally leaning against a cupboard, till at last he had a stool given him by desire of the Archbishop of Canterbury. After Essex had gone through the mortifying scene before the council, he implored the lords to intercede with the queen, that she would be pleased to extend her grace to him. The next day, Francis Bacon, though employed to plead against him, attended her majesty with the earnest intention of moving her to forgiveness. You have now, madam, said he, obtained the victory over two things, which the greatest princes cannot at their will subdue. The one is over fame, the other is over a great mind. For surely the world is now, I hope, reasonably satisfied, and for my lord, he did show that humiliation towards your majesty, as I am persuaded he was never in his lifetime more fit for your majesty's favour than he is now. He urged her majesty to forgive and receive him. She took Bacon's special pleading in good part, and ordered him to set down all the proceedings at York House in writing, which were afterwards read to her by him, and when he came to set forth Essex's answer, she was greatly touched with kindness and relenting towards him, and observed to Bacon, how well he had expressed that part, adding that she perceived old love would not easily be forgotten. Bacon said, he hoped by that she meant her own, and strenuously advised her to let the matter go no further. Why, concluded he, should you now do that popularly which you would not admit to be done judicially? While the fate of Essex yet hung on the balance, Elizabeth amused herself with presiding over the wedlock of her favourite maid of honour, Anne Russell. This marriage was attended with more gracious condescension than Elizabeth was wont to bestow on those of her household who chose to enter into the pale of matrimony. Mrs. Anne Russell, says White, went from court upon Monday last with 18 coaches. The like hath never been seen among the maids of honour. The queen in public used to her as gracious speeches as have been heard of any, and commanded all her maids to accompany her to London. So did all the lords of the court. Her majesty is to be at her marriage. Every dell and hill about Greenwich and Blackheath is classic ground, trod by the footsteps of England's Elizabeth, scenes where she walked and meditated and resolved her great measures for public weal, or matured the little household plots which agitated the undercurrent of her domestic history. The queen at Greenwich uses to walk much in the park, and takes great walks out of the park and round about the park, and this, as Rowland White observes, while the poor Earl of Essex was a prisoner in his own house, and she was debating his fate in her breast, but she seemed to think of nothing but Anne Russell's wedding with Lord Herbert. Her majesty is in very good health, pursues White. and purposes to honor Mrs. Anne Russell's marriage with her presence. My Lord Cobham prepares his house for her majesty to lie or lodge in, because it is near the bride's house. There is to be a memorable masque of 8 ladies. They have a strange dance, newly invented. Their attire is this: each lady hath a skirt of cloth of silver, a rich waistcoat, wrought with silks and gold and silver, and their hair loose about their shoulders, curiously knotted. The maskers are my Lady Dorothy, Mrs. Fitton, Mrs. Carey, Mrs. Bess Russell, etc. These 8 dance to the music Apollo brings, and there is a fine speech which mentions a 9th, much to her honor and praise. The queen went to Blackfriars to preside over the wedding. The bride met her royal mistress by the waterside, where Lord Cobham had provided a lecteca, made half like a litter, wherein the queen was carried to Lady Russell's by 6 knights. Lady Russell was the bride's mother with whom the queen dined, and at night went through Dr. Puddin's house, who gave the queen a fan, to my Lord Cobham's, where she supped. After supper, the mask came in, and delicate it was to see 8 ladies so prettily dressed. Mrs. Fitton led, and after they had done their own ceremonies, these 8 lady maskers chose 8 ladies more to dance the measures. Mrs. Fitton went to the queen and wooed her to dance. Her Majesty asked the name of the character she personified. She answered, affection. Affection, said the queen. Affection's false. Yet her Majesty rose and danced. The queen came back to court the next night, but the solemnities continued till Wednesday, and now Lord Herbert and his fair bride are at court. In July, Essex was delivered from the restraint of a keeper. He lived in great privacy, being sick of the ague. He petitioned for leave to retire into the country, only requested permission to kiss her Majesty's hands once more ere he retired from the court forever. His sister, Lady Rich, was still under restraint, and the queen cherished the vengeful intention of bringing her before the council, but continued to treat the Countess of Northumberland graciously. Essex wrote, from time to time, letters of the most submissive nature to the queen. On the 26th of August, he was sent for to York House, where the Lord Keeper, Lord Treasurer, and Mr. Secretary signified to him that it was her Majesty's pleasure to restore him to liberty, save of access to court. His humble supplication to be permitted to kiss her hands, in order that he might, with the more contentment, betake himself to the retirement of the country, was met with a message, that though her Majesty was content that he should remain under no guard, save that of duty and discretion, yet he must in no sort suppose himself to be free from her indignation, neither must he presume to approach her court or person. Essex might now be regarded as a prisoner on his parole of honor. That summer, 1600, the queen spent chiefly at Nonsuch and Oatlands. Bacon exerted all the energies of his mighty genius to work a revulsion in the royal mind in favor of the discarded favorite, and found that his boldness gave no offense. There was, however, an undercurrent which silently worked against his eloquence, though he omitted no opportunity of insinuating a word, in season, in behalf of his unlucky friend. One day, speaking of a person who had undertaken to cure his brother Anthony of the gout, he said, his brother at first received benefit, but now found himself the worse for his treatment. To which the queen replied, I will tell you, Bacon, the error of it. The manner of these empirics is to continue one kind of medicine, which at first is proper to draw out the ill humor, but after they have not the discretion to change it, but still apply that drawing medicine, when they should rather attempt to cure and heal the part. Good Lord, madam, rejoined Bacon, how wisely you discern and speak of physic ministered to the body, and yet consider not that there is like reason of the physic ministered to the mind, as now in the case of my Lord of Essex, your princely word was ever, that you intended to reform his mind and not to ruin his fortunes. I know well you cannot but think you have drawn the humour sufficiently, and that it is time that you did apply strength and comfort to him, for these same gradations of yours are fitter to corrupt than to correct a mind of any greatness. The queen appointed Lord Mountjoy, the former rival, but now the generous and devoted friend of Essex, to the office of Lord Deputy of Ireland. He endeavoured to excuse himself, from motives of delicacy towards the unfortunate earl, but Elizabeth would not permit her will to be trifled with. On her mentioning this appointment to Bacon, who appears at this season to have enjoyed her full confidence, he replied, "Surely, madam, you cannot make a better choice, unless you send over my lord Essex." "Essex!" exclaimed she, with great vehemence. "When I send Essex back into Ireland, I will marry you. Claim it of me." Section 18. of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 12, Part 3. Her Majesty and her court amused themselves with hunting and hawking in September, sometimes at Hanworth and sometimes in the New Forest. Elizabeth assumed an appearance of mirthfulness on these occasions, which must certainly have been far enough from her heart. On the 12th of September, Rowland White gives this account of the proceedings of this aged Diane. Her Majesty is very well and exceedingly disposed to hunting, for every second day she is on horseback, and continues the sport long. It is thought she will remain at Oatlands till the foul weather drives her away. On Tuesday, she dined at Mr. Drake's. On Wednesday, the ambassador of Barbary had audience at Oatlands, and what he delivered was in private with the queen. My Lord Admiral, pursues White, is a very heavy or sorrowful man, for the loss of his brother, yet her Majesty's sports draws him abroad. Herself very graciously went from Oatlands to Hampton Court to call him from his solitariness. Never man was more bound to a sovereign than he is. My Lord Harry Howard is much graced by the queen, for she hath much confidence with him, and commanded his bed should be set up in the council chamber, when it was ill lying in tents, by the storms and tempests we have had here. Under this semblance of mirth and jollity, the queen concealed a heavy heart and a weary spirit. The infirmities of her advanced period of life, malgré all her Spartan-like attempts to hide them, made themselves felt and occasionally acknowledged. Sir Robert Sidney, in a confidential letter to Harrington, gives a melancholy account of Elizabeth's dejection in private, and this is followed by a characteristic detail of her struggle to go through a fatiguing state visit, with which she honoured him in her usual popular and gracious manner, but the old woman conquered the goddess, and she was at last fain to call for a staff to support her enfeebled frame, and we perceive throughout how hard a day's work it must have been for her. "I do see the queen often," observes he. "She doth wax weak since the late troubles, and Burleigh's death doth often draw tears down her goodly cheeks. She walketh out but little, meditates much alone, and sometimes writes in private to her best friends. Her highness hath done honour to my poor house by visiting me, and seemed much pleased at what we did to please her. My son made her a fair speech, to which she did give most gracious reply. The women did dance before her, whilst the coronets did salute from the gallery, and she did vouchsafe to eat 2 morsels of rich confit cake, and drink a small cordial from a golden cup. She had a marvellous suit of velvet, borne by 4 of her first women attendants in rich apparel. 2 ushers did go before, and at going upstairs she called for a staff, and was much wearied in walking about the house, and said she would come another day. 6 drums and 6 trumpets waited in the court, and sounded at her approach and departure. My wife did bear herself in wondrous good liking, and was attired in a purple kirtle fringed with gold, and myself in a rich band and collar of needlework, and did wear a goodly stuff of the bravest cut and fashion, with an underbody of silver and loops. The queen was much in commendation of our appearances, and smiled at the ladies, who in their dances often came up to the step on which the seat was fixed, to make their obeisance, and so fell back into their order again. The young Markham did several gallant feats on a horse before the gate, leaping down and kissing his sword, and then mounting swiftly on the saddle, and passed a lance with much skill. The day well nigh spent, the queen went and tasted a small beverage that was set out in divers rooms where she might pass, and then in much order was attended to her palace, the cornets and trumpets sounding through the streets. One knight, I dare not name, did say, "The queen hath done me more honour than some that had served her better." But envious tongues have venom shafts, and so I rest in peace with what hath happened, and God speed us all, my worthy knight. In the preceding part of this letter, Sidney tells Harrington that he had presented his gift to the queen, by whom it was well received, and that her majesty had commended his verses. "The queen," says he, "hath tasted your dainties, and saith, you have marvellous skill in cooking of good fruits." In allusion to a lawsuit touching Harrington's title to the disputed manor of Harrington Park, he continues, "Visit your friends often, and please the queen all you can, for all the great lawyers do fear her displeasure. I know not how matters may prosper with your noble commander, the Lord Essex," pursues the cautious statesman, "but must say no more in writing." One day Elisabeth informed Bacon that Essex had written to her some dutiful letters which had moved her, but after taking them to flow from the abundance of his heart, she found them but a preparative to a suit for renewing his farm of sweet wines, of which she had granted him the monopoly in the sunshine of her former favor. To this petition she had replied, that she would inquire into its annual value, which is said to have amounted to the enormous sum of £50,000 per annum. She added a taunt, which was scarcely in the nature of a brave man and a gentleman to brook, that when horses became unmanageable, it was necessary to tame them by stinting them in the quantity of their food. But Essex, being deeply involved in debt, renewed his suit, and was denied contemptuously. Bacon wasted much elegant logic in endeavouring to convince Elisabeth that a prudential care for his maintenance was by no means incompatible with the sincerity of his devotion to his sovereign, or his penitence for his past faults, and at length, observing that the queen began to look coolly on him when he came into her presence, he represented to her that he had, in the integrity of his heart, incurred great peril for pleading the cause of the earl to her, and that his own fall was decreed. Upon which the queen, perceiving how deeply he was wounded, used many kind and soothing expressions to comfort him, bidding him rest on this, "Gratia mea sufficit," my grace is sufficient for you. But she said not a word of Essex. Bacon took the hint, and made no further efforts to avert the fate of his benefactor. Harrington, who had ventured to present a petition to his royal godmother from the earl, remarks that he had nearly been wrecked on the Essex coast. In fact, the imprudence of Essex rendered it very dangerous for any one to espouse his cause. "I have heard much," says Harrington, "on both hands, but wiser he who repeateth nothing thereof. Did either know what I know either have said, it would not work much to contentment or good liking. Ambition, thwarted in its career, doth speedily lead on to madness. Herein I am strengthened by what I learned of my lord of Essex, who shifteth from sorrow and repentance to rage and rebellion, so suddenly as well proveth him devoid of good reason or right mind. At our last discourse he uttered strange words, bordering on such strange designs, that made me hasten forth and leave his presence. Thank heaven I am safe at home, and if I go in such troubles again, I deserve the gallows for a meddling fool. His speeches of the queen becometh no man who hath mens sana in corpore sano. He hath ill advisers, and much evil hath sprung from this source. The queen well knoweth how to humble the haughty spirit. The haughty spirit knoweth not how to yield, and the man's soul seemeth to toss to and fro like the waves of a troubled sea. Essex had taken the loss of his monopolies and his exile from court in such evil part, that he now began to testify his resentment in every possible way. "The queen," said he, "has pushed me down into private life. I will not be a vile, obsequious slave. The dagger of my enemies has struck me to the hilt. I will not be bound to their car of triumph." The counsels of his secretary, Cuff, and other violent or treacherous advisers, induced him to assume the character of a demagogue, that he might be carried into office on the shoulders of the people in spite of the court party. His house became the headquarters of the disaffected and desperate. He courted the Puritans and encouraged them to hold conventicles and preach seditious sermons to political congregations under the shadow of his roof. He publicly discussed his injuries, and was at last guilty of the folly and ingratitude of speaking of the queen as an old woman crooked both in body and mind, a taunt which was not in Elizabeth's nature to forgive. The dearer Essex had been to her heart, the more keenly did the shaft pierce. His death was decreed in the selfsame hour when this remark reached her ear. His secret league with the King of Scots, to incite that monarch to insist on being recognized as the successor to the crown, his rash meetings with malcontents and desperadoes at Drury House, plotting the seizure of the palace and the Tower. His final act of reckless rebellion might have been forgiven, but this was the spark which kindled a flame of vindictive anger in the heart of the queen, which nothing but his blood could quench. The daughter of Henry VIII was not likely to endure such treatment from the ungrateful object of her fierce and jealous fondness. She delayed her vengeance, but it was with the feline malice of tantalizing her victim with visions of life and liberty. She knew that the mouse was within the reach of her talons, and that with one blow it was in her power to crush him. His absurd plan was, for his stepfather, Sir Christopher Blount, with a chosen party, to seize the palace gate, Davis the hall, and Danvers the guard chamber, and then himself to rush in from the mews, with a further detachment of his desperate followers, to enter the queen's presence, wherever she might be, and on his knees, to beg her to remove his adversaries from her council. If this were resisted, he intended to make a forced reform, by calling a parliament and demanding justice. It had been daringly advanced as a principle, by the political agitators who congregated at his house, that monarchs themselves were accountable to the superior legislators of the realm, and the queen thought it was time to bring the matter to a crisis. On the 7th of February, Essex received a summons to appear before the Privy Council, and at the same time a note was put into his hand, warning him to take care of himself. He was advised by prudent friends to make his escape, but he vowed that he would never submit to live in exile, and rashly resolved to set everything on one last desperate die, an attempt to raise the citizens of London against the court. He had an idea that Sir Thomas Smith, the sheriff, would aid him with 1,000 of the trained bands, and he summoned all his friends to rally to his assistance at Essex House. How the council allowed him to remain at large is matter of wonder, but such was his popularity that it was doubted whether his arrest would be effected without causing great tumults among the populace. Harrington draws a vivid picture of the alarm and excitement that pervaded the court during the fearful pause that intervened before a blow was struck. "The madcaps," says he, "are all in riot, and much evil threatened. In good sooth, I fear her majesty more than the rebel Tyrone, and wished I had never received my lord of Essex's honour of knighthood. She is quite disfavoured and unattired, and these troubles waste her much. She disregardeth every costly cover that cometh to the table, and taketh little but manchet and succory pottage. Every new message from the city disturbs her, and she frowns on all her ladies. I had a sharp message from her, brought by my lord Buckhurst, namely thus: Go, tell that witty fellow, my godson, to get home. It is no season to fool it here. I like this as little as she doth my knighthood, so took to my boots, and returned to my plough, in bad weather. I must not say much, even by this trusty and sure messenger, but the many evil plots and designs have overcome all her highness's sweet temper." The strong mind of Elizabeth was evidently shaken by the conflicting passions that assailed her at this agitating period, and reason tottered. Who would say that the deportment which her godson thus describes was that of a sane person? "She walks much," pursues he, "in her privy chamber, and stamps with her foot at ill news, and thrusts her rusty sword, at times, into the arras in great rage. My lord Buckhurst is much with her, and few else, since the city business, but the dangers are over, and yet she always keeps a sword by her table. I obtained a short audience, at my first coming to court, when her highness told me, if ill counsel had brought me so far, she wished heaven might mar the fortune which she had mended. I made my peace on this point, and will not leave my poor castle of Kelstone for fear of finding a worse elsewhere, as others have done. So disordered is all order, that her highness hath worn but one change of raiment for many days, and swears much at those that cause her griefs in such wise, to the no small discomfiture of all about her, more especially our sweet lady Arundel, that Venus pus quam venusta. On Sunday morning, February 8th, Essex had collected 300 of his deluded partisans at his house, and had formed the plan of proceeding to Paul's Cross in Cheapside, thinking to induce the Lord Mayor, sheriffs, and, in fact, the crowds of citizens and prentices who would attend the preaching there, to join his muster and assist him in forcing his way to the presence of the Queen. There was a traitor among his confidants, Sir Fernando Gorges, who betrayed all his projects to Cecil. The Lord Mayor and his brethren received orders to keep the people within their own dwellings, and not to attend the preaching. The palace was fortified and doubly guarded, and every prudential measure taken to preserve the peace. About 10 in the morning, the Lord Chancellor Egerton, the Lord Chief Justice, and some other officers of the Crown applied for admittance at Essex House. After a long parley, they were admitted through a wicket. They demanded of Essex, in the name of the Queen, the meaning of the tumultuous gathering of persons who were around him in the court, and commanded his followers to lay down their arms. Essex began to complain of his wrongs, and Southampton said, that his life had been attempted in the Strand by Lord Grey of Wilton, who had cut off his page's hand. The lords replied, that Grey had been imprisoned, and if Essex had had wrong, the Queen would redress his injuries. You lose time, shouted the mob to Essex. Away with them! They betray you! Kill them! Keep them in custody! Throw the Great Seal out of window! Essex actually impounded the Chancellor and his company in his house, while he sallied forth into the streets like a madman, as he was, at the head of his equally frantic party, armed only with rapiers, and some few with pistols, and, dashing down Fleet Street, raised the cry, England is sold to Spain by Cecil and Raleigh. They will give the crown to the Infanta. Citizens of London, arm for England and the Queen. All, however, was quiet. The streets were deserted, and he vainly waved his sword and continued to cry, For the Queen! For the Queen! He endeavoured to obtain arms and ammunition at the shop of an armourer, but was denied. The streets were barricaded with chains and carts, but on Ludgate Hill he drew his sword and ordered a charge, which his stepfather Blount executed, and with his own hand slew a man who had been formerly suborned by Leicester to assassinate him. Essex was shot through the hat. His followers began to desert. He had been proclaimed a traitor in one quarter of the city by Garter King-at-Arms and Thomas Lord Burleigh, in another by the Earl of Cumberland. Desperate but unsubdued, he forced his way across St. Paul's to Queenhithe, where he took boat, and, strange to say, succeeded in getting back to Essex House. The Queen was at dinner when the noise of the tumult brought the news that Essex was endeavouring to raise the city, nay, that he had succeeded, but she was no more disturbed than if she had been told there was a fray in Fleet Street. Her attendants were struck with consternation, not knowing whom to trust, and Elizabeth alone had the courage to propose going to oppose the insurgents, saying, that not one of them would dare to meet a single glance of her eye. They would flee at the very notice of her approach. This was more consistent with the energy of her temper than the tale, that she finished her dinner as calmly as if nothing had happened. When Essex returned to his house, he found his prisoners, whom he thought at the worst to keep as hostages for his own life, had all been liberated by the perfidious Gorges, who had taken them by water to the palace, and now all that remained to him was to defend his house, which was invested on every side. But when he beheld the great artillery and the Queen's forces round about his house, being sore vexed with the tears and incessant shrieks of the ladies, he, after several parleys from the leads of his mansion, with the assailing force below, surrendered his sword to the Lord Admiral about 10 o'clock at night, on promise of civil treatment for himself and his friends. The other lords and gentlemen who had adhered to his evil fortunes followed his example. That night they were lodged in Lambeth Palace, for the night was dark, and there was not sufficient water to shoot London Bridge. The next day they were taken by water to the Tower. On the 12th, a soldier of fortune named Thomas Lee was reported to have said, that if the friends of Essex meant to preserve his life, they should enter the queen's presence in a body, and petition for his pardon, and refuse to depart till it was granted. The same evening Lee was discovered, by the pursuivants, in the crowd at the door of the presence chamber during the queen's supper, and was arrested. In the morning he was indicted on a charge of intending to murder the queen, and was condemned, and suffered the death of a traitor. Essex and Southampton were arraigned on the 19th before the commissioners appointed for their trial. Even if the majority of the commissioners had not been the sworn foes of Essex, he must have been found guilty by the laws of the land, for he had committed overt acts of treason, which nothing but madness could excuse. The crown lawyers who pleaded against him were Elverton, who compared him to Catiline and a crocodile, and Coke, who added to the catalogue of his crimes the incomparable charge of atheism and popery, although Essex was a declared Puritan, and told him that he who aspired to the kingdom of Robert I should, of his earldom, be Robert the last. And when Essex asked him if he really believed any violence was intended to the queen, artfully replied, "You would have treated her as Henry of Lancaster did Richard II, gone to her as suppliants, and then robbed her of her crown and life." This was a base appeal to Elizabeth's absurd weakness, touching Hayward's history of Henry IV. The worst pang for Essex was to see his former friend Bacon rise to refute his defense, and to extol the characters of Cecil, Raleigh, and Cobham. Essex bade him remember that it was himself who had composed the eloquent letters which he had been advised to write to her majesty exposing their faults. The details of this interesting trial are, however, too diffuse for the limits of this work. Essex was, of course, condemned to death, and when the sentence was pronounced, he said, "I am not a whit dismayed to receive this doom. Death is welcome to me as life. Let my poor quarters, which have done her majesty true service in divers parts of the world, be sacrificed and disposed of at her pleasure." This arraignment began about 9 o'clock in the morning, and continued till 6 at night. There was a world of people waiting to see the event. The news was suddenly divulged in London, whereat many forsook their suppers, and ran hastily into the street to see the Earl of Essex, as he returned to the Tower, with the edge of the axe carried towards him. He went a swift pace, bending his face towards the earth, and would not look upon any of them, though some spake directly to him. His execution was appointed to take place on the 25th, Ash Wednesday. Elizabeth signed the warrant, and it has been said that the tremor of her hand from agitation is discernible in the fatal autograph, but the facsimile of the signature contradicts the fond tradition, for it is firmly written, and as elaborately flourished, as if she thought more of the beauty of her penmanship than of the awful act of giving effect to the sentence that doomed the mangling acts of the executioner to lay the severed head of her familiar friend and kinsman in the dust. The romantic story of the ring which, it is said, the queen had given to Essex in a moment of fondness, as a pledge of her affection, with an intimation that if he ever forfeited her favour, if he sent it back to her, the sight of it would ensure her forgiveness, must not be lightly rejected. It is not only related by Osborne, who is considered a fair authority for other things, and quoted by historians of all parties, but it is a family tradition of the Careys, who were the persons most likely to be in the secret, as they were the relations and friends of all the parties concerned, and enjoyed the confidence of Queen Elizabeth. The following is the version given by Lady Elizabeth Spelman, a descendant of that house, to the editor of her great-uncle Robert Carey's memoirs. When Essex lay under sentence of death, he determined to try the virtue of the ring by sending it to the queen, and claiming the benefit of her promise, but knowing he was surrounded by the creatures of those who were bent on taking his life, he was fearful of trusting it to any of his attendants. At length, looking out of his window, he saw early one morning a boy whose countenance pleased him, and him he induced by a bribe to carry the ring, which he threw down to him from above, to the lady Scroop his cousin, who had taken so friendly interest in his fate. The boy, by mistake, carried it to the Countess of Nottingham, the cruel sister of the fair and gentle Scroop, and as both of these ladies were of the royal bed chamber, the mistake might easily occur. The countess carried the ring to her husband, the Lord Admiral, who was the deadly foe of Essex, and told him the message, but he bade her suppress both. The queen, unconscious of the accident, waited in the painful suspense of an angry lover for the expected token to arrive, but not receiving it, she concluded that he was too proud to make this last appeal to her tenderness, and after having once revoked the warrant, she ordered the execution to proceed. It was not till the axe had absolutely fallen that the world could believe that Elizabeth would take the life of Essex. Raleigh incurred the deepest odium for his share in bringing his noble rival to the block. He had witnessed his execution from the armory in the Tower, and soon after was found in the presence of the queen, who, as if nothing of painful import had incurred, was that morning amusing herself with playing on the virginals. When the news was officially announced that the tragedy was over, there was a dead silence in the privy chamber, but the queen continued to play, and the Earl of Oxford, casting a significant glance at Raleigh, observed, as if in reference to the effect of her majesty's fingers on the instrument, which was a sort of open spinet, "When jacks start up, then heads go down." Everyone understood the bitter pun contained in this allusion. Raleigh received large sums from some of the gentlemen who were implicated in Essex's insurrection, as the price of negotiating their pardons. He was on the scaffold when Sir Christopher Blount and Sir Charles Danvers were beheaded, March 17th. Blount was the third husband of Queen Elizabeth's cousin, Lettice, Countess of Leicester. If this lady had incurred the ill will of her royal kinswoman, as generally supposed, by rivaling her in the regard of Leicester, it must be acknowledged that Elizabeth paid the long-delayed debt of vengeance with dreadful interest, when she sent both son and husband to the block within one little month. Merrick and Cuff were hanged, drawn, and quartered, but the queen graciously extended her mercy to the Earl of Southampton by commuting his death into imprisonment, which lasted during the rest of her life. Elizabeth caused a declaration of the treasons of Essex to be published, and a sermon very defamatory to his memory to be preached at St. Paul's Cross by Dr. Barlow, but the people took both in evil part. It was observed withal that her appearance in public was no longer greeted with tokens of popular applause. Her subjects could not forgive her the death of their idol. Fickle as the populace had proverbially been considered, their affection for the favourite had been of a more endearing nature than that of the sovereign. The death of Essex left Sir Robert Cecil without a rival in the court or cabinet, and he soon established himself as the all-powerful ruler of the realm. Essex had made full confession of his secret correspondence with the King of Scots, and also of the agent through whom it was carried on, and Cecil lost no time in following the same course, and through the same channel. As long as he had hopes of obtaining the hand of Lady Arabella Stuart, he had secretly advanced her pretensions to the succession. But when it was known that this high-born young lady had bestowed her heart on Lord Beauchamp, the offspring of the calamitous marriage of the Earl of Hertford and Lady Catherine Grey, the unprincipled statesman, whose politics were as crooked as his person, did all he could to poison the mind of his jealous sovereign against the innocent girl. In one of the private letters, in his correspondence with James, the malign hunchback speaks with all the bitterness of a despised and disappointed man, of her to whose hand he, the grandson of a tailor, had presumed to aspire, as Shrewsbury's idol, who, continues he, if she follow some men's counsel, will be made higher by as many steps as will lead her to the scaffold. The first result of Cecil's secret understanding with the King of Scots was an addition of £2,000 a year to the annual pension which that monarch received from Queen Elizabeth, and this was sorely against the will of the aged sovereign, who at that very time had been compelled by the destitute state of her exchequer to borrow money on her jewels. The flattery of Cecil, however, and the reverential deference with which he approached her, made him necessary to her comfort, now that she was in the sere and withered leaf of life, with no faithful or tender ties of love or friendship to cheer and support her in her lonely passage to the tomb. Sir William Brown, the deputy governor of Flushing, who came over this summer to explain the state of affairs in the Low Countries, gives a very interesting narrative of his interview with Her Majesty in the month of August, 1601. On Sunday morning, after prayers, he was introduced by Cecil to the Queen, as she walked in the gardens, at Mr. William Clarke's. "I had no sooner kissed her sacred hand," says he, "but she presently made me stand up. She spoke somewhat loud, saying, 'Come hither, Brown,' and pronounced that she held me for an old faithful servant of hers, and said, 'I must give content to Brown.' And then, the train following her, she said, 'Stand, stand back! Will you not let us speak, but you will be hearers?' She then walked a turn or two, protesting her gracious opinion of myself. 'Before God, Brown,' said she, 'they will do me wrong, that will make so honest a servant jealous, lest I should mistrust him.' And though her words alone had been more than sufficient to content so mean a servant as myself, yet it pleased her to swear unto me that she had as good affiance in my loyalty as in any man's that served her." Brown notices that he delivered Sir Robert Sidney's letter, kneeling, to Her Majesty, on his first presentation, but that she did not read it till he was gone, and indeed appeared perfectly familiar with the subject. "Having walked a turn or two," says he, "she called for a stool, which was set under a tree, and I began to kneel, but she would not suffer me, and after 2 or 3 denials, when I made to kneel, she was pleased to say, that she would not speak with me unless I stood up. Whereupon I stood up, and after having repeated her gracious opinion of me, she discoursed of many things, and particularly of the distaste she had of the States army returning. It seems that Sir Francis Vere hath lain all the fault upon Count Maurice. I said, that Count Maurice did protest that this journey was never of his plotting. 'Tush, Brown,' saith she, 'I know more than thou dost. When I heard,' continued the Queen, 'that they were at first with their army as high as Nimegam, I knew no good would be done, but Maurice would serve his own turn, and would in the end turn to the grave (Landgrave). I looked that they should have come down nearer to Ostend or Flanders. That might have startled the enemy, and that they promised me, or else I would not have let them have so many men, to the discontentment of my subjects, as I know, and which, but for the love they bear me, they would not so well digest. And now, forsooth, Maurice is come from his weapon to his spade, for at that he is one of the best in Christendom.'" Brown, though he had some things to urge in explanation of the line of policy adopted by the cautious Maurice, was too practised a courtier to oppose the royal orator, after this burst of lion-like disdain at what she deemed the selfishness of her ally. "It was not befitting for me to answer anything for him," says he. "When I saw Her Majesty so informed already, the truth must appear to her in time, and from a better hand than myself." Then she complained of the French king failing in his promise to support the enterprise of her army. Brown told Her Majesty that it was considered that the French king rather had marvelled at their boldness in going so far than offered any hope of cooperation with them. "Tush, Brown," interrupted the Queen, who appeared better informed on this point than her foreign ministers suspected. "Do I not know that Buceval was written to, again and again, to move the army to go that way, and that he would not help them?" "If that were so," said Brown, "your Majesty may think it was but a French promise." Then, after discussing various subjects with the Queen, he mentioned to her that the Zealanders put their sole hope in Her Majesty, trusting that her powerful influence would induce the States General to render them the succour they required. "Alas, poor Zealanders!" exclaimed Elisabeth. "I know that they love me with all their hearts." Brown told Her Majesty that they prayed for her. Elisabeth received this information with peculiar unction, and delivered a speech on the occasion, which, of course, was spoken that it might be duly reported to those pious Dutch patriots, to provoke them to further manifestations of their good will. "Yea, Brown," said she, "I know it well enough, and I will tell thee one thing. Faith, here is a church of that countryman in London. I protest, next after the divine providence that governs all my well-doing, I attribute much of the happiness that befalls me to be given of God, by those men's effectual and zealous prayers, who, I know, pray for me with that fervency as none of my servants can do more." After a long talk, Mr. Secretary, that is Sir Robert Cecil, came, and the discourse turned on military affairs. Cecil paid her majesty the homage on his knee in the most deferential manner, while she was pleased to converse on this business, and she, turning to Brown, said to him, "Dost see that little fellow that kneels there? It hath been told you that he hath been an enemy to soldiers. On my faith, Brown, he is the best friend the soldiers have." Cecil replied with his usual tact, "That it was from her majesty alone all the soldiers' good flow." And with this compliment, Sir William Brown closes his detail of this characteristic scene. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 12, Part 4. The same month Queen Elizabeth, understanding that Henry IV of France was at Calais, made a progress to Dover, in the hope of tempting him to cross the Channel to pay his compliments to her in person. She had previously dispatched a letter to him by Lord Edmonds, full of friendly expressions and offers of service, and when she reached Dover, she sent Sir Robert Sidney with another, entreating the king to allow her the satisfaction of a personal interview, as she greatly desired to see him. Her pride would have been flattered by the visit of a king of France, and such a king as the hero of Navarre, and she omitted nothing that she imagined might induce him to come. Henry, remembering, perhaps, that the Queen of Sheba came to Solomon, not Solomon to her, forfeited his reputation for always yielding due homage to ladies, by excusing himself, under the unanswerable plea of impossibility, from coming to Dover, and courteously invited his good sister to visit him in France. If Elizabeth had been 19 instead of 69, he would probably have acted more gallantly. Elisabeth, in reply, wrote a very courteous letter, explaining the obstacles that prevented her from coming to France, and lamented "the unhappiness of princes who were slaves to forms and fettered by caution." And she repeated, "that her regret at not being able to see him was so much the greater, as she had something of the last importance to communicate to him, which she neither durst commit to paper, nor trust to any person but himself, and that she was then on the point of quitting Dover for London." Though Henry ought to have had a pretty accurate idea of Elizabeth's habitual diplomacy, his curiosity was so greatly excited by these mysterious hints, that he sent for his faithful minister, Rosny, and said to him, "I have just now received letters from my good sister of England, whom you admire so greatly. They are fuller of civilities than ever. See if you will have more success than I have had in discovering her meaning." The sage premier of France confessed that he was not less puzzled than his sovereign by the mysterious language of the female majesty of England, and both agreed that it must be something of very great consequence which prompted such a communication, and it was agreed that Rosny should embark the following morning for Dover, and make an incognito trip to London, for the purpose of penetrating this important state secret. The moment he landed at Dover, he was met and recognized by a whole bevy of the state officers and members of Queen Elizabeth's cabinet, who were evidently on the lookout for his master. Sidney, who had seen him at Calais only a few days before, welcomed him with an embrace, and asked him if he were not come to see the queen. The artful diplomatist told him He was not, and begged him not to mention his arrival to her majesty, as he had brought no credentials, having merely come over to make a private visit to London, without any idea of seeing her. The English gentleman smiled and told him that he would not be suffered to pass so, for the guardship had doubtless given a signal of his arrival, and he might shortly expect to see a messenger from the queen, who had, only 3 days ago, spoken publicly of him in very obliging terms. Rosny, though nothing was further from his meaning, begged them to keep the secret, pretending that he was only going to take a slight refreshment, and then proceed on his journey, and saying this, left them abruptly. After this fine piece of acting, he says, I had but just entered my apartment and spoken a few words to my people, when I felt somebody embrace me from behind, who told me that he arrested me as a prisoner to the queen. This was the captain of her guards, whose embrace I returned, and replied, smiling, that I should esteem such imprisonment an honor. His orders were to conduct me directly to the queen. I therefore followed him. It is well, Monsieur de Rosny, said this princess to me as soon as I appeared. And do you break my fences thus and pass on, without coming to see me? I am greatly surprised at it, for I thought you bore me more affection than any of my servants, and I am persuaded that I have given you no cause to change these sentiments. After this agreeable beginning, she entered into a long political conversation, drawing him on one side, that she might speak with the greater freedom, but instead of having anything to tell, she made it her business to endeavour to draw from the French minister all she could of his sovereign's plans with regard to the House of Austria. Ireland was then threatened with an invasion from Spain, which rendered her desirous of causing a diversion by attacking that portion of the dominions of Philip III that was under the jurisdiction of the Archduke. Rosny explained to her that the finances of Henry would not allow him to launch into aggressive warfare. She rejoined that there was a vital necessity for keeping the power of the House of Austria within due bounds, in which they ought both to unite, but that the Low Countries ought to form an independent republic. Neither the whole nor any part of those states need be coveted, she said, by either herself, the King of France, or the King of Scotland, who would, she added, become one day King of Great Britain. This speech is the more remarkable as it contains not only very sound sense, but a quiet, dignified, and positive recognition of James VI of Scotland by Elizabeth as her rightful successor, and it is strange that this should have escaped the attention of all our historians. Sully himself records it without comment. Her allusion to the increased importance of her realm when blended with the sister country is worthy of a patriotic sovereign. Elizabeth at that moment rose superior to all paltry jealousies, for she proudly felt the lasting benefit which her celibacy had conferred on her subjects in making the King of Scotland her heir. The fact is deeply interesting that it was from the lips of this last and mightiest of England's monarchs that the style and title by which her royal kinsman and his descendants should reign over the united kingdoms of the Britannic Empire was first pronounced. It surely ought not have been forgotten that it was Queen Elizabeth herself who gave to that prospective empire the name of Great Britain. The importance which Elizabeth placed on the maintenance of the balance of power in Europe, and the clear and comprehensive view she took of almost every point of continental politics, astonished Rosny. The mighty projects she expressed her wish of assisting to realize filled him with wonder. She desired to see Germany restored to its ancient liberty in respect of the election of its emperors and the nomination of a king of the Romans, to render the United Provinces an independent republic, and annexing to them some of the Germanic states, to do the same by Switzerland, to divide all Christendom into a certain number of powers, as equal as might be, and last, to reduce all the various religions therein into 3, which should appear the most numerous and considerable. This great and good statesman historian bestows the most unqualified commendations on Elizabeth. I cannot, says he, bestow praises upon the Queen of England equal to the merit which I discovered in her in this short time, both as to the qualities of her heart and her understanding." Many courteous messages and letters passed between Henry and Elizabeth, while he remained at Calais and she at Dover. In the beginning of September, Henry sent a grand state embassy to his good sister of England, headed by his troublesome subject, the Duc de Biron, who was accompanied by the Count d'Auverney, the natural son of Charles IX of France, and nearly 400 noblemen and gentlemen of quality. Biron and his immediate suite were lodged in the ancient palace of Richard III in Bishopsgate Street, which is Crosby Hall, while in London, but as Elizabeth had commenced her progress into Hampshire on the 5th of September, which was the day of his arrival, he was soon after invited to join her there, that he might partake of the sylvan sports in which our royal Diane still indulged. Elizabeth was at that time the guest of the Marquis and Marchioness of Winchester at Basing. She was so well pleased with her entertainment that she tarried there 13 days, to the great cost of the hospitable Marquis. At Basing, she was joined by the Duc de Biron, who was conducted into her presence, with great solemnity, by the sheriff of the county, whom she had sent to meet and welcome the distinguished stranger. She herself came forth, royally mounted and accompanied, to the interview, and when she approached the spot where the duke and his train waited to receive her greeting, the high sheriff, who rode bareheaded before her majesty, being unacquainted with the stately temper of his liege lady, checked his horse and brought the cavalcade to a stand, imagining that her majesty would have then saluted the duke, but she was much displeased and bade him go on. The duke on this reverentially followed her, cap in hand, bowing low towards his horse's mane for about 20 yards. Then Elizabeth suddenly paused, took off her mask and looked back, very courteously and graciously saluted him, not having considered it meet for her to offer the first attention to the subject of any other sovereign, till he had first shown her the respect of following her, although he was the representative of a mighty monarch and her ally. While Elizabeth was at Basing, Biron was lodged at the Vine, a princely mansion belonging to the Lord Sandys, which was furnished for the occasion, with plate and hangings from the Tower, and other costly furniture from Hampton Court, besides a contribution of 70 beds and other furniture, which was willingly brought as a loan at her majesty's need, at only 2 days' warning, by the loyal people of Southampton. The queen visited Biron at the Vine, in return for his visit to her at Basing, and they hunted and feasted together in princely fashion. At her departure from Basing, Elizabeth made 10 nights, the largest number that she had ever made at one time. She said, that she had done more than any of her ancestors had ever done, or any other prince in Christendom was able to do, namely, in her Hampshire progress this year, entertained a royal ambassador royally in her subjects' houses. On her homeward progress, the queen visited Sir Edward Coke, her attorney general, at Stoke Poges, where she was most sumptuously feasted, and presented with jewels and other gifts to the value of £1,000 or £1,200. This month, the Spaniards effected a landing in Ireland, and took the town of Kinsale, but were defeated, and finally driven out of that realm by the new Lord Deputy Mountjoy. Elizabeth returned to London early in October. While there, she entertained Biron very splendidly, and among other national spectacles, she showed him one that must have appalled even the man who had witnessed the horrors of the day of St. Bartholomew. Holding Biron by the hand, says Parafix, she pointed to a number of heads that were planted on the Tower, and told him that it was thus they punished traitors in England. Not satisfied with calling his attention to this ghastly company, she coolly recounted to him the names of all her subjects whom she had brought to the block, and among these she mentioned the Earl of Essex, whom she had once so passionately loved. This incident it must have been that gave rise to the absurd, but not more revolting tale, that she showed Biron the skull of that unfortunate nobleman, which, it was said, she always kept in her closet. The great number of executions for treason in the last 30 years of Elizabeth's reign had indurated her heart, by rendering her mind familiar with the most revolting details of torture and blood, and her eyes to objects from which other women not only turn with shuddering horror, but sicken and swoon as if accidentally presented to their view. But Elisabeth could not cross London Bridge without recognizing features of gentlemen whom she had consigned to the axe or the halter. The walls of her royal residence, the Tower, were also converted into a Golgotha, and fearful it must have been for the ladies of her household and court to behold these mangled relics from day to day, while darkly they faded through all the dread stages of nature's decay. Hentzner affirms that he counted on London Bridge no less than 300 heads of persons who had been executed for high treason. A melancholy evidence that Elisabeth, in her latter years, had flung the dove from her scepter and exchanged Curtana for the sword of vengeance. Sully, the great panegyrist of Elisabeth and the personal foe of Biron, relates that Biron had a most extraordinary conversation with that queen, and that he had the want of tact, not only to mention the Earl of Essex to her, but to bewail the fate of that nobleman, whose great services had not been able to preserve him from so tragic a fate. Elisabeth condescended to justify her conduct by explaining to Biron the nature of the perilous schemes in which Essex had madly engaged, which rendered it necessary for her to punish him. She, however, added, that notwithstanding his engaging in open rebellion, he might still, by submission, have obtained her pardon, but that neither his friends nor relations could prevail on him to ask it. She, it seems, was well aware of the proceedings of Biron himself, and it is supposed that, as a warning to him, she enlarged much on the reverence and obedience that was due from subjects to their sovereigns. It might possibly have been that in the climax of the excitement caused by this discussion, she showed Biron the heads of the unfortunate adherents of Essex on the Tower, as a terrific evidence of the evil consequences of his reckless courses to his friends. Parafix observes that those who stood by and heard what the Queen of England said to Biron on this occasion recalled the circumstances to mind when they, soon after, saw him fall into the same misfortune as the Earl of Essex by losing his head, after he had lost the favour of his prince. Elisabeth summoned her last parliament to meet at Westminster on the 27th of October, 1601. She opened it in person, with unwonted pomp, but her enfeebled frame was unable to support the weight of the royal robes, and she was actually sinking to the ground when the nearest nobleman caught and supported her in his arms. Yet she rallied her expiring energies and went through the fatiguing ceremonial with her wonted dignity and grace. The sessions commenced with a stormy discussion on monopolies, which had now increased to so oppressive a degree that the sole right to sell or issue licenses for the sale of wine, vinegar, oil, salt, starch, steel, coals, and almost every necessary of life was vested in the person of some greedy, unprincipled courtier or wealthy individual who had purchased that privilege from the minister or ladies of the bedchamber. The time had arrived when the people of England would bear this grievance no longer. The exigencies of the government required an extraordinary supply to carry on the expenses of the civil war in Ireland, and the Commons chose to discuss the monopoly question first. But the Queen prevented this exposure of the abuses of her government by sending a most gracious and conciliatory message to the House, signifying her intention of redressing all grievances by the exercise of her regal authority. The Commons' deputation of 140 members with their speaker waited upon her to return thanks, and she addressed them at some length, expressing her affection for her people and her satisfaction that the harpies and horse leeches, as she, in her energetic phraseology, termed the monopolists, had been exposed to her. "I had rather," said she, "that my heart and hand should perish, than either heart or hand should allow such privileges to monopolists as may be prejudicial to my people. The splendour of regal majesty hath not so blinded mine eyes, that licentious power should prevail with me more than justice. The glory of the name of a king may deceive those princes that know not how to rule, as gilded pills may deceive a sick patient. But I am none of those princes, for I know that the commonwealth is to be governed for the good and advantage of those that are committed to me, not of myself, to whom it is entrusted, and that an account is one day to be given before another judgment seat. I think myself most happy that, by God's assistance, I have hitherto prosperously governed the commonwealth in all respects, and that I have such subjects, that for their good I would willingly lose both kingdoms and life." She concluded this beautiful speech, the last she ever addressed to her Senate, by entreating them not to impute the blame to her if they had suffered from the abuses of which they complained, for princes' servants were too often set more upon their private advantage than the good of either the sovereign or the people. The Parliament returned the most dutiful acknowledgments, and after granting an extraordinary supply, was dissolved in November, having scarcely sat 6 weeks. It was the last of Elizabeth's reign. The following spring, the aged queen appeared to have made a considerable rally in point of health. In March 1602, the French ambassador records that Her Majesty took her daily walking exercise on Richmond Green, with greater spirit and activity than could have been expected at her years. On the 28th of April, she entertained the Duke of Nevers, with a costly banquet, at her palace at Richmond, and after dinner opened the ball with him in a galliard, which she danced with wonderful agility for her time of life. The French ambassador, Beaumont, notices that this was the first time she had honored any foreign prince in this way since she footed it so bravely with her last royal suitor, the Duke of Alençon. The Duke of Nevers repaid the courtesy of his august partner with many compliments, not only kissing her hand but her foot also, when she showed him her leg, a trait of levity too absurd almost for credibility, though recorded by an eyewitness, who says that she used many pleasant discourses with him. On the 1st of May, Elizabeth honoured the sylvan customs of England in the olden time by going a-maying, with her court, in the green glades of Lewisham, 2 or 3 miles from her palace of Greenwich. To use a familiar phrase, she appeared as if she had taken a new lease of life, and she adopted the whimsical method of damping the eager hopes of the King of Scotland for his speedy succession to the English throne, by keeping his ambassador, Sir Roger Aston, waiting for his audience, in a place where he could see her, behind a part of the tapestry, which was turned back, as if by accident, dancing, in her privy chamber, to the sound of a small fiddle, and the royal terpsichore actually kept his excellency cooling his heels in the lobby, while she performed corantos, and other gallant feats of dancing, that he might report to his sovereign how vigorous and sprightly she was, and that his inheritance might yet be long in coming. This summer she made a little series of festive visits in the vicinity of her metropolis, and was gratified with the usual sum of adulation and presents, but it is expressly noticed that on her visit to the Earl of Nottingham she was disappointed, because she was not presented with the costly suit of tapestry hangings which represented all the battles of her valiant host with the Spanish Armada. In July, Queen Elizabeth entertained the Lady Ambassadress of France at her palace of Greenwich, and it is noticed by Harrington that Her Excellency gave away fans, purses, and masks very bountifully. Another courtier describes the gay life Elizabeth was leading in the month of September. "We are frolic here at court. Much dancing in the privy chamber, of country dances before the Queen's Majesty, who is exceedingly pleased therewith. Irish tunes are at this time most liked, but in winter lullaby, an old song of Mr. Bird's, will be more in request, as I think." This was the opinion of the Earl of Worcester, an ancient servant and contemporary of the Queen, who thought that a refreshing nap, lulled by the soft sounds of Bird's exquisite melody, would better suit his royal mistress than her usual after-dinner diversions of frisking, beneath the burden of 70 years, to some of the spirit-stirring Irish tunes newly imported to the English court. Under this gay exterior, the mighty Elizabeth carried a heart full of profound grief, and she might truly have said, "From sport to sport they hurry me, to conquer my despair." It was observed that, after the death of Essex, the people ceased to greet the queen with the demonstrations of rapturous affection with which they had been accustomed to salute her when she appeared in public. They could not forgive the loss of that generous and gallant nobleman, the only popular object of her favor, whom she had cut off in the flower of his days. And now, whenever she was seen, a gloomy silence reigned in the streets through which she passed. These indications of the change in her subjects' feelings towards her are said to have sunk deeply into the mind of the aged queen, and occasioned that depression of spirits which preceded her death. A trifling incident is also supposed to have made a painful and ominous impression on her imagination. Her coronation ring, which she had worn night and day ever since her inauguration, having grown into her finger, it became necessary to have it filed off, and this was regarded by her as an evil portent. In the beginning of June, she confided to the French ambassador, Count de Beaumont, that she was aweary of life, and, with sighs and tears, alluded to the death of Essex, that subject which appears to have been ever in her thoughts, and, when unthought of, still the spring of thought. She said, that being aware of the impetuosity of his temper and his ambitious character, she had warned him 2 years before to content himself with pleasing her, and not to show such insolent contempt for her as he did on some occasions, but to take care not to touch her sceptre, lest she should be compelled to punish him according to the laws of England, and not according to her own, which he had always found too mild and indulgent for him to fear anything from them. His neglect of this caution, she added, had caused his ruin. Henry IV, notwithstanding the earnest intercessions he had made, through his ambassador, for the life of Essex, greatly applauded Elisabeth for her resolution in bringing him to the block, and observed, that if his predecessor, Henry III, had possessed a portion of her high spirit, he would have quelled the insolence of the Duke of Guise and his faction in their first attempts to overawe the throne. He said many times in the presence of his court that she only was a king and knew how to govern, how to support the dignity of her crown, and that the repose and weal of her subjects required the course she had taken. Elizabeth appears to have felt differently on this subject, which pressed heavily on her mind, perhaps more so than many a less justifiable act of severity, as the deaths of the Duke of Norfolk and the Queen of Scots. But this was the drop that surcharged the cup, and the infirmities of frail humanity warned her that the hour was not far distant when she must render up an account for the blood she had shed, and, however satisfactory her reasons for what she had done might have appeared to other sovereigns and to her partial subjects, neither expediency nor sophistry would avail aught at the tribunal where the secrets of all hearts are unveiled. Besides, she had hitherto destroyed her enemies, or those whom she deemed the friends of her foes. Now she had taken the life of her nearest kinsman and best loved friend, of him whom she had cherished in his early youth with the tenderness of a mother, and after he advanced to manhood, regarded with the perilous fondness of a jealous lover. One of the members of Elizabeth's household gives the following account of the state of the queen's mind, in a letter to a confidential correspondent in the service of her successor. Our queen is troubled with a rheum in her arm, which vexed her very much, besides the grief she hath conceived for my lord of Essex's death. She sleepeth not so much by day as she used, neither taketh rest by night. Her delight is to sit in the dark, and sometimes with shedding tears, to bewail Essex. There was a vain endeavour on the part of her cabinet to amuse the mind of the declining, melancholy sovereign with a new favourite, the young and handsome Earl of Clanricarde, who was considered to bear a striking likeness to him whom she so vainly lamented, but the resemblance only increased her dejection. The Countess of Essex, however, found consolation for her loss in this likeness, for she ultimately took the Earl of Clanricarde for her third husband. The state of Elizabeth's mind, as well as the breaking up of her constitution, is pathetically described by her godson, Harrington, in a confidential letter to his wife. He says, "Our dear queen, my royal godmother, and this state's natural mother, doth now bear show of human infirmity too fast for that evil which we shall get by her death, and too slow for that good which she shall get by her releasement from her pains and misery. I was bidden to her presence. I blessed the happy moment, and found her in most pitiable state. She bade the archbishop ask me if I had seen Tyrone. I replied with reverence, that I had seen him with the Lord Deputy Essex. She looked up with much choler and grief in her countenance, and said, "Oh, now it mindeth me that you were one who saw this man elsewhere." And hereat she dropped a tear and smote her bosom. She held in her hand a golden cup, which she oft put to her lips, but in sooth her heart seemeth too full to lack more filling. This sight moved me to think of what passed in Ireland, and I trust she did not less think on some who were busier there than myself. She gave me a message to the Lord Deputy Mountjoy, and bade me come to the chamber at 7 o'clock. Her Majesty inquired of some matters which I had written, and as she was pleased to note my fanciful brain, I was not unheedful to feed her humour and read some verses, whereat she smiled once and was pleased to say, "When thou dost feel creeping time at thy gate, these fooleries will please thee less. I am past my relish for such matters. Thou seest my bodily meat doth not suit me well. I have eaten but one ill-tasted cake since yesternight." She rated most grievously at noon at some, who minded not to bring up some matters of account. Several men had been sent to, and, when ready at hand, her highness hath dismissed in anger, but who, dearest Moll, shall say, "Your highness hath forgotten"? These fits of despondency occasionally cleared away, and we find Elisabeth exhibiting fits of active mirthfulness, especially at the expense of her dwarfish premier, Cecil, who habitually played the lover to her Majesty. She sometimes so far forgot the dignity of her age and exalted station, as to afford him a sort of whimsical encouragement by making a butt of him. A ludicrous incident of her coquetry is related by one of her courtiers in a letter to the Earl of Shrewsbury. "I send your lordship here enclosed," writes he, "some verses compounded by Mr. Secretary, who got Hales to frame a ditty to it. The occasion was, I hear, that the young Lady Derby, wearing about her neck and in her bosom a dainty tablet, the queen, espying it, asked, 'What fine jewel that was?' Lady Derby was anxious to excuse showing it, but the queen would have it. She opened it, and finding it to be Mr. Secretary's picture, she snatched it from Lady Derby's neck, and tied it upon her own shoe, and walked about with it there. Then she took it from thence and pinned it on her elbow, and wore it some time there. When Mr. Secretary Cecil was told of this, he made these verses, and caused Hales to sing them in his apartments. It was told her Majesty that Mr. Secretary Cecil had rare music and songs in his chamber. She chose to hear them, and the ditty was sung. The poetry was not worth quoting, but the verses, it seems, expressed that he repines not, though her Majesty may please to grace others. For his part, he is content with the favour his picture received. This incident took place when the royal coquette was in her 70th year. Strange scenes are occasionally revealed when the mystic curtain that veils the penetralia of kings and queens from vulgar curiosity is, after the lapse of centuries, withdrawn by the minuteness of biographical research. What a delicious subject for an H.B. caricature would the stately Elisabeth and her pygmy secretary have afforded! Cecil was, however, at that time the creature of the expecting impatient air of his royal mistress, with whom he maintained almost a daily correspondence. One day a packet from King James was delivered to him in the presence of the queen, which he knew contained allusions to his secret practices with her successor. Elisabeth's quick eye, doubtless, detected the furtive glance, which taught him to recognize that it was a dangerous missive, and she ordered him instantly to open and show the contents of his letters to her. A timely recollection of one of her weak points saved the wily minister from detection. "This packet," said he, as he slowly drew forth his knife and prepared to cut the strings which fastened it, "this packet has a strange and evil smell. Surely it has not been in contact with infected persons or goods." Elisabeth's dread of contagion prevailed over both curiosity and suspicion, and she hastily ordered Cecil to throw it at a distance and not bring it into her presence again till it had been thoroughly fumigated. He, of course, took care to purify it of the evidence of his own guilty deeds. James I obtained a great ascendancy in the councils of Elisabeth during the last years of her life, although the fact was far from suspected by the declining queen, who all the while flattered herself that it was she, who, from the secret recesses of her closet, governed the realm of Scotland, and controlled the actions of her royal successor. The circumstance of his being her successor, however, gave James that power in his reversionary realm of England, of which he afterwards boasted to the great Sully, the ambassador from France, telling him, that it was he who actually governed England for several years before the death of Elisabeth, having gained all her ministers, who were guided by his directions in all things. Even Harrington, dearly as he loved his royal mistress, showed signs and tokens of this worship paid to the rising sun, when he sent a jewel in the form of a dark lantern as a New Year's gift to James, signifying that the failing lamp of life waxed dim with the departing queen, and would soon be veiled in the darkness of the tomb. The queen still took pleasure, between whiles, in witnessing the sports of young people. It is noted in the Sydney papers that on St. Stephen's Day in the afternoon, Mrs. Mary, some maiden of the court, danced before the queen 2 galliards with one Mr. Palmer, the admirablest dancer of this time. Both were much commended by her majesty. Then she, that is Mrs. Mary, danced with him a coranto. The queen kissed Mr. William Sidney in the presence, as she came from the chapel. My lady Warwick presented him. Elizabeth's correspondence with Lord Mountjoy is among the extravaganzas of her private life. He was her deputy in Ireland, the successor of Essex, formerly a rival favourite, and was forced to assume, like his predecessor and Raleigh, the airs of a despairing lover of the queen, whenever he had any point to carry with her, either for his public or private interest. His letters generally begin with "Dear Sovereign," "Sacred Majesty," "Sacred and dear Sovereign." His phraseology, though very caressing, is not so fulsome as that of Essex, nor so audacious in its flights of personal flattery as that of Raleigh. However, considering that Elisabeth was nearly 70, and Mountjoy a handsome man of 35, the following passage must have been difficult of digestion, written on some reverse in Ireland, for which he anticipated blame at court. This, most dear sovereign, I do not write with any swelling justification of myself. If any impious tongue do tax my proceedings, I will patiently bless it, that by making me suffer for your sake, that I have suffered for your sake a torment above all others, a grieved and despised love. Elisabeth answered this deceitful effusion with the following absurd billet. The Queen to Lord Mountjoy. Oh, what melancholy humour hath exhaled up into your brain from a full frauded heart that should breed such doubt, bred upon no cause given by us at all, never having pronounced any syllable upon which a work should be framed. There is no louder trump that may sound out your praise, your hazard, your care, your luck, than we have blasted in all our court, and elsewhere indeed. Well, I will attribute it to God's good providence for you, that, lest all these glories might elevate you too much, he hath suffered, though not made, such a scruple to keep you under his rod, who best knows we have more need of bits than spurs. Thus, valeant ista amara, ad Tartaros iat melancholia. Your sovereign, E.R. Endorsed in the hand of Robert Cecil. A copy of Her Majesty's letter, lest you cannot read it. Then in Lord Mountjoy's hand. Received in January at Arbrecon. It is by Lady Southwell, one of Queen Elizabeth's ladies immediately about her person, that the melancholy marvels attending her death are recorded. This narrative is still in existence in the original manuscripts. The costume of place, time, and diurnal routine render it a precious document. After making every allowance of the marvelousness of the writer, it evidently depicts the departure of a person unsettled in religion and uneasy in conscience. Her Majesty, says Lady Southwell, being in very good health one day, Sir John Stanhope, vice-chamberlain, and Sir Robert Cecil's dependent and familiar, came and presented her majesty with a piece of gold, of the bigness of an angel, full of characters, which he said an old woman in Wales had bequeathed to her, the queen, on her deathbed, and thereupon he discovered how the said testatrix, by virtue of the piece of gold, lived to the age of 120 years, and in that age, having all her body withered and consumed, and wanting nature to nourish her, she died, commanding the said piece of gold be carefully sent to her majesty, alleging further, that as long as she wore it on her body, she could not die. The queen in confidence took the said gold and hung it about her neck. This fine story has crept very widely into history, and even into ambassadors' dispatches, but the genealogy of the magic piece of gold has never before been duly defined. There can be little doubt that Elizabeth and her minister were absurd enough to accept the talisman, but its adoption was followed by a general breaking up of her constitution instead of its renewal. Though she became not suddenly sick, yet she daily decreased her rest and feeding, and within 15 days, continued Lady Southwell, she fell downright ill, and the cause being wondered at by my Lady Scroop, with whom she was very private and confident, being her near kinswoman, her majesty told her, commanding her to conceal the same, that she saw one night her own body exceedingly lean and fearful in a light of fire. This vision was at Whitehall, a little before she departed for Richmond, and was testified by another lady, who was one of the nearest about her person, of whom the queen demanded, whether she was not wont to see sights in the night? Telling her of the bright flame she had seen. This is a common deception of the sight, in a highly vitiated state of bile, but in the commencement of the 17th century, educated individuals were as ignorant of physiology as infants of 3 years old of the present day. These imaginative vagaries are very precious, as proofs of the gradual progress of knowledge, and the best result, wisdom. The next anecdote, however, goes far beyond our present discoveries in optics. Afterwards, in the melancholy of her sickness, she desired to see a true looking glass, which in 20 years before she had not seen, but only such a one as on purpose was made to deceive her sight, which true looking glass being brought to her, she presently fell exclaiming at all those flatterers which had so much commended her, and they durst not after come into her presence. Her attendants had doubtless left off painting her, and she happened to see her natural face in the glass. A fearful complication of complaints had settled on the queen, and began to draw visibly to a climax. She suffered greatly with the gout in her hands and fingers, but was never heard to complain of what she felt in the ways of personal pain, but continued to talk of progresses and festivities, as though she expected her days to be prolonged through years to come. End of section 19. Section 20 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 12, Part 5. Early in the year 1603, Elizabeth honored the French ambassador by standing godmother to his infant daughter, but performed this office by proxy, as it would scarcely have been consistent with her absolute prohibition of the rites of the Church of Rome, if she had assisted in person at a Roman Catholic ceremonial. It is quaintly stated in the contemporary record, that the queen christened the French ambassador's daughter by her deputy, the Lady Marquesse, the Countess of Worcester and the Lord Admiral being her assistants. On the 14th of January, the queen having sickened 2 days before of a cold, and being forewarned by Dee, who retained his mysterious influence over her mind to the last, to beware of Whitehall, removed to Richmond, which she said was the warm winter box to shelter her old age. The morning before she departed, her kinsman, the Lord Admiral, coming to her to receive her orders, partly concerning the removal, and partly touching other matters, she fell into some speech touching the succession, and then told him, that her throne had always been the throne of kings, and none but her next heir of blood and descent should succeed. This, confirmed as it is by her remark to Sully, that the King of Scotland would hereafter become King of Great Britain, proves that Elizabeth, however jealous she might be of James during her life, had no wish to entail the legacy of a civil war on her people by changing the legitimate order of the succession. Her displeasure against those who might pretend to set up a rival claim to the elder line was sufficiently indicated by the acrimonious manner in which she named the son of Lady Catherine Grey and her imprisonment of the innocent Lady Arabella Stuart at Sheriff Hutton. Elizabeth removed on a wet stormy day to Richmond, but when she arrived, the change of air appeared to have a salutary effect, for she was well mended of her cold, but on the 28th of February she began to sicken again. All contemporary writers bear witness to the increased dejection of her mind after visiting her dying kinswoman, the Countess of Nottingham. But the particulars of that visit rest on historical tradition only. It is said that the Countess, pressed in conscience on account of her detention of the ring which Essex had sent to the Queen as an appeal to her mercy, could not die in peace until she had revealed the truth to her Majesty and craved her pardon. But Elizabeth, in a transport of mingled grief and fury, shook, or as others have said, struck the dying penitent in her bed with these words, "God may forgive you, but I never can." The deathbed confession of the Countess of Nottingham gave a rude shock to the fast-ebbing sands of the sorrow-stricken queen. Her distress on that occasion, though the circumstances which caused it were not generally known, till more than a century afterwards, is mentioned by de Beaumont, the French ambassador, in a letter to Monsieur de Villeroy, in which he informs him that, having received the letter from the king his master, he requested an audience of the queen, in order to present it, but she desired to be excused on account of the death of the Countess of Nottingham, for which she had wept extremely, and shown an uncommon concern. It is almost a fearful task to trace the passage of the mighty Elizabeth through the dark valley of the shadow of death. Many have been dazzled with the splendor of her life, but few, even of her most ardent admirers, would wish their last end might be like hers. Robert Carey, afterwards Earl of Monmouth, was admitted to the chamber of his royal kinswoman during her last illness, and has left the following pathetic record of the state in which he found her. "When I came to court," says he, "I found the queen ill disposed, and she kept her inner lodging, yet hearing of my arrival, she sent for me. I found her in one of her withdrawing chambers, sitting low upon her cushions. She called me to her. I kissed her hand, and told her it was my chiefest happiness to see her in safety and in health, which I wished might long continue. She took me by the hand and wrung it hard, and said, 'No, Robin, I am not well,' and then discoursed to me of her indisposition, and that her heart had been sad and heavy for 10 or 12 days, and in her discourse she fetched not so few as 40 or 50 great sighs. I was grieved at the first to see her in this plight, for in all my lifetime before I never saw her fetch a sigh, but when the Queen of Scots was beheaded. Then, upon my knowledge, she shed many sighs and tears, manifesting her innocence that she never gave consent to the death of that queen. I used the best words I could to persuade her from this melancholy humour, but I found it was too deeply rooted in her heart, and hardly to be removed. This was upon a Saturday night, and she gave command that the great closet should be prepared for her to go to chapel the next morning. The next day, all things being in readiness, we long expected her coming. After 11 o'clock, one of the grooms of the chambers came out, and bade make ready for the private closet, for she would not go to the great. There we stayed long for her coming, but at last she had cushions laid for her in the privy chamber, hard by the closet door, and there she heard the service. From that day forward she grew worse and worse. She remained on her cushions 4 days and nights at the least. All about her could not persuade her either to take any sustenance or to go to bed." Beaumont, the French ambassador, affords a yet more gloomy picture of the sufferings of mind and body which rendered the progress of the dreaded and dreadful Elizabeth to the tomb, an awful lesson on the vanity of all earthly distinctions and glories in the closing stage of life, when nothing but the witness of a good conscience and a holy reliance on the mercy of a Redeemer's love can enable shrinking nature to contemplate, with hope and comfort, the dissolution of its earthly tabernacle. On the 19th of March, de Beaumont informs the king, his master, that Queen Elizabeth had been very much indisposed for the last 14 days, having scarcely slept at all during that period, and eaten much less than usual, being seized with such a restlessness that, though she had no decided fever, she felt a great heat in her stomach, and a continual thirst, which obliged her every moment to take something to abate it, and to prevent the phlegm, with which she was sometimes oppressed, from choking her. Some ascribed her disorder to her uneasiness with regard to Lady Arabella Stuart, others to her having been obliged, by her council, to grant a pardon to her Irish rebel Tyrone. Many were of opinion that her distress of mind was caused by the death of Essex, but all agreed that, before her illness became serious, she discovered an unusual melancholy both in her countenance and manner. The queen, says another contemporary, had fallen into a state of moping, sighing, and weeping melancholy, and being asked by her attendants, whether she had any secret cause of grief, she replied, that she knew of nothing in this world worthy of troubling her. She was obstinate in refusing everything prescribed by her physicians. 3 days afterward, Beaumont wrote, that the Queen of England had been somewhat better the day before, but was that day worse, and so full of chagrin, and so weary of life, that notwithstanding all the entreaties of her counsellors and physicians for her to take the proper medicine and means necessary for her relief, she refused everything. The queen grew worse and worse, says her kinsman, Sir Robert Carey, because she would be so, none about her being able to persuade her to go to bed. A general report of her death prevailed, not only in her own dominions, but on the continent, as we find by the reports of de Beaumont, the French ambassador. On Wednesday, the Lord Admiral was sent for as the person who possessed the most influence with the queen. He was one of her nearest surviving kinsmen, being the first cousin of Queen Anne Boleyn, whose mother, the Lady Elisabeth Howard, was his father's sister. He had also married a Carey, the granddaughter of the queen's aunt, Mary Boleyn. He was then in great affliction for the death of his lady, and had retired from the court, to indulge his grief in private, for the sight of dewel, or mourning, was as distasteful to Queen Elizabeth as to her father. She was aware that those about her anticipated a fatal termination to her present malady, and felt in herself the unmistakable symptoms of the slow but sure approach of death, and though she had, with sighs and tears, acknowledged herself weary of life, there was a fearful shrinking manifested when she found herself actually poised on the narrow threshold that divides time from eternity, and as if she thought that her reluctance to cross that awful bound would alter the immutable decree that had gone forth against her, she refused to admit her danger, or to do anything which bore the appearance of deathbed preparations. The Archbishop of Canterbury and Cecil entreated her to receive medical aid, but she angrily told them, she knew her own constitution better than they did, and that she was not in so much danger as they imagined. The Admiral came and knelt beside her, where she sat among her cushions, sullen and unresigned. He kissed her hands, and with tears implored her to take a little nourishment. After much ado, he prevailed so far that she received a little broth from his hands, he feeding her with a spoon. But when he urged her to go to bed, she angrily refused, and then, in wild and wandering words, hinted of phantasma that had troubled her midnight couch. If he were in the habit of seeing such things in his bed, she said, as she did when in hers, he would not persuade her to go there. Secretary Cecil, overhearing this speech, asked, if her majesty had seen any spirits? A flash of Elizabeth's mighty mind, for an instant, triumphed over the wreck of her bodily and mental faculties. She knew the man, and was aware he had been truckling with her successor. He was not in her confidence, and she answered majestically, She scorned to answer him such a question. But Cecil's pertness was not subdued by the lion-like mien of dying majesty, and he told her that to content the people she must go to bed. At which she smiled, wonderfully contemning him, observing, the word must was not to be used to princes, adding, little man, if your father had lived, ye durst not have said so much, but ye know I must die, and that makes ye so presumptuous. She then commanded him and the rest to depart out of her chamber, all but Lord Admiral Howard, to whom, as her near relation and fast friend through life, she was confidential to the last, even regarding those unreal phantasms, which, when her great mind awoke for a moment, it was plain she referred to their proper causes. When Cecil and his colleagues were gone, the queen, shaking her head piteously, said to her brave kinsman, my lord, I am tied with a chain of iron about my neck. The Lord Admiral reminded her of her wonted courage, but she replied despondingly, I am tied, and the case is altered with me. The queen understood that Secretary Cecil had given forth to the people that she was mad. Therefore, in her sickness, she did many times say to him, Cecil, I know I am not mad. You must not think to make Queen Jane of me. She evidently alluded to the unfortunate queen regnant of Castile, the mad Joanna, mother of Charles V, whose sad life, as a regal maniac, was fresh in the memory of her dying contemporary. Her ladies, however, bear firm witness of her sanity. For, says Lady Southwell, though many reports, by Cecil's means, were spread of her distraction, neither myself, nor any other lady about her, could ever perceive that her speeches, ever well applied, proceeded from a distracted mind. Partly by the admiral's persuasions, and partly by force, she was at length carried to bed. But there she lay not long, for again the French ambassador informs the king his master, that the queen continued to grow worse, and appeared in a manner insensible, not speaking above once in 2 or 3 hours, and at last remained silent for 24, holding her finger almost continually in her mouth, with her rayless eyes open and fixed on the ground, where she sat on cushions, without rising or resting herself, and was greatly emaciated by her long watching and fasting. Some attempt appears to have been made to charm away the dark spirit that had come over the queen, by the power of melody at this dread crisis, for Beaumont says, this morning the queen's music has gone to her. He sarcastically adds, I believe she means to die as gaily as she lived. In his next report he says, the queen hastens to her end, and is given up by all her physicians. They have put her to bed, almost by force, after she had sat upon cushions for 10 days, and has rested barely an hour each day in her clothes. After she was undressed and placed more at her ease in a recumbent posture, she revived and called for broth, and seemed so much better, that hopes were entertained of her, but soon after she became speechless. When she found herself failing, she desired some meditations to be read to her, and named those of Du Plessis de Mornay. Yet more, alas, of superstition than devotion appears to have attended the last days of this mighty victress, mighty queen, and gloomy indeed were the clouds in which she, who had been proudly styled the Western luminary, set at last. If we may credit the details of Lady Southwell, who has recorded every circumstance of her royal mistress's last illness with graphic minuteness, some singular traits of weakness were exhibited by Elisabeth, and before the testimony of this daily witness of the occurrences of that epoch be rejected, the reader must bear in mind Elisabeth's well authenticated practices with the astrologer D. Lady Southwell affirms that the 2 ladies in waiting discovered the Queen of Hearts with a nail of iron knocked through the forehead, and thus fastened to the bottom of her majesty's chair. They durst not pull it out, remembering that the like thing was used to the old Countess of Sussex, and afterwards proved a witchcraft, for which certain persons were hanged as instruments of the same. It was perfectly inconsequential whether the Queen of Hearts or any other bit of card was nailed at the bottom of the queen's chair, but the fantastic idea of putting it there, and the terror of the poor ladies who would, but durst not, remove it, because of the horrid sacrifice of human life that attended all suspicion of witchcraft, are lively illustrations of the characteristics of that era. As the mortal illness of the queen drew towards its close, the superstitious fears of her simple ladies were excited almost to mania, even to conjuring up a spectral apparition of the queen while she was yet alive. Lady Guildford, then in waiting on the queen, and leaving her in an almost breathless sleep in her privy chamber, went out to take a little air, and met her majesty, as she thought, 3 or 4 chambers off. Alarmed at the thoughts of being discovered in the act of leaving the royal patient alone, she hurried forward in some trepidation in order to excuse herself, when the apparition vanished away. Lady Guildford returned, terrified, to the chamber, but there lay Queen Elizabeth, still in the same lethargic, motionless slumber in which she had left her. On the 24th of March, Beaumont, the French ambassador, made the following report of the state of the departing monarch. The queen was given up 3 days ago. She had lain long in a cold sweat, and had not spoken. A short time previously she said, "I wish not to live any longer, but desire to die." Yesterday and the day before she began to rest, and found herself better after, having been greatly relieved by the bursting of a small swelling in the throat. She takes no medicine whatever, and has only kept her bed 2 days. Before this, she would on no account suffer it, for fear, as some suppose, of a prophecy that she should die in her bed. She is, moreover, said to be no longer in her right senses. This, however, is a mistake. She has only had some slight wanderings at intervals. Carey reports the last change for the worse to have taken place on Wednesday, the previous day. That afternoon, says he, she made signs for her council to be called, and, by putting her hand to her head, when the King of Scotland was named to succeed her, they all knew he was the man she desired should reign after her. By what logic the council were able to interpret this motion of the dying queen into an indication that such was her pleasure, they best can explain. Lady Southwell's account of this memorable scene is more circumstantial and minute. She says of the queen, "Being given over by all, and at the last gasp, keeping still her sense in everything, and giving apt answers, though she spake but seldom, having then a sore throat, the council required admittance, and she wished to wash or gargle her throat, that she might answer freely to what they demanded, which was to know whom she would have for king?" A servile and unconstitutional question, which it is well no sovereign is expected to answer in these better days. Her throat troubling her much, they desired her to hold up her fingers when they named who she liked, whereupon they named the King of France. This was to try her intellect. She never stirred. The King of Scotland, she made no sign. Then they named Lord Beauchamp. This was the heir of Seymour, whose rights were derived from his mother, Lady Catherine Grey, one of the most unfortunate of Elizabeth's victims. Anger awakened the failing mind of the expiring queen. She roused herself at the name of the injured person, whom she could not forgive, and said fiercely, "I will have no rascal's son in my seat, but one worthy to be a king." How sad is the scene! What a dismal view of regality the various versions of this deathbed present! Where the interested courtiers sat watching the twitchings of the hands, and the tossing of the arms of the dying Elizabeth, interpreting them into signs of royalty for the expected heir. In her last struggles, the clasping of her convulsed hands over her brow is seriously set forth as her symbological intimation that her successor was to be a crowned king. The queen kept her bed 15 days, continues Lady Southwell. Besides the 3 she sat upon a stool, and one day, when being pulled up by force, she obstinately stood on her feet for 15 hours. When she was near her end, the council sent to her the Archbishop of Canterbury and other prelates, at the sight of whom she was much offended, cholerically rating them, bidding them "be packing," saying, "she was no atheist, but she knew full well they were but hedge priests." That Elizabeth, in the aberration of delirium or the petulance of sickness, might have used such a speech is possible, but her reluctance to receive spiritual assistance from the hierarchy of her own church is not mentioned by the French ambassador, and Carey assures us that about 6 at night she made signs for the Archbishop of Canterbury and her chaplains to come to her, at which time, says he, I went in with them and sat upon my knees, full of tears to see that heavy sight. Her Majesty lay upon her back, with one hand in the bed, and the other without. The bishop kneeled by her, and examined her first of faith, and she so punctually answered all his several questions, by lifting up her eyes and holding up her hand, as it was a comfort to all the beholders. Then the good man told her plainly what she was, and what she was to come to, and, though she had been long a great queen here upon earth, yet shortly she was to yield an account of her stewardship to the great King of Kings. The following striking anecdote is related by the learned author of L'Art de vérifier les dates, in connection with this memorable scene, but it is scarcely in accordance with Carey's record of the Archbishop's apostolical address to the Queen, and still less with the fact that she was speechless. The incident must, however, be related, because it is deeply interesting, if true. The Archbishop of Canterbury, says our authority, who assisted her last moments with his consolations, said to her, Madam, you ought to hope much in the mercy of God. Your piety, your zeal, and the admirable work of the Reformation, which you have happily established, afford great grounds of confidence for you. My lord, replied the queen, the crown which I have borne so long has given enough of vanity in my time. I beseech you not to augment it in this hour, when I am so near my death. After this, continues Carey, he began to pray, and all that were by did answer him. After he had continued long in prayer, the old man's knees were weary. He blessed her, and meant to rise and leave her. The queen made a sign with her hand. My sister Scroop, knowing her meaning, told the bishop the queen desired he would pray still. He did so for a long half hour after, and then thought to leave her. Elisabeth, speechless, agonizing, and aware of the utter inefficiency of the aid of the physician or the nurse, was eager now for spiritual medicine. She had tasted in that dark hour of the waters of life, and the thirst of the immortal spirit was not lightly satiated. The weakness of the dissolving tabernacle of feeble clay was forgotten. She made a second time a sign to have the archbishop continue in prayer. He did so for a half an hour more, with earnest cries to God for her soul's health, which he uttered with that fervency of spirit, that the queen, to all our sight, much rejoiced thereat, continues the eyewitness of this impressive scene, and gave testimony to us all of her Christian and comfortable end. By this time it grew late, and everyone departed, all but the women who attended her. This, pursues he, that I heard with my ears, and did see with mine eyes, I thought it my duty to set down, and to affirm it for a truth upon the faith of a Christian, because I know there have been many false lies reported of the end and death of that good lady. As those of a trusted and beloved kinsman of Elisabeth, the statements of Sir Robert Carey are doubtless of great importance. Few, indeed, of those who are admitted to visit the deathbeds of sovereigns have left such graphic records of their last hours. It is melancholy to add that there is every reason to believe that while death was thus dealing with the aged queen, this very Carey and his sister, Lady Scroop, were intently watching the ebbing tide of life for the purpose of being the first to hail the impatient King of Scots as her successor. The spirit of the mighty Elisabeth, after all, passed away so quietly that the vigilance of the self-interested spies by whom she was surrounded was baffled, and no one knew the moment of her departure. Exhausted by her devotions, she had, after the archbishop left her, sunk into a deep sleep, from which she never awoke, and about 3 in the morning it was discovered that she had ceased to breathe. Lady Scroop gave the first intelligence of this fact by silently dropping a sapphire ring to her brother, who was lurking beneath the windows of the chamber of death at Richmond Palace. This ring, long after known in court tradition as the blue ring, had been confided to Lady Scroop by James, as a certain signal which was to announce the decease of the queen. Sir Robert Carey caught the token, fraught with the destiny of the island empire, and departed at fiery speed to announce the tidings in Scotland. His adventures belong to another portion of this work. Carey gives us a very different account of his proceedings in his Autobiography. He affirms that, after he had assisted at the last prayers for his dying mistress, he returned to his lodgings, leaving word with one in the cofferer's chamber to call him, if it mass thought the queen would die, and then he gave the porter an angel to let him in at any time when he called. Early on the Thursday morning, the sentinel he had left in the cofferer's chamber brought him word that the queen was dead. I rose, says he, and made all the haste to the gate to get in. I was answered I could not enter, all the lords of the council having been there, and commanded that none should go in or out, but by warrant from them. At the very instant one of the council, the comptroller, asked if I were at the gate. I answered yes, and desired to know how the queen did. He answered, pretty well. When Carey was admitted, he found all the ladies in the cofferer's chamber weeping bitterly. A more touching tribute, perhaps, to the memory of their royal mistress, than all the pompous and elaborate lamentations that the poets and poetasters of the age labored to bestow on her, in illustration of the grief that was supposed to pervade all hearts throughout the realm at her decease. This great female sovereign died in the 70th year of her age and the 44th of her reign. She was born on the day celebrated as the Nativity of the Virgin Mary, and she died March 24th, on the eve of the festival of the Annunciation, called Lady Day. Among the contemporary epitaphs which were composed for her and hung up in many churches was one ending with the following couplet: She is, she was, what can there more be said? On earth the first, in heaven the second maid. It is stated by Lady Southwell that directions were left by Elisabeth that she should not be embalmed, but Cecil gave orders to her surgeon to open her. Now, the queen's body being seared up, continues Lady Southwell, was brought by water to Whitehall, where, being watched every night by 6 several ladies, myself that night watching as one of them, and being all in our places about the corpse, which was fast nailed up in a board coffin, with leaves of lead covered with velvet, her body burst with such a crack that it splitted the wood, lead, and cere cloth, whereupon the next day she was fain to be new trimmed up. The council were displeased at their orders, in coincidence with the dying request of their royal mistress, should be disobeyed by the malapert contradiction of Cecil regarding the last duties to her corpse, but no one dared to rebuke him publicly or officially. End of section 20. Section 21 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Elisabeth, Chapter 12, Part 6. Queen Elizabeth was most royally interred in Westminster Abbey on the 28th of April, 1603, at which time, says Old Stowe, the city of Westminster was surcharged with multitudes of all sorts of people in the streets, houses, windows, leads, and gutters, who came to see the obsequy. And when they beheld her statue or effigy lying on the coffin, set forth in royal robes, having a crown upon the head thereof, and a ball and scepter in either hand, there was such a general sighing, groaning, and weeping, as the like hath not been seen or heard in the memory of man, neither doth any history mention any people, time, or state, to make like lamentation for the death of their sovereign. The funeral statue, which by its close resemblance to their deceased sovereign, moved the sensibility of the loyal and excitable portion of the spectators at her obsequies, in this powerful manner, was no other, gentle reader, than the faded waxwork effigy of that queen, preserved in that little mysterious cell of Westminster Abbey, called the Waxwork Chamber, for the sight of which an additional 6d was formerly extorted from the visitors to that venerable fane. As the Waxwork Chamber is now closed to the public forever, and these quaint memorials of the royal and illustrious dead are never more to excite the mirth, the wonder, or terror of the unsophisticated sightseers of London again, a description of the posthumous figure of Elizabeth which tradition affirms was modeled from her person after death, and is clad in garments from her royal wardrobe, of the precise fashion she wore in life, may prove an acceptable addition to her personal biography. There can be little doubt that such as the maiden monarch appeared in the last year of her life and reign, we behold a striking facsimile in this curious work of art. It is well known that Elizabeth caused the die of the last gold coin, which was struck with the likeness of her time-broken profile, to be destroyed, in her indignation at its ugliness, and could she have seen the grim posthumous representation of her faded glories that was borne upon her bier, it is probable that she would have struggled to burst her cere cloths and her leaden coffin to demolish it. Yet there are the remains of considerable beauty and much majesty to be traced in this very statue. It was the high aristocratic, yet delicately modelled features with which we are familiar in the coins and pictures of the last of the Tudors. There is even a likeness of Anne Boleyn, discernible in the contour of her face, especially in the broad, powerful forehead and high cheekbones. The backward carriage of the head is peculiarly indicative of Elizabeth in all her latter portraits, and she holds the scepter and the ball with the characteristic haughtiness of one fully aware of the full importance of these emblems of regality. Her height is commanding, and her figure stately and symmetrical. She is attired in her royal robes, a kirtle and bodice of very rich crimson satin, embroidered all over with silver. The front of the skirt is wrought in a bold coral pattern, and fringed with tuft and spangled silver fringe. The bodice is very long and slightly rounded at the point. The stomacher, embroidered with quatfills of silver bullion, interspersed with rosettes and crosses of large round Roman pearls, and medallions of colored glass, to imitate rubies, sapphires, and diamonds. It is also edged with silver lace and ermine. The bodice is cut low in front, so as to display the bosom, without any tucker or kerchief, but with a high ruff of guipure, which is now embrowned with the dust of centuries. The ruff is of Spanish fashion, high behind and sloping towards the bust. The sleeves are turned over at the wrists, with cuffs and reverse ruffles of the same curious texture as the ruff. About her throat is a carcanet of large round pearls, and rubies and emeralds. Besides this ornament, her neck is decorated with long strings of pearls, festooned over the bosom and descending on either side below the elbows in tassels. Her regal mantle of purple velvet, trimmed with rows of ermine and gold lace, is attached to the shoulders with gold cordons and tassels, and falls behind in a long train. The skirt of her underdress or kirtle is cut short, to display the small feet and well-turned ankles, of which she was so proud. She wears high-heeled shoes of pale-colored cloth, with enormous white ribbon bows, composed of 6 loops, edged with silver gimp, and in the center a large pearl medallion. Her earrings are circular pearl and ruby medallions, with large pear-shaped pearl pendants. Her light red wig is frizzled very short above the ears, but descends behind in stiff cannon curls, and is altogether thickly beset with pearls. Her royal crown is affloriated, small, high, and placed very far back on her head, leaving her high and broad retreating forehead and part of her head bare and bald. She has a gold cordon with large tuft and spangled gold tassels descending nearly to her feet. It is surprising how well the bullion with which her dress is decorated has stood the test of time, for its discoloration proceeds rather from an accumulation of dust than tarnish. As an undoubted specimen of the costume worn by Elizabeth in the last year of her reign, this figure is very valuable. Elizabeth was interred in the same grave with her sister and predecessor in the regal office, Mary Tudor. Her successor, King James I, has left a lasting evidence of his good taste and good feeling in the noble monument he erected to her memory in Westminster Abbey. Her recumbent effigies repose beneath a stately canopy, on a slab of pure white marble, which is supported by 4 lions. Her head rests on tasseled and embroidered cushions, her feet on a couchant lion. She is mantled in her royal robes, lined with ermine, and attired in fardingale and ruff, but there is also a classical absence of ornament in her dress. Her closely curled hair is covered with a very simple cap, though of the regal form, but she has no crown, and the scepter has been broken from her hand, so has the cross from the imperial orb, which she holds in the other. She was the last sovereign of this country to whom a monument has been given, but one of the few whose glory required it not. There is a curious original painting of Queen Elizabeth at Henham Hall in Suffolk, in the possession of the Earl of Stadbroke, by whose courteous permission we were permitted minutely to examine the picture. The name of the artist is unknown, but it is evidently the work of the court painter, and one of those portraits for which Elizabeth condescended to sit in person, for the face is executed in strict accordance with the royal contempt for the rules of art, and though the features are elegantly delineated with regard to outline, the total absence of shade spoils the effect. But Elizabeth forbade the use of those darkening tints, as injurious to the luster of her complexion. The portrait is a 3/4 length, and represents the queen somewhere about the 30th year of her age, when the iron signet of care began to reveal its impress on her ample brow, the elongated visage, and the thin and sternly compressed lips. The eyes are dark and penetrating, the complexion fair and faded, the hair of the indeterminate shade, which foes call red, and panegyrists auburn. It is curled, or rather frizzled, in a regular circle round the brow, and very short at the ears. The costume fixes the date of the picture between the years 1565 and 1570, before Elizabeth had launched into the exuberance of dress and ornament, which rendered her portraits so barbaric in their general effect as she advanced into the vale of years, and every year increased the height and amplitude of her radiated ruff, till it rose like a winged background behind the lofty fabric of jewels she wore on her head, and at last overtopping the cross of her regal diadem. In the Henham portrait, her ruff is of less aspiring fashion, and resembles those worn by her beautiful rival, Mary Stuart, when Queen of France. It is formed of small circular quillings of silver guipure, closely set round the throat, and confined by a rich carcanet or collar of rubies, amethysts, and pearls, set in a beautiful gold filigree pattern, with large pear-shaped pearls depending from each lozenge. The bodice of the dress, which is of rich white brocade, embroidered in diagonal stripes with bullion, in a running pattern of hops and hop leaves, fastens down the front, and is made tight to the shape, and with a point, like a dress of the present times. It is ornamented between the embroidery with gems set in gold filigree of the same pattern as the carcanet. The bodice is also slashed with purple velvet, edged with bullion. The sleeves are of the form, which in the modern nomenclature of costume has been termed gigot. They are surmounted on the shoulder with puffs of gold gauze, separated with rubies and amethysts, and 2 small rouleaus wreathed with pearls and bullion. The sleeves are slashed with velvet, embroidered with bullion, and decorated with gems to match the bodice, and finished at the wrists with quilled ruffles of the same pattern as her ruff. She wears the jewel and ribbon of the garter about her neck. The George is a large oval medallion, pendant from a pale blue ribbon, and decorated with rubies and amethysts, of the same lozenge form and setting as those in her carcanet. Her waist is encircled with a jeweled girdle to correspond. The skirt of her dress is very full, and faced with 3 stripes of miniver, in robing form. Her headdress is very elegant, consisting of a coronal of gems and goldsmith's work, placed on crimson velvet, somewhat resembling the front of the pretty hood of Queen Catherine Parr in the Strawberry Hill miniature, but surmounted with a transparent wreath of laurel leaves made of gold gauze, and stiffened with gold wire. Very beautiful lampettes descend from this wreath, formed of pipes of gold gauze, arranged in lattice puffs, edged with Vandyck guipure of bullion, and fastened at every crossing with a large round pearl. A white rose confines one of the lampettes on the right temple. The effect of these lampettes is very striking, and the dress, as a whole, is in excellent taste, yet very different from that in any other of the numerous portraits of Elizabeth I have seen. In one hand she holds a white rose carelessly. Her hands are ungloved and very delicate in contour, the fingers long and taper, with nails of the almond shape, which has been said to be one of the tokens of aristocratic lineage. Elisabeth was always excessively vain of the beauty of her hands. De Maurier, in his Memoirs of Holland, says, "I heard from my father, who had been sent to her court, that at every audience he had with her, she pulled off her gloves more than 100 times, to display her hands, which were indeed very white and beautiful." Her gloves were always thick white kid, very richly embroidered with bullion, pearls, and colored silks on the back of the hands, fringed with gold and slashed with colored satin at the elbows, stiffened with bullion gimp. In the palm, 5 air holes, rather larger than melon seeds, were stamped, to prevent any ill effects from confined perspiration. The costume of the celebrated portrait of Elisabeth in the Cecil collection, presented by her to Burleigh, is much more elaborately decorated than the Hannum picture. She wears a lofty headdress, with a heron plume, and 2 ruffs, one, the small close quill ruff just described, round the throat, and a high radiated ruff, somewhat in the Spanish style, attached to her regal mantle, which is thrown a little back on the shoulders, and becomes gradually narrower as it approaches the bust. Behind this rises a pair of wings, like a 3rd ruff. Her robe, in this celebrated picture, is covered with eyes and ears, to signify her omniscient qualities, and her power of acquiring intelligence, and to complete the whole, a serpent, indicative of her wisdom, is coiled up on her sleeve. As a direct and amusing contrast to this allegorical representation of the maiden monarch in her sagacity, may be named a quaint portrait in the Hampton Court collection by Zucchero, where she is attired in a loose robe, formed of the eyes of peacock's feathers, with a high-crowned cap, such as limners have, in all ages, consecrated to Folly's especial use, with a mask in her hand and a wanton smile upon her face. Only it was the right royal pleasure of the mighty Elisabeth to be thus delineated in her sportive vein. We might be apt to fancy that she had been profanely caricatured in this undignified costume. The miniatures of Elisabeth are rare, and in better taste than her portraits in oil. There is one in the Ptolemaic collection at Ham House, highly worthy of attention. From the softness of the features, the youthful appearance, and the utter absence of regal attributes, it must have been painted when she was only the Lady Elisabeth, and would be the more valuable on that account, independently of the fact that she was represented as a prettier, more feminine, and above all, more unaffected than in her maturer portraits. Her age is apparently about 20. She wears a black dress, trimmed with a double row of pearls, and fastened down the front with bows of rose-colored ribbon. Her elaborate point lace ruffles are looped with pearls and rose-colored ribbons. Her hair, which is of a light auburn color, approaching to red, is rolled back from the forehead, and surmounted with a stuffed satin fillet, decorated in front with a jewel, set with pearls, and from which 3 pear-shaped pearls depend. She has large pearl tassel earrings. This miniature is a very small oval, with a deep blue background. A greater mass of bad poetry was produced on the death of Queen Elizabeth, and the assertion is a bold one, than ever was perpetrated on any public occasion. Lamer and tamer lines may have appeared at later eras, but for original and genuine absurdity, the Elizabethan elegies challenged the poetic world to find their equals. The following lines were greatly admired, and were preserved in more than one chronicle. They were written on the water procession, when her corpse was rowed down the Thames from Richmond, to lie in state at Whitehall. 4 lines will prove a sufficient specimen. The queen did come by water to Whitehall. The oars at every stroke did tears let fall. Fish wept their eyes of pearl quite out, and swam blind after. Scarcely less absurd is the following sycophantic effusion, written by one of the sons of Lord Burleigh. But whether Robert Cecil, afterwards Earl of Salisbury, or his elder brother Thomas, afterwards created Earl of Exeter, it is not easy to decide, as both have obtained the credit of them. Now is my muse clad like a parasite in party-colored robes of black and white, grieving and joying too, both these together, but grieves and joys she most, I wot not whether. Eliza's dead, that splits my heart in twain, and James proclaimed, that makes me well again. After these specimens of folly and pretense, The elegant melody of these verses, by George Fletcher, appears to great advantage, and here follow 3 stanzas, selected from a monody on Queen Elizabeth by that great poet, when a youthful student. Tell me, ye velvet-headed violets, that fringe the fountain's side with purest blue, so let with comely grace your pretty frets be spread, so let a thousand playful zephyrs sue to kiss your willing heads, that seem to eschew their wonted touch, with maiden modesty, so let the silver dew but lightly lie, like little watery worlds within an azure sky. Lo, when your verdant leaves are broadly spread, let weeping virgins gather you in their laps, and send you where Eliza lieth dead, to strew the sheet where her pale body wraps. Ay me, in this I envy your good haps. Who would not die there to be buried? Say, if the sun deny his beams to shed upon your living stalks, grow you not withered? That sun, in morning clouds enveloped, flew fast into the western world to tell news of her death. Heaven itself sorrowed with tears that fast on earth's dank bosom fell. But when the next aurora 'gan to deal handfuls of roses for the team of day, the shepherd drove his flock by chance that way, and made the nymphs to dance who mourned but yesterday. The following record was born of Queen Elizabeth by her godson Harrington, several years after the hand that wielded the scepter and the sword of empire were in the dust, and the tide of court favour and preferment were flowing liberally to him from her successor. Her mind was oft time like the gentle air that cometh from the westerly point in a summer's morn. 'Twas sweet and refreshing to all around her. Her speech did win all affections, and her subjects did try to show all love to her commands, for she would say, her state did require her to command what she knew her people would willingly do from their own love to her. Surely she did play her tables well to gain obedience thus, without constraint. But then she would put forth such alterations in her fashion, when obedience was lacking, as left no doubtings whose daughter she was. Again, he says in a familiar letter to his brother-in-law Markham, and surely the memoir of this great sovereign and most extraordinary woman can scarcely close in a more appropriate manner than with this noble tribute to her memory. Even her errors did seem marks of surprising endowments. When she smiled, it was a pure sunshine, that every one did choose to bask in, but anon came a storm from a sudden gathering of clouds, and the thunder fell, in wondrous manner, on all alike. I never did find greater show of understanding than she was blessed with, and whoever liveth longer than I can, will look back and become laudator temporis acti. End of section 21. Section 22 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 1, Part 1. Anne of Denmark was undeniably inferior, both in education and intellect, to most of the royal ladies whose biographies have occupied our preceding volumes. Her political position was, nevertheless, more important than any queen consort of England, since she was the wife of the first monarch, whose sovereignty extended over the whole of the British Islands. Her dower, moreover, completed the geographical wholeness of her husband's fortunate inheritance, for the Orkney and Shetland Islands, which had in the preceding century been pawned by Denmark to Scotland, were yielded ultimately to the Scottish king on condition of his marrying this princess. The sovereignty of these barren islands may appear at the present day a trifling addition to the majesty of the British crown, yet they are links of the great insular empire of the sea, and their retention by any rival maritime power must have caused, at some time or other, a considerable waste of blood and treasure. Anne of Denmark was the first queen of Great Britain, a title which has been borne by the wives of our sovereigns from the commencement of the 17th century to the present era. Before, however, she attained this dignity, she had presided 14 years over the court of Scotland as consort of James VI. The line of sovereigns from whom Anne of Denmark descended had been elected to the Danish throne on the deposition of Christiern II, so notorious for his cruelties in Sweden. Perhaps the outrages this tyrant perpetrated against humanity were less offensive to his countrymen than the accident of his family consisting of 2 daughters, for, by the ancient custom of Denmark, continued to this hour, the crown could only be inherited by male heirs. The crowns of Denmark and Norway were by the people, during the lifetime of Christiern II, bestowed on his uncle Frederick I, whose reign and the change of religion from the Catholic to the Lutheran creed commenced simultaneously in 1524. The son of this elected king was Christiern III, who completed the establishment of the Protestant religion in Denmark. His eldest son, Frederick II, succeeded him. He married Sophia, the daughter of his neighbor, the Duke of Mecklenburg, and had by her 6 children, born in the following order. Elisabeth, the eldest, born at Koldinga, August 25, 1573. Anna, or Anne, the second child and subject of this biography, was born at Skanderborg, December 12, 1575. Christiern, the crown prince, afterwards Christiern IV, who more than once visited the English court, was born at Fredericksburg, April 12, 1577. Ulrich, Duke of Holstein and Bishop of Schleswig, was born at Koldinga in 1578, and 2 other daughters. It was the opinion of the French ambassador that Frederick II was one of the richest princes in Europe, for he possessed the endowments of 7 bishoprics in Denmark and Norway, which his father, Christiern III, had appropriated to his own use. It is well known that King Christiern, having possessed himself of the whole wealth of the Church at the Danish Reformation, sent a very gracious message to Luther, expecting to receive great praise for the exploit, but the reformer almost execrated him for his selfishness and considered him an utter disgrace to his creed. This wealth, however, gave an increase of power to the royal family of Denmark. Frederick II drew, moreover, a great income from the tolls of Elsineur, besides a revenue of $200,000, arising from the duties on Hamburg and Rostock beer, which supplied the potations of the north of Europe. As Frederick was a prudent prince and laid up great dowries for his daughters, their hands were sought by many of the northern princes. They were all educated as zealous Protestants of the Lutheran creed. Sophia of Mecklenburg, Queen of Denmark, bore a high character among the Protestants for her many domestic virtues. She is, wrote a spy whom Burleigh had employed to report the characters of the Danish royal family, a great virtuous and godly princess, who, with a motherly care and great wisdom, ruleth her children. Whatever were the moral excellencies of Queen Sophia, her judgment in rearing children must have been somewhat deficient, since the Princess Anna could not walk alone till after she was 9 years old, being carried about in the arms of her attendants. This might have been a piece of semi-barbaric magnificence, for the princess was extremely well made, and afterwards very famous for her agile dancing. In the preceding century, when James III of Scotland married a princess of Denmark, whose brother, Christiern I, had on some internal commotion in his dominions, pawned to him the Orkney and Shetland Islands. They had proved a wonderful advantage to the commerce of the country, for these islands had been terrible thorns in the side of Scotland and even of England in former times, when they were the rendezvous of the Norwegian sea kings, who made such frequent piratical descents on the British coasts. The Orkneys had for a century quietly pertained to the Scottish crown, having, as Sir James Melville declared, laid in wadset, or unredeemed mortgage. But the reigning king of Denmark, Frederick II, finding himself rich and prosperous, thought proper, in the year 1585, to offer repayment of the mortgage and arrears, and to reclaim this appendage of the Danish crown. A war with Denmark, which possessed an overpowering navy, was a dismal prospect for Scotland, just breathing from all the miseries with which the power or policy of England had oppressed her. On the other hand, the restoration of the Orkneys was an intolerable measure, as a formidable naval power would be immediately re-established within sight of the Scottish coast. This question was earnestly debated for 2 or 3 years. At last, it appeared likely to be accommodated by a marriage between the young King of Scotland, James VI, and one of the daughters of the King of Denmark. The Princess Anna, at the time the negotiation began for the restoration of the Orkney Isles, had passed her 10th year, and being considered too old to be carried in the arms of her nurses, had been just set on her feet. While she is taught to walk, to sew her sampler, to dance, and other accomplishments, we will take a glance at the history of the monarch destined to become her partner for life. The calamities of the royal house of Stuart had been the theme of many a page. Hard have been their fates, and harder still it is, that the common sympathies of humanity have been denied to them, though the very nature of their misfortunes prove they were more sinned against than sinning. Such has been the venom infused on the page of history by national, polemic, and political prejudices, that no one has taken the trouble to compare line by line their private lives, in order justly to decide whether this royal Stuart, who received a dagger in his bosom, that who was shot in the back, or another who was hoisted by the treacherous mine from his peaceful bed, or those who, done to death by slanderous tongues, laid down their heads on the block as on a pillow of rest, were in reality as wicked as the agents who produced these results? Yet if facts are sifted and effects traced carefully back to their true causes, the mystery of an evil destiny which is so often laid to the charge, as if it were a personal crime attached to this line of hapless princes, will vanish before the broad light of truth. Most of the calamities of the royal line of Scotland originated in the antagonism which for long ages was sustained between England and their country. Either by open violence or insidious intrigue, 5 Scottish monarchs had suffered long captivities in England, and, owing to the wars with England, or the commotions nurtured in Scotland by the English, 6 long minorities have successively taken place before James VI was born. The regents who governed in the names of these minor sovereigns were placed or replaced by factions of the fierce nobility, who, at last, refused to submit to any control, either of king or law. In fact, the possessor of the Scottish crown was either destroyed or harassed to death as soon as an heir to the throne was born. "Woe to the land that is governed by a child," says the wise proverb. This was a woe that Scotland had hitherto known sufficiently, but it was possible for it to be aggravated by the sceptre falling to a female minor, which it did at the early death of James V, who left it to his daughter Mary, a babe just born. This unfortunate queen assumed the reins of government in Scotland in the midst of a religious civil war. When she returned to Scotland, she was the widow of Francis II, King of France. She married in 1565 her cousin Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. Soon after the birth of an heir, her husband was murdered, and she was driven into captivity in England. A faction of the most turbulent of the Scottish nobility took possession of her infant and proclaimed him king, when a long minority commenced, civil wars of factions struggling who should reign in the little child's name. Such had been the proceedings in Scotland, with some accidental variations, for 6 previous minorities. Only the troubles and disasters of the minorities of Queen Mary and her son, James VI, were aggravated by the furious struggles of 3 religions, the Catholics, the Reformers, and the Calvinists. Edinburgh Castle was the birthplace of James VI. He was born June 19, 1566. During the short period in which his mother retained her regal authority after his birth, he was baptized, according to the Catholic rites, in Stirling Cathedral, by the name of Charles James, December 17, 1566. His sponsors were Charles IX of France and Queen Elisabeth of England, and the latter sent, as her gift to her godson, a golden font. In order to defend the heir of Scotland from being taken possession of by a faction of the turbulent nobility, James III had, in the preceding century, built and strongly fortified the beautiful castle of Stirling. In this castle Queen Mary's infant was left, under the care of the Earl of Mar, hereditary guardian of the heir of Scotland. His state governess was Annabella, Countess of Mar. His cradle and chair, of carved oak, are still in the possession of the Erskine family, and are in perfect preservation. The infant, James VI, was but 14 months old when the revolution was completed which dethroned his mother. He was at Stirling Castle when it occurred, and his coronation was performed in Stirling Cathedral. His hereditary guardian, the Earl of Mar, took him in his arms from the nursery, carried him in the procession, and placed him on the throne. This earl then held the crown of Scotland over the head of the innocent creature, put the globe and scepter in his baby grasp, and undertook in his name all the necessary oaths and obligations. After all was done, and the infant king was proclaimed as James VI, Lord Mar took him down from the throne and carried him back to his cradle. James Stuart, Earl of Murray, eldest illegitimate son of the infant king's grandfather, James V, assumed the government as regent for James VI. The little king was so badly nursed that he did not walk till he was 5 years old, but was carried about in the arms of his chamberlain. His nurse was a drunkard and nourished him with vitiated milk. This circumstance, perhaps, gave him a predisposition to inebriety. The health of the royal infant was greatly injured before the vice of his nurse was discovered. James was, in after life, weak on his feet, but it must be owned that the manner of dressing infants 3 centuries ago was enough to cripple them, without any other malpractices in their nurseries. The unfortunate little creatures, as soon as they were born, were swathed or swaddled in a number of rollers, their arms were bound down to their sides, and their legs straight and close together, after the exact pattern of an Egyptian mummy. This operation was called swaddling, and when completed, the miserable babe looked precisely like a chrysalis, with a little round face at the top, clad in a cap or hood, without a border. The ancient monastic carvings and illuminations frequently represented the infant Savior thus enveloped in the arms of the Virgin. Indeed, the practice probably prevailed all over the world from the remotest antiquity. Royal babes were more elaborately swaddled than their subjects, and when their poor little cramped limbs were released on being weaned, it was a marvel they ever gained the use of them. Although the infant James VI could not walk, he could talk fast enough, and very early displayed a prodigious memory, an insatiable curiosity, and a queer talent for observation, saying unaccountable things, and showing a droll kind of wit as soon as he could speak. His conduct at opening his parliament in 1571, when he had arrived at the discreet age of 4 years, stamps him at once as a juvenile oddity. In those days, good subjects were not contented without they identified the person of an infant king by seeing him perform his regal duty of opening parliament. Accordingly, the lords and burgesses of Scotland convened at Stirling, in the great hall of the castle, which is still entire, a noble Gothic room, 120 feet in length. Thither the infant king was carried in the arms of his trusty guardian, the Earl of Mar, and set on the throne, at the upper end, having been previously taught a short speech to repeat to his parliament. From the throne, the little creature silently and curiously made his observations on the scene before him, and among other things, espied a hole in the roof of the hall where a slate had slipped off and admitted the light. Others say that the hole was in the canopy of the throne. However, when he was required to make his speech, he recited it with astonishing gravity and precision, but added to it, in the same tone, the result of his previous observation in these words: "There is an hole in this parliament." Such an addition to a royal speech from such an orator would have caused great mirth in a happier age and country, but the distractions, the miseries, and the fanaticism with which Scotland was then convulsed, caused these words of the infant monarch to be heard with horror and consternation. The parliament deemed that a spirit of prophecy had descended on babes and sucklings, and that the little king foresaw some great chasm to be made by death in their number. The regent, Murray, had been recently assassinated, and the Earl of Lennox, the father of Lord Darnley, and grandfather to the royal child, had been elected regent in his place. The violent death of this unfortunate Earl of Lennox, in the course of the same year, justified the omen in the eyes of the superstitious people. The Earl of Mar, the young king's tutor and guardian, was elected to the dangerous post of Regent of Scotland, which he filled but a few months. The perplexities of his new position certainly cut short his existence. Mar appears to have done all in his power to establish the Episcopal Church of Scotland, which is, in some instances, much nearer the ancient faith than the Church of England. Therefore, the prevailing tone of James's domestic education must have tended to a religion which was considered as the Reformed Catholic Church. Nevertheless, a professor of every one of the creeds, then contending for supremacy in Scotland, was to be found among the infant monarch's preceptors. George Buchanan, his principal pedagogue, being a Calvinist. Master Peter Young, his preceptor, was of the Reformed Episcopal Church, while two deprived abbots balanced the scale in favor of the Catholics. Now the young king was brought up at Stirling Castle, says Melville, by Alexander Erskine, his governor, and my Lady Mar, and had, for principal preceptors, Master George Buchanan and Master Peter Young, the abbots of Cambush Kenneth and Dryburgh, branches of the house of Erskine, and the Laird of Dromwhazel, his Majesty's master of the household. The description of these coadjutors, whose united labours formed the mind of the royal oddity, King James, are thus admirably sketched. Alexander Erskine was a nobleman of true gentle nature, well loved and liked by every man, for his good qualities and great discretion, in no wise factious or envious, a friend of all honest men. He desired rather to have such as were of good conversation to be about the young king, than his own nearer kin, if he thought them not so fit. The Laird of Dromwhazel, on the contrary, was ambitious and greedy. His greatest care was to advance himself and his friends. The two abbots were wise and modest. My Lady Mar was wise and sharp, and held the young king in great awe, and so did Master George Buchanan. Master Peter Young was gentler, and seemed to conduct himself warily, as a man unwilling to lose the sovereign's favour. But it was the celebrated George Buchanan who took the practical part of the king's education, and is said to have treated him with great severity, and to have defied Lady Mar when she wept at the stripes the schoolmaster deemed it his duty to inflict. Yet we find that Melville considered Lady Mar, as a sharp governess herself, more likely to recommend a larger portion of castigation than to mourn over the share administered by the pedagogue. Melville gives a sarcastic sketch of Buchanan, hit off with the bold pencil of one who draws from life. Master George was a stoic philosopher, but looked not far before him, a man of notable qualities for his learning, pleasant in company, rehearsing at all times, moralities short and feckful. He was of guide religion, for a poet, but he was easily abused, and so facile that he was led by any company that he haunted. He was revengeful and variable, changing his opinions with every private affront. It is a most repulsive circumstance that the infant James should have been educated by his mother's most bitter maligner. Nor was this man fit to govern a young prince. Most of James's faults must have sprung from his tuition by a vain, violent, and capricious pedagogue. If he had not been domesticated with kinder-hearted persons, this prince must have proved a demon, instead of what he was, an odd-tempered, good-natured humorist. The Earl of Morton, of the house of Douglas, now obtained the regency. He was the great enemy of the young king's mother, and was afterwards convicted as one of the murderers of his father, Lord Darnley. Meantime, the faithful Erskines kept sedulous guard on their young monarch at Stirling Castle. War, religious and civil, was raging round this palace fortress, but owing to the providential law which consigned its hereditary government to the head of the family of Mar, together with the personal guardianship of any heir or minor king of Scotland, it remained safe for several years from the attacks of the numerous enemies to royalty. The favourite companion of the young king was Thomas Erskine, who, born on the same day as himself, had shared his majesty's cradle and his sports, but not his pacific nature. For in after life, Thomas was the valiant captain of his guard in very dangerous times. James loved, with an enduring attachment through life, every person with whom he was domesticated in Stirling Castle, excepting Buchanan. The humorous oddities of the young king became more confirmed as his mind unfolded. He was fond of little animals and very good-natured to his young companions, but had a nickname for everyone and a pet name for all his intimates. One day he was playing at draughts with the young Earl of Mar, who was but a few years older than himself, when he cried out, "Johnny Mar has slated me." The word slating, it seems, in the North, means taking a sharp advantage in games of the kind. From this incident the young king always called Mar Johnny Slates. Many were the affectionate letters addressed by the royal hand to Mar, beginning with this nickname. The royal child was not permitted long to be occupied exclusively with these healthful sports, or with the studies fitting for his age. Faction and civil war broke in upon these pursuits, no doubt, greatly to the injury of his character, and in the year 1577 the guileful Morton, driven to desperation by the wrath of the oppressed people, affected to surrender his regency into the hands of the young monarch, hands only fit for the cricket ball, the slate, or copy book. Certainly there is a near analogy between semi-barbarians and children, which may prove an excuse for contemporary historians, who discuss with gravity the progress that Morton made in the favour of his Majesty of 11 years, and very seriously vituperate the heinous tendency of James to favourites when he was at that sage age, and how, by this influence, Morton prevailed on the king to dissolve a council of regency of 12 nobles and continue him in his office. Meantime, one of the princes of the blood royal, Esme Stuart, Earl of Lennox, and Lord d'Aubigny, came from France and assumed authority about the young king's person. Morton was soon after convicted of Darnley's death and of an intention of surrendering James into the hands of Elizabeth. He was beheaded and acknowledged, at least, privacy in the conspiracy which destroyed Darnley. The government of the kingdom fell into the hands of the nearest relatives of the blood royal, of whom the Earl of Lennox aforesaid was the principal person. Jealousies existed regarding the tendency of the latter to Catholicism, and great anarchy prevailed. At last, in 1582, on the 13th of October, a great insurrection of the Presbyterian party took place, and in an expedition, called the Raid of Ruthven, led by the fanatic Earl of Gowrie, they got possession of the king's person, who was forthwith consigned to a species of captivity, attended with personal violence and restraint. When James offered some resistance, Andrew Melville, a preacher, shook the youthful monarch by the arm and called him God's seely vassal, which, however, only meant to say that he was God's harmless or helpless vassal, an epithet which the youth and powerless state of the young king rendered truly appropriate. The fearful examples of the long series of crowned victims, his unhappy ancestors, who had preceded him on the throne of Scotland, not one of whom had for centuries attained the age of 40, and the strange situation in which he was placed, planted dissimulation in the heart of the boy from mere self-defense. He pretended a certain degree of imbecility and fatuity, after the example of Brutus at the court of the Tarquins, and affected great timidity when his conduct, in many a fearful crisis it was his lot to encounter, proves that he possessed not only great sagacity, but no little courage. Those who persist in believing James a fool and a coward must find it difficult to account how he could have made the daring escapade, when he was but 16, from the restraint in which he was held by Gowrie and his colleagues, at a time when his mother, Queen Mary, wrote in despair from her prison, that her son was utterly lost and ruined, and that the regal dignity had passed utterly from her family. From an old inn near St. Andrew's Castle he escaped, by the assistance of his relative, the Crownel or Colonel Stuart, to the protection of his great uncle, the Earl of March, who held garrison at that castle, and a revolution followed. The Earl of Gowrie was soon after beheaded, and the harassed country enjoyed some breathing time, while the furious contentions of the two religious factions of Episcopacy and Presbytery confined themselves merely to the warfare of the tongue, in which it must be owned they were truly indefatigable. Our king this year, that is 1585, saith a queer old chronicle of delectable quaintness, was become a brave prince in body and stature, so weel exerciseth in reading, that he could perfectly record all things he had either heard or read. Therefore that noble king, Frederick II of Denmark, who had then 2 daughters, was willing, "Gift it sould please our king, either to give him the choice of them, or he could accept the ane of them, as it sould please the father to bestow quilt, sould be the maist comely, and the best for his princely contentment." King James received the Danish ambassadors who brought this civil offer at Dunfermline, but advised them instantly to depart for St. Andrews, as the plague was raging in the palace. He said he would send his own horses to carry them thither. An unfortunate misunderstanding occurred, for the Danish ambassadors, having sent on their own horses and baggage, and finding the promised escort did not arrive, actually left Dunfermline on foot. And James was in consternation when he found the neglect that his perverse and disobedient people had put upon the envoys of his courteous ally. This was the more to be regretted, since King Frederick had ordered the Danish embassy, in case King James was not eager for the marriage, to demand restitution of the Orkney and Shetland Islands, which were the rightful property, not of Scotland, but of Denmark. James's marriage was, in fact, at this juncture, an object of interest and contention between his mother, the captive Mary Queen of Scots, and his godmother, Queen Elizabeth. The views of these queens were, of course, in direct contradiction to each other. Mary wished her son to offer his hand to one of the daughters of Philip II, King of Spain, and of her early friend, Elisabeth of France. The Queen of England insisted on his marriage with the Princess of Sweden, granddaughter of Gustavus Vasa, and at the same time a Protestant. If he accepted this offer, Elizabeth declared she would be at the whole expense of the wedding. The Scottish government were more inclined to the Danish alliance than any other, but Mary Queen of Scots, who hoped to see her son marry a Catholic of her recommendation, opposed his marriage with either of the northern princesses, under the plea that their fathers, being but elected to their dignities, were not of equal rank with hereditary monarchs. The Scotch government, however, did not relish the idea of a naval war with the powerful King of Denmark for the possession of the Orkneys. They had as well a shrewd idea that his daughter would have a rich tocher, and therefore sent Peter Young, the king's old schoolmaster, to inquire all needful particulars in Denmark. Both King James and his mother owed a deep account of gratitude to the King of Denmark, on account of the manly manner in which that monarch had exerted himself to clear Queen Mary's fame from the aspersion thrown upon her relative to her husband's murder. Bothwell, who had effected a forced marriage with the queen, died in the King of Denmark's custody, 1576, and had on his deathbed made a declaration of the entire innocence of Queen Mary regarding this foul deed, which he said was committed by himself, Murray, and Morton, without her knowledge. This important declaration Frederick II sent to Queen Elizabeth and to Scotland, attested by the primate of Denmark and the municipal authorities of the district where Bothwell expired. Queen Elizabeth carefully suppressed it, but that it made a strong impression on the mind of young James, his unswerving affection to the royal family of Denmark throughout his life gave reason to suppose. On the other hand, Queen Elizabeth could have no reason for opposing so equal and advantageous a match as that of the young King of Scotland with a Protestant princess of Denmark, than the offense given by the active part which Frederick II had taken in clearing the aspersed character of her prisoner. However this might be, Queen Elizabeth commenced an opposition so vehement to the Danish alliance that the marriage treaty was delayed for 3 years. Meantime, Queen Elizabeth brought the unfortunate mother of James VI to the block, to the grief and regret of the Scottish people in general, feelings which are prevalent in the nation, with very few individual exceptions, to the present day. A base faction, the members of which had the majority in the Scottish government, connived at Mary's murder. They were at the same time the bribed slaves of England, the opponents of their king's alliance with Denmark, and the custodians of his person. King James had been severely blamed for not revenging his mother's murder, but the letters of remonstrance he wrote both to Queen Elizabeth and his false ambassadors are still extant, though little known. His own pathetic words in his Basilicon declaring, that he was in reality as complete a prisoner in Scotland as his mother was in England, are the simple truth, and may be substantiated incontrovertibly by the documents of that era. Thus situated, he was forced to accept Queen Elizabeth's excuses that his mother was executed by mistake. His predecessors, James IV and James V, would have defied her unto the death, but those high-spirited princes perished in their prime, while James VI lived through every danger and disaster to unite the great island empire. Before the close of the eventful year of 1587, the King of Denmark sent an angry demand for the restitution of his Orkney Islands, and threatened war as the alternative. The young King of Scotland considered that this was a delicate intimation that he had been slack in his wooing, and accordingly appointed Master Peter Young once more as his matrimonial negotiator, and joined in the commission his own kinsman, the Crownell or Colonel Stuart. These functionaries returned in the summer of 1588. We'll reward it and we'll contend it, with all they had seen, especially with the fair young princesses. Upon which King James dispatched forthwith the Bishop of St. Andrews and the Crownell Stuart to conclude the match with the eldest princess of Denmark. While they were gone, Queen Elizabeth, who took infinite satisfaction in marring all private matches, which were within the reach of her influence, once more took active measures for traversing the matrimonial hopes of her royal heir and godson, James VI. If the prosperity of the Protestant interest had indeed been the leading principle of her life, she ought to have rejoiced in the prospect of the Danish alliance, which would give the heir presumptive of England a Protestant mother for his children. Yet in the perverse spirit of her diplomacy, she artfully appealed to the love of change inherent in the human mind, and sought to divert the fancy of King James from the bride so suitable to him in every respect. At her instigation, Henry, King of Navarre, afterwards Henry the Great of France, sent in embassy to Scotland a poetical noble, Du Bartas, with an offer of the hand of his sister, the Princess Catherine of Navarre, to King James. This illustrious lady was a firm Protestant, but was certainly old enough to be James's mother. Du Bartas, says Melville, brought with him the picture of the Princess Catherine, with a good report of her rare qualities. King James infinitely enjoyed the society of the noble poet Du Bartas, who was, if possible, a pedant quainter than himself, and he did not wholly discourage the idea of his own union with the sister of Henry the Great. Meantime, that inveterate match-marrer, Queen Elizabeth, took care that the King of Denmark should be informed of Du Bartas's errand to the Scottish court, which information, as anticipated, gave him infinite displeasure. Accordingly, he declared to the Scottish ambassadors that he thought that their mission was feckless dealing, or deluding him with fair language. The royal Dane acted on this idea. He betrothed his daughter Elisabeth to the Duke of Brunswick, and loudly demanded the restitution of his islands, being ready and willing to pay the mortgage money. Crownell Stuart entreated that the King of Denmark would bestow his younger daughter Anna on his sovereign. "If your king sends to espouse Anna before the 1st of May, 1589, was the reply, "she shall be given to him. If not, the treaty will be at an end, and Scotland must restore the Isles." With these words, he gave a beautiful miniature of his youngest daughter to the Crownell, and dispatched him on his homeward voyage. Frederick died directly after, and Anna lost the rank of daughter to a reigning king. Her eldest brother, a boy of 11 years old, was elected king by the title of Christian IV, and her mother, Sophia of Mecklenburg, was appointed queen regent, with 12 councillors of regency, in the list of whom the Shakespearean names of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern figure conspicuously. The young Anna was left entirely to the disposal of her mother and the council regents. There is a fine portrait of Anna's mother in the widow's dress at Hampton Court. The Scotch ambassadors from Denmark returned, bringing with them the portrait of young Anna, which James received before Du Bartas went back to France. How lovely the little miniature was may be seen to this day among the Scottish regalia at Edinburgh. It is appended to the beautiful Order of the Thistle, a legacy from Cardinal York to his kinsman George IV, who, with good taste and feeling towards his Scotch subjects, deposited this Stuart relic with the crown jewels of Scotland. The miniature of Anna of Denmark is enclosed in one of the green enameled heads of the Order of the Thistle, and thus had been worn through life by her spouse. There is likewise a whole-length portrait of her in a corner of the royal bedroom at Hampton Court, as a dark-eyed girl, with a very delicate ivory complexion. The dress is entirely white. The youth of the portrait, the queer costume of the high head, shoulder ruff, and immense farthingale, the same worn at the court of France in 1589, authenticate the tradition that it was another of Anna's portraits sent at this time to King James. Both the miniature of the Order of the Thistle and this young portrait at Hampton Court give the idea that Anna of Denmark at 16 was a very pretty girl. King James compared the portrait of the youthful Danish princess with that of the mature Catherine of Navarre, and then entered into a long course of prayers for guidance on the subject of his marriage. At the conclusion of his devotional exercises, he called together his council and told them how he had been praying and a vision with God for a fortnight, and that in consequence he was resolved to marry the Danish princess. He need not have laid his decision on his prayers. Such was the natural choice of a person of his age between a bride of 16 and one of 36. But the faction then prevalent in his council exacted the grimace of inspiration regarding every action of life, and insisted on inquisition into private prayer, the open discussion of which always assumes the appearance of hypocrisy. Notwithstanding the happy determination to which these aspirations of the young king had conducted him, there were many contradictions to be accommodated before the final appointment of the embassy of procuration to wed the fair Dane. Great alarm was expressed by King James, lest the queen regent her mother and the council of guardianship should deem themselves scoffit, if the bride was not wooed and married before the fated 1st of May, 1589, appointed by her dead father. The real cause of the delay was Queen Elizabeth, who positively insisted on King James's marrying Catherine of Navarre. Now, had he chosen this princess, Elizabeth had already prepared a plan of circumvention, for she wrote to Henry IV to hold back his sister's wedlock for 3 years, so that poor James had not a chance of a bride, whichever way his choice fell, had he determined to be guided in marriage by his undutiful godmother. Elizabeth likewise exerted her influence so actively among her paid creatures in the Scotch Privy Council, that a majority of its members were adverse to the Danish match. James at length became desperate, and devised forthwith a notable specimen of the skill of kingcraft, on which he plumed himself. King James, says Melville, took sick a despite at the wilful delays of his council, that he caused some of his mace familiar servants to deal secretly with the deacons of the Edinburgh artisans, to make a manner of meeting, threatening to slay the chancellor and maltreat the council, in case the marriage with the princess of Denmark was longer delayed. The Edinburgh mob likewise reviled Queen Elizabeth, and loudly protested that her opposition to their king's wedlock with a princess of suitable age and religion could only arise from apprehension lest heirs should spring from this marriage, which would one day revenge the cruel murder of poor Queen Mary. This seasonable and loyal insurrection wonderfully expedited the movements of the refractory councillors. They appointed, with the utmost celerity, the Earl Marischal of Scotland, the Constable of Dundee, and Lord Andrew Keith, as proxies to conclude the king's marriage, and after another sharp contest about the siller for the outfit of the said proxies, they sailed within the given time to unite James of Scotland with Anna of Denmark. End of section 22. Section 23 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 1, Part 2. The Earl Marischal and his companions, after all, did not arrive in Denmark till the middle of June. They were, however, received with great joy by Queen Sophia and the young Princess Anna. The ceremonial of the marriage by proxy was delayed till the 20th of August that year, 1589, because a noble fleet, the pride of the maritime and flourishing state of Denmark, had to be prepared to carry the young Queen of Scotland to her future home. The Earl Marischal of Scotland received her hand as proxy for his king at Corenburg, a strong fortress palace in the Isle of Zealand, built on piles overhanging the sea, very richly furnished with silver statues and other articles of luxury. This fortress is situated at the very entrance of the Sound, where the Danes levy their tolls on ships passing to the Baltic. The month of September had arrived before the bride, in company with the Earl Marischal and his train, embarked on board the ship of Peter Munch, the Danish admiral, who sailed, with 11 other fine ships, for Scotland. Twice the Danish squadron, with the bride queen, made the coast of Scotland, so near as to be within sight of land, and twice they were beat back by baffling winds, which blew them to the coast of Norway. At last the Danish admiral, Peter Munch, began to consider that there must be more in the matter than the common perversity of winds and weather, and he began to reckon up his misdeeds, and consider what witches he had affronted, for he felt convinced that some very potent sorcerer bore him an ill will, and was now tampering with the winds, to prevent him from bringing the fair young Queen of Scotland safely into harbour. By his own account, Admiral Munch must have been a very ill-behaved person, for he remembered that he had lately, in the course of his official capacity, presented one of the bailies or burgesses of Copenhagen with a cuff on the ear, whose spouse, being a notable witch wife, had, in the sapient opinion of this admiral, raised those contrary winds, to be revenged for the insult offered to her husband. This way of accounting for storms on the wild German Ocean in the fall of the year will appear droll enough in these days, but the worst of ignorant superstition is, that its comic absurdities are sure to be followed by some fearful tragedy. The unfortunate wife of the Danish bailey, and other supposed witches, were burnt alive, for the impossible offense of having brewed storms to be revenged of Peter Munch, the admiral. When the admiral and his fleet had come to the conclusion that they were bewitched, of course nothing went well. A third storm came on, some say after their arrival within sight of Scotland, or at most within 60 miles of the coast. The whole fleet was dreadfully tossed. The admiral's ship, in which the young queen sailed, fared the worst. Nor were its disasters confined to the effects of the winds and waves. A cannon suddenly broke from its fastenings, and rolling over the deck, killed 8 Danish sailors before the eyes of the young queen, and very nearly destroyed her. And withal, before this cannon could be pitched overboard, it so shook and damaged the ship that she could scarcely be kept above water. Out of the other 10 Danish ships, there was not one but what was in a deplorable state. 10 of them returned to Denmark. But the admiral's ship, with the queen, took refuge in a sound in Norway, 20 miles embayed inland. It would seem that Admiral Peter Munch dared not bring back the young Queen of Scotland, since he had been commissioned by the Queen Regent, her mother, and the Privy Council of Denmark, to carry her to her husband. And he, who does not appear to be one of the wise of the earth, considered that it was contrary to etiquette that she should return. It was utterly impossible to take her to Scotland, for the frost immediately set in severely in Norway, so there she had the prospect of staying the whole of a long winter at Upslo, a miserable place, which produced nothing eatable. The young queen immediately wrote letters to the King of Scotland, describing these sad accidents and mishaps. She dispatched these letters by Stephen Beale, a young Dane, who braved the worst the weather and the witches could effect to carry the news of the bride's disasters to her spouse. Some scandalmongers of the 17th century thought fit to unite the name of Stephen Beale scandalously with that of Anne of Denmark. But we can find no grounds for their calumnies, excepting the gallant exertions of this gentleman to carry the letters of his princess to her betrothed spouse. King James had previously heard that his wife was upon the sea, and had from that time exerted himself to his utmost for her honourable reception in Scotland. He busied himself greatly in the appointment of the ladies and gentlemen who were to compose the household of his bride, and it may be observed that he preferred those who had been faithful to his unfortunate mother in her long adversity. It is to his credit that he reserved the most honourable places for Jane Kennedy and her husband, Sir Andrew Melville. This pair, who are historically illustrious for their personal fidelity to Mary Queen of Scots, had attended her on the scaffold, and bore her last words and recommendations to her son. They afterwards married, and were treated with great favour and gratitude by King James. Lady Melville was appointed First Lady of the Bedchamber to the king's expected consort, but a sad accident prevented her from ever seeing her new mistress. In order to show her diligent loyalty, when she heard of her appointment, she crossed Leith Ferry in a violent storm on Michaelmas Day, when her boat was run down by a ship, and she was drowned, with 2 servants of her brother-in-law, Sir James Melville, the historian, who most pathetically relates the disaster, gravely attributing it to the malice prepense of the Scottish witches, who, in conjunction with their sisterhood in Norway, had brewed the storm to drown the harmless young queen, but their malice fell thus upon her lady-in-waiting, and he adds, that the witches afterwards pleaded guilty to this feat. Just after the woeful catastrophe of poor Lady Melville, arrived Stephen Beale with the tidings of the distresses of the royal bride, who remained storm-bound on the desolate coast of Norway. He delivered her letters to King James at Cragmiller Castle. The king read them with great emotion. Thomas Fowler, an officer of his household, and at the same time a vile spy in the pay of England, wrote the whole of these proceedings to Lord Burleigh. The letters of the young queen, he says, were tragical discourses and pitiful, for she had been in extreme danger of drowning. King James reads them with tears and with heavy deep-drawn sighs. The very next day, the king declared in council that it was his intention to send the Earl of Bothwell, that is Francis Stuart, with 6 royal ships, to claim the Danish princess as his bride and bring her home. In the afternoon, Bothwell made his appearance, with a handful of monstrous long bills containing the calculations of the expense of such a voyage, which cast the king into great perplexity. The Scottish chancellor, seeing the trouble of his monarch, declared, if he would be contented with such ships as he and some loyal subjects could furnish, he would go and seek the queen himself. A doughty naval exploit for a lord chancellor, it must be owned. From this moment, James took the resolution of going himself on this errand. It was an undertaking of some danger, for the best ship the chancellor could furnish was one of but 120 tons, a mere bauble for enduring the wintry seas, which raged between Scotland and Norway, and which had so seriously discomfited the powerful Danish fleet. Profound secrecy was needful to be observed concerning the king's intentions, for the populace were by no means willing to part with him. Nevertheless, in the words of the old ballad, he was resolved to embark. For Norroway, for Norroway, for Norroway over the foam, the king's daughter of Norroway, the bride to bring her home. The chancellor's ship, continues Fowler, was well furnished with good and delicate victual, particularly with livestock and pullen, and much banqueting stuff, with wines of divers sorts. All the officers and attendants that had been appointed to serve the young queen were doomed to share the no slight risks of the royal knight-errant, and, much to their discontent, were required to take their places in the chancellor's cockle-shell of a ship. All the minions of the king's stable and bedchamber were sent on board, continues Fowler. He was desirous that I should go, but I answered, I was but weak, and durst not tempt the sea at this cold time of the year. He told me, however, nothing that he himself intended the voyage, nor mention it to any other creature, but if God had not hindered him by wind and weather, he would have stolen on board yesterday night, being Sunday, when a great storm arose, and drove the ship from her moorings at Leith. For all that he means to go, but has let none of the nobility into the secret, and when Bothwell and the Duke of Lennox laid it sorely to his charge that he meant to undertake this dangerous voyage, he mocked and jibed at them. Some of the dissatisfied among the common people, on hearing rumors of the king's intentions, said, "See whether he enters the country again." Nothing, however, could change James's purpose, not even the intelligence that Elisabeth had 8 great ships cruising on the northern seas, and the domestic spy does not fail treacherously to acquaint Burleigh of the pygmy force of the Scottish monarch, being only 5 small ships and barks, the largest 150 tons. But one was armed, and this carried 10 little falcons and falconets of brass, taken out of Edinburgh Castle for the purpose. Considering the character that James VI bears in history for constitutional timidity, the expedition was daring enough. Indeed, it would have furnished any other king but one of the name of Stuart with a reputation for courage during life. Just before these events occurred, the king had sent a piteous supplication to England for the salary Queen Elizabeth allowed him as her godson. His secretary Colville, in his letter, assured Lord Burleigh that the manifold hard occurrences which had fallen out regarding the marriage had so "noyed his majesty that he could not write so timiously as he ought and should." James, indeed, seems to have been at his wits' end for money in order to furnish forth his wedding cheer before he was troubled with these additional expenses of a voyage. It appears that Elisabeth had lately found out that the alliance was a very suitable one and had promised to be very generous to the bride. From the hour that King James resolved on this adventurous expedition, he proceeded to set his affairs in order for his departure, doing at the same time queerer things and making quainter speeches than ever was done or said by a monarch since kings reigned on the earth. It would be difficult to define whether he meant his council to obey or laugh at the directions he left for their guidance. Take, for instance, the following original explanation of his motives for concealing from his chancellor, Maitland, his intentions of seeking his royal bride in person. "Saw, as I say, upon my honour, I kept it fra my chancellor, as I was never wont to do ony secrets of my weightiest affairs. 2 reasons moving me. I knew that gif I had made him of my counsel, therefore he had been blamet for putting it in my head, quilk, or which, had not been his duty. For it becomes na subjects to give princes advice on sick subjects, and remembering quat, or what, envious and unjust burdens he daily bears, for leading me by the nose, as if I were an unreasonable creature, or a bairn that could do nothing for myself." In this dry manner the royal oddity gave his chancellor a sharp quip or 2, while pretending to exonerate him from advising him to undertake this dangerous expedition. Nevertheless, the poor chancellor was obliged to be of the party. It would be difficult to define, as he was not to meet with a bride at the end of the voyage, wherefore his grave person was exposed to the vagaries of the northern waves. Perhaps James thought that, in his absence, fewer intrigues would be concocted between his cabinet and that of Queen Elizabeth, and in truth, the result proved that he judged well in regard to those of his nobles he took with him and those he left behind. In a second paper, he favoured his privy council with the following most original reasons for his elopement, founded on the great propriety and expediency of his entering into the holy pale of matrimony as speedily as possible. He was alone in the world, he said, had neither father, mother, brother, or sister, yet a king, not only of this realm, but heir apparent of another. And he added, using the curious expression of his godmother, Queen Elizabeth, "I thought, if I hasted not to marry at my years, folk might consider me a barren stock, since the king was powerless if without a successor." He added, "The treaty being perfected, and my queen on her journey, when I was advertised of her detention by contrary winds, and that it was not likely she could complete her voyage, therefore resolved I, to make that possible on my part, which was impossible on hers. It had been offered to the choice of my young queen, whether she would return to Denmark, or remain in Upslo till the spring." Very affectionately, as James considered, she resolved to brave all the hardships and privations of a sojourn in Norway, to returning to Denmark, without seeing him. "Albeit," continued the royal lover, "hitherto we have not behaved ourselves dissolutely, but patiently waited for the good occasions God should offer. for example, till it should please heaven to provide him with a good wife. Yet now taking to heart her pains and dangers, and all the difficulties which have attended her voyage, we could find no contentment till we enterprised ourself that voyage towards her, to bring her home, which we are in good hope to do. He then proceeds to put his combative subjects on honor in his absence in these words: "We shall be home in 20 days, wind and weather serving, yet fearing the time of my stay may be longer at God's good pleasure, and seeing that, in former times, the kingdom hath wanted a governor, longer than we trust in God, it shall want us, namely, from the death of our grandmother, the Queen Regent, until the arrival of our dearest mother from France, the space of 14 months, during which time, for the reverence and love carried to her, albeit a woman in person and a minor in years, no violence was committed by any person, and greater peace observed than at any time before or since. Therefore our expectation is nothing less of the good behavior of our subjects in this our absence." He then appointed the Duke of Lennox president of the council, and his cousin Francis Stuart, Earl of Bothwell, to assist him. He affectionately exhorted all the preachers to preach peace and quietness, and to pray indefatigably for his safe voyage, and finished this most original of kingly compositions with the assurance that "we shall remember the peaceful and obedient most thankfully when occasion presents." According to Spottiswoode, the tiny fleet which bore the adventurous king to Norway sailed October 22nd, but from the spy Fowler's letters we should judge it sailed a day or two later. Fortune favored the brave, for a prosperous breeze succeeded the frightful storms which had nearly shipwrecked his bride, and in 4 days he neared the Norwegian coast, but he was not to land without a sharp taste of the dangers he had voluntarily encountered, for on the 5th day a furious tempest sprang up. For 24 hours the king's little bark was in great danger of wreck. At last she ran safely into one of those sounds which open their hospitable arms for tempest-tossed mariners on the northern Atlantic, and the adventurous monarch landed at Slakegray, on the Norwegian coast, October 28, 1589. Yet he must have been many days traveling to find the village of Upslo, the doleful abiding place where Anne of Denmark had, in great tribulation, established her headquarters since October the 19th. She, continues our annalist, little looked for his majesty's coming at sic a tempestuous time of the year. James certainly did not discover his queen's place of retreat till the 19th of the following month, according to all dates of their time of meeting, when he at length discovered her abode among the Norway snows. He, with the bonhomie which marked his character as much at 22 as in his more mature career, waited for none of the ceremonies of his rank and station, but leaving his train to seek their lodgings as they might, he marched directly into the presence of his bride, and, booted and spurred as he was, he frankly tendered her a salute. Our annalist's words are, "Immediately at his coming, the king passed in quietly, with boots and all, to her highness. His majesty minded to give the queen a kiss after the Scottish fashion. Quilk the queen refuse it, as not being the form of her country, but after a few words, privily spoken, betwixt his majesty and her, familiarity ensued." The conduct of the Scottish king towards the young girl, who, without any choice of her own, had been consigned to him as a partner for life, was infinitely to his credit as a human being. He had risked his life to come to her aid when he heard she was in distress and peril, and after all he had undergone for her, he very naturally laid aside the formalities of royal rank, and at his first interview assumed the affectionate demeanour of private life. In so doing, he acted in due conformity with existing circumstances, for the rigour with which nature was reigning around, the height of the awful mountains, the raving of the wintry tempests, and the stern shroud of ice and snow enveloping the coast where they were wayfarers and sojourners, all combined to give royalty a lesson on the nothingness of human pomps and ceremonies. Besides, whatever were the faults of James, everyone must own that he had a very proper idea of the claims of his wife on his affections, and remember that he was a husband as well as a king. His own words addressed afterwards in a letter to the queen on this subject speak for him better than aught which can be said by another. I thank God I carry that love and respect for you, which by the law of nature I ought to do my wife, and mother of my children, but not for that ye are a king's daughter, or quither, or whether ye were a king's, or a cook's daughter, ye must be alike to me, being aince my wife. For the respect of your honorable birth and descent, I married you, but the love and regard I now bear you is because that ye are my married wife, and so partaker of my honor, as of my other fortunes. I beseech you pardon my rude plainness in this. James VI married Anna of Denmark on that wild and stormy coast, the Sunday after he met her, Mr. Davy Lindsay, our favorite chaplain, performing the ceremony in French, a language mutually understood by the bride and bridegroom. The banquet was spread in the best manner the time and place permitted, and the harmony of the royal wedlock would have been complete, excepting for a fierce wrangle for precedency between the Earl Marischal and the Chancellor of Scotland, which called forth the utmost eloquence of the royal bridegroom to pacify. The next morning, King James made his bride a present of the palaces and domains of Dunfermline and Falkland. These were the usual dowry of the Scottish queen consorts, but the king evidently persuaded his bride that the deed of gift which secured them to her was a peculiar grace and favor, proceeding exclusively from his royal munificence to herself, in compliance with the laudable custom of his country, by which all amiably disposed bridegrooms bestow a present on their wives the morning after marriage, called, in the parlance of Scotland, the morrowing gift. The deed which secured these possessions to the bride of James is thus entitled, Grant by the King to the Queen's Grace, of the Lordship of Dunfermline in morrowing gift. The wild winds sung the epithalamium of this singular royal wedlock in so loud a tone, and the winter storms, which had intermitted for King James's arrival at Upslo, renewed their fury in a manner which rendered all hopes of returning to Scotland that season abortive. Meantime, King James had sent an adventurous messenger over the mountains to Denmark to inform the Queen Regent of his safe arrival and his marriage with his betrothed princess. The honeymoon of King James and his young queen was spent at Upslo as merrily as the rugged season and country would permit, and towards the end of it, ambassadors arrived from Copenhagen, who, in the name of the Queen Regent Sophia, entreated the newly married pair to come if possible over the mountains and spend the winter at the Danish capital. It is well known that no communication by land can exist between Denmark and Norway, excepting by traversing a large portion of the intervening kingdom of Sweden. There was no alternative for the royal pair, excepting undertaking this enterprise or remaining at Upslo till May. A journey through Norway in midwinter is, if travelers of the present day tell the truth, enough to try the nerves of the most intrepid persons, malgré all the improvements of modern times. It is well known that Charles XII, a century later, in vain attempted to force the ice-defended barriers of the Norwegian mountains, and that whole regiments of his hardy northern warriors perished in the very passes through which James's track laid. Only the fatal fortress of Fredericshall existed not then. The difficulties of a land journey over the passes between Norway and Sweden had been so represented to King James that he would not risk the safety of his bride till he had made the experiment in his own person. It seems likely that some doubts were entertained of the placability of the King of Sweden, through whose dominions the part of the route laid. James therefore sent Captain William Murray forward to Stockholm to ask a safe conduct. James himself took a tender farewell of his bride on the 22nd of December, and traveled through the tremendous passes of the Norway frontier till he reached Bauhaus, a castle close to the Swedish border. He found William Murray had not arrived from Stockholm. King James then retraced his steps and again set forward in company of his queen. And very appalling dangers they all encountered in this Christmas journey over the Norway Alps. They, however, arrived without loss of life or limb at Bauhaus, and soon after William Murray made his appearance on the frozen river, accompanied by 400 troopers, whom the King of Sweden had sent as an honorable escort to the King and Queen of Scots through his dominions. They entered Sweden on the 7th of January and traveled without any particular difficulty through that country till on the 18th they reached the Swedish side of the Sound in the midst of a raging storm. They were forced to tarry at Helsingborg 3 days weather-bound before they could cross the ferry to the island of Zealand, where stood jutting forth at the nearest point, opposite to the Swedish territory, the royal castle of Kronenberg. At this palace the royal family of Denmark had assembled, and were anxiously awaiting the arrival of King James and Queen Anne. At last, on the 21st of January, the royal travelers safely crossed the Sound to the castle of Kronenberg, where they were affectionately welcomed by Anne's mother, the Queen Regent Sophia, the boy king Christian IV, little Ulrich, the Duke of Holstein, the Princess Royal Elisabeth, and her affianced lover, the Duke of Brunswick, who had arrived at the Danish court to solemnize his nuptials. The scene was now pleasantly changed from the rude and famine-stricken huts of Upslo to the splendors of a rich court, enlivened by 2 royal bridals. For the Danish ecclesiastics insisted on marrying King James and their princess over again, according to the Lutheran rites. Thus were they married 3 times, once by procuration, once on the Norway coast, and again at Kronenberg. As to the king, he was, as his letters evince, in an uproarious state of hilarity, and perfectly willing to be married as many times as his new relatives thought proper. The worst was, that in the deep carouses with which the magnates of Denmark celebrated the royal marriage, the student king increased that tendency for too powerful potations to which most of his follies and errors may really be traced. He dates his letters, "From the castle of Kronenberg, where we are drinking and driving our in the auld manner." At the last celebration of the marriage of James and Anna, the government of Denmark made a formal surrender of the disputed Isles of Orkney and Shetland as part of the marriage dowry of their princess. She had, besides, 40,000 crowns, but this sum was not paid down at her wedlock. Nothing impaired the pleasure of the royal visit to Denmark, excepting the turbulent propensities of those Scottish nobles who had accompanied their king, or had stayed with the queen since her betrothal and embarkation the previous summer. Melville expressly bewails their misbehavior, and says, the king's time was almost entirely occupied in keeping peace between these pugnacious courtiers of his. Such were their strifes, prides, and partialities, for the Earl Marischal every day disputed precedency with Chancellor Maitland, the Constable of Dundee quarrelled with Lord Dingwall, and Sir George Hume ousted William Keith out of his place in the wardrobe. At last, all divided into 2 factions, the Chancellor against the Earl Marischal. Altogether, King James had no small fasherie in keeping them in decent behavior. The wedding of the Duke of Brunswick and Elisabeth of Denmark was not completed till the spring, and King James and Queen Anne delayed their voyage homewards in order to be present at its celebration, so long that their loving lieges in Scotland began to think themselves wholly forgotten, and therefore dispatched, as a gentle reminder, 6 of their largest ships, and Mr. Patrick Galloway, one of the king's favourite preachers, to urge the return of the royal absentee. This deputation arrived in the midst of the Brunswick wedding. King James, who was longing to hear news from Scotland, found with great satisfaction that all went well, for there had only occurred in Scotland 2 insurrections, a few riots in Edinburgh, and some skirmishes in the Highlands. This was a praiseworthy state of affairs, considering the usual proceedings in Scotland. The young Queen of Scotland was now required to bid a lifelong farewell to her tender mother, Queen Sophia. This great lady had encouraged among her children an ardent friendship and affection, and seems herself to have united, with no contemptible talents for government, the domestic virtues for which the princesses of the House of Mecklenburg have to this day been celebrated. The young King of Denmark retained a loving remembrance of his sister Anna, whom he infinitely resembled in person, and in after times he paid long visits at her court. King James and his young consort sailed from Kronenberg about the 21st of April, escorted by a stately Danish fleet, commanded by Admiral Peter Munch, with whom the reader has been previously acquainted, and accompanied by the Danish ambassadors, who were to be resident, or in the language of the times, lieger in Scotland. The royal fleet safely arrived at Leith on May Day 1590, and all Edinburgh came forth to meet their king and see their new queen. Both were received with the most extravagant demonstrations of joy. To the king's credit, the first thing he did on landing was to return thanks to God for the safety of himself and his wife. The queen did not enter Edinburgh directly, but sojourned at Leith, at what our authority calls the king's new work. At this place, the Danish bride remained till the 6th of May. While the queen was reposing after her fatigues, her king was bestirring himself to raise funds for the expenses which his marriage rendered unavoidable. He was afflicted by all the tribulations common to those who wish to make a splendid appearance with very slender means, or rather without any means whatsoever. Very piteous were the missives he sent forth to his nobles, requiring benevolences to meet the expenses of his queen's coronation and the celebration of his marriage festivities. Nothing came amiss. From those who had no ready cash, goods were thankfully accepted or borrowed. One family possesses an autograph letter from the king, dated Linlithgow Palace, in which he begs the loan of some silver spoons to grace his marriage feast. In another letter, he craves the loan of a pair of silk stockings for his dear Johnny Slates, the Earl of Mar, for his own royal wearing. At a reception, he gave the Spanish ambassador, adding, with a pathos peculiar to himself, "Ye wad na that your king should appear a scrub on sic an occasion." I have a curious letter, says Pennant, addressed by King James to John Boswell of Balmotto, of whom he begged the loan of 1,000 marks, with this pithy remark: "Ye will rather hurt yourself vera far, than see the dishonour of your prince and native country, with the poverty of baith set down before the face of strangers." Nor was the important subject of the ready siller the only torment which plagued the poor king. The manner of the queen's coronation threatened to produce a religious warfare among the divines of the 3 differing faiths which were still struggling in Scotland. The formula of all royal rites and ceremonies had been, from time immemorial, arranged according to the Catholic ritual. No coronation, marriage, baptism, or any other solemnization had hitherto been performed in the royal family of Scotland, excepting in consonance with decrees of the ancient religion, and the very idea of anything of the kind at this juncture nearly drove all the Presbyterians frenetic. The day after the queen's arrival, the council assembled to debate on her coronation. As none of the bishops of the Episcopal Church of Scotland were at Edinburgh, nor could they be summoned in the hurry the king was in, Mr. Robert Bruce, a minister, was appointed to perform the ceremony with all the ancient rites. The ministers of the kirk were much grieved in spirit at the unction in the coronation, which they objected to as Jewish, and threatened Mr. Robert Bruce with censures of the synod, if he dared to consecrate the queen. James was very angry at these scruples. He called the refractory ministers before him, and told them, if they prevented Bruce from crowning his bride, he would put off the ceremony till one of the bishops came, who would perform all required, without heeding their censures. This was worse than anything. The unction was more welcome than the presence of the episcopal bishop, and the refractory Calvinists at last agreed that Bruce should crown the queen, who was to be consecrated in the Abbey Church of Holyrood the next Sunday. The queen made her state entry into Edinburgh from Leith on the Tuesday before her coronation, riding in a car, richly gilt, lined with crimson velvet. On each side of her sat her 2 favourite Danish maids of honour, Katrin Skinkell and Anna Croas. The king rode on horseback immediately before the queen's carriage, and thus, with a vast train of the nobles and gentry then resident in Edinburgh, the royal bride was escorted to Old Holyrood. Whatever trouble King James might have in raising the funds for the occasion, it is certain that everything was at last procured consistent with the grand ceremony of a coronation, and his Danish bride was provided with rich robes, and all appurtenances accordant with the royal making of a queen, as the following memorandums, extracted from the Book of Expenses on this occasion, will fully prove. By his highness's precept and special command for furnishing ane robe to his dearest bedfellow, the queen, the 17th of May, being the day of her majesty's coronation, Imprimis, for 30 ells of purple velvet, to be the said robe, price the eln £16. 16 ells of white Spanish taffeta, to be lining the said robe. 34 ells broad passaments of gold, wrought twice about the same, weighing 44 ounces, and ane drap weight. Price of the ounce £5. 3 ounces of broad passaments of gold, of ane narrower sort, to work the craig or neck of said robe. 6 ounces of silk to sew the same, 24 shillings. 1 ell of Spanish taffeta to furnish the lining and stomach or stomacher. Item to the said stomach, half an ell of purple velvet and red crimson satin, to line the bonnet or cap of her majesty's crown. Price of the ell of velvet, £16, and of the ell of satin, £7. 4 ells of white Florence ribbon, to be strings of the said stomach, and ane hank of gold to a great button to the foresaid robe. 3 ells of white taffeta to his majesty's board, namely, to a white silk tablecloth, £7 10 shillings. The extravagant price of the materials need not startle the reader. The pounds were but punds Scots, which reduces all things to a reasonable rate. The pages and footmen who waited on her majesty of Scotland were duly graced with jackets and jupes of crimson velvet. The Danish lords were liberally supplied with scarlet broadcloth for their tablecloths and stool covers at the kirk and palace of Holyrood. All robes and other stately gear being thus duly prepared, the queen's coronation took place on Sunday, May 17th, within the Abbey Church of Holyrood. The ceremony we give in the words of a curious contemporary document. 2 high places were appointed there, one for the king, the other for the queen. The king's procession having entered the abbey, that of the queen followed, preceded by several Danish nobles, magnificently dressed, with diamond chains about their necks. Then came the Scottish nobles and heralds. Lord Lyon, king-at-arms, ushered Lord Thirlstone, bearing, betwixt his 2 hands, the queen's crown. Then followed the queen herself in her royal robes, supported on the right hand by Robert Bowes, ambassador from England. On the left, Peter Munch, the Danish admiral, Steen Bray, and Breton Radzu, ambassadors of Denmark. Mrs. Bowes and Dame Annabel, Countess of Mar, qua, or who, had brought up the king's majesty from his birth and minority, followed directly after the queen. After them, the countesses of Bothwell and Orkney, Lady Seton and Lady Thirlstone, the chancellor's wife, and other Scottish ladies. Next to them followed certain noble Danish virgins, as Catherine Skinkell and Anna Croas, and after them other noble ladies and virgins, which accompanied the queen to the place where she was to sit in the church. Quilk, or which, all being set down, Maester Patrick Galloway, the king's minister, goes up into the pulpit, and after prayers made, chooses his text out of the 45th Psalm. The preaching being ended, the Duke of Lennox and the Lord Hamilton, Maester Robert Bruce and Maester David Lindsay go all 4 together to the king's majesty, that he might publicly order them to proceed to the act of coronation. Maester Robert Bruce then declared to the assembled people that he was directed by his majesty to crown the queen. The Countess of Mar immediately came to her majesty and took her right arm, and opened the craig or neck of her gown, and laid bare part of the arm and neck. Maester Robert Bruce then poured on her breast and arm a bonny quantity of oil, then covered them with white silk. The Duke of Lennox, Lord Hamilton, and the virgins of Denmark then convoyed the queen to her retiring room, where she put on another princely robe, and came and sat in her former high place. Silence being then demanded, the king commanded the queen's crown to be brought to him, which being done, he gave it to the Duke of Lennox, Lord Hamilton, and the chancellor, who placed it on the queen's head. The crown being firmly knit on her head, the king sent immediately the scepter, which Mr. Robert Bruce delivered to her. Thus the coronation of a queen consort of Scotland was ostensibly and publicly shown to be entirely an act of grace of her royal lord, who by the hands of his chamberlain and chancellor actually crowned her himself. The officiating religious minister addressed the following words to her. We, by the authority of the king's majesty, with the consent of his states, representing the whole body of his country, place this crown on your majesty's head, and we deliver this scepter to your highness, acknowledging you to be our sovereign queen and lady, to whom we promise all points of office and obedience, dutiful in those things that concern the glory of God, the comfort of the Kirk, and the preservation of his majesty, and we crave from your majesty the confession of the faith and religion we profess. This request Mr. David Lindsay, who had resided in Denmark for the preceding 7 months, expounded in her majesty's language, who agreed, and by touching the Bible with her right hand, made oath to the following tenor. I, Anna, Queen of Scotland, profess, and before God and his angels, wholly promise that, during the whole course of my life, so far as I can, I shall sincerely worship that same eternal God according to his will revealed in the Holy Scriptures, that I withstand and despise all papistical superstitions and ceremonies and rites, contrary to the word of God, and procure peace to the Kirk of God within this kingdom. So God, the Father of all mercies, have mercy upon me. When the whole prayers were ended, the heralds, the Lord Lion and his brethren, cried with loud voices, God save the Queen! And the whole people echoed the acclamation, and the trumpet sounded. Then her majesty was raised off the seat where she was sitting, and brought to a higher place, and silence being made, Mr. Andrew Melvin, principal of the College of Theologians, made an oration in 200 Latin verses, which, it will be owned, was an unreasonable number. Maester Robert Bruce then addressed the people on the subject of the great benefit that would accrue to Scotland by God having given their king a helpmate of the same religion. After which the nobility knelt before the queen, and holding up their hands, offered her the oath of homage, as queen and spouse of their most clement sovereign. Maester Patrick Galloway then pronounced a blessing on the coronation from the pulpit, and the royal processions retired from the Abbey of Holyrood, the queen still wearing the crown on her head, and the chancellor going directly before her majesty. The remainder of the day was spent in princely revelry at Holyrood Palace. From the time that consort of King James became a crowned queen in this island, it will be proper to designate her by the national name of Anne, as she is only known in history by this name, although she never acknowledged it herself in all her numerous autographs, whether extant in private letters or appended to Latin documents. She signed her name Anna. End of section 23. Section 24 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 1, Part 3. The Tuesday after her coronation, the Queen made a grand tour in her gold coach through the streets of Edinburgh, attended by all the great ladies and officers who had assisted at her coronation, and accompanied by the king. Her good citizens of Dunedin, having prepared many goodly presents and quaint pageants for her gratification. At Edinburgh Cross, fountains ran with claret for the loyalty of the day. Above the nether bow was represented, to the delight of the good lieges of Edinburgh, the pageant of a royal marriage. At the end of this species of pantomime, which her majesty and all her train paused to witness, there was let down from the very summit of the port of the nether bow, by silken strings, a box covered with purple velvet, on which was embossed a great A in diamonds. This casket contained jewels worth 20,000 crowns, a noble present from the town of Edinburgh to their queen, and, in truth, far surpassing in value any civic gift to a queen we have yet recorded in the island. The remainder of May and the beginning of June were occupied with festivities and rejoicings on account of the queen's arrival and coronation. The king and queen then removed to the queen's summer palace of Falkland, where they entertained the Danish visitors for some days, who departed at last, complimented with gifts as rich as the state of the royal finances would permit. The queen then went to the palace of Dunfermline, which she was to consider as peculiarly as her own private residence. From her first establishment in Scotland, Anne of Denmark took the greatest delight in her palace of Dunfermline, not in the Gothic castle, perched like an eagle's nest on the summit of the hill where Malcolm Canmore and his English consort, St. Margaret, reigned, and to which Edward I brought his queen, Marguerite of France, after he imagined he had subdued Scotland. The domestic palace of the Stuart queens was a more comfortable abode near the town. As it had been neglected for the last century and fallen into decay, Anne of Denmark rebuilt the apartments where the queens of Scotland used to lodge. The whole domain is situated in a soft air and rich country, considering its northern locality, and the Dower Palace has an ecclesiastical origin, having been originally erected by the abbots of Dunfermline. It is probable that the works performed by the orders of Queen Anne chiefly related to the restoration and fitting up of the interior of the palace, for the magnificent ruins which remain bear few marks of the architecture of the 16th century. During the first visit of the royal bride to this favorite palace, her revenue and dower were finally settled, and her household was permanently arranged. In the course of this business, she began to show some sparks of that petulance and perverseness of disposition which was occasionally perceptible in her conduct through life. King James, in full conviction of the fidelity of Sir James Melville to the unfortunate queen, his mother, gave him a high situation in his young wife's household, and earnestly advised her to consult him in every difficulty which her inexperience of the customs of her new country might involve her. The queen very perversely took an aversion to this tried friend of the Scottish crown. Some days after his presentation as her counsellor and first gentleman, she asked him rather abruptly, whether he was ordained to be her keeper, evidently meaning her gaoler. I answer it, pursues Sir James Melville, that her majesty was known to be descendant of sae noble and princely parents, and sae weel brought up, that she needed na keeper, albeit her dignity required to be served by honourable men and women, both old and young, in sundry occupations. Then her majesty replied, that I was evilly dealt withal. Now it seemeth that at first, when she was yet ignorant of every man's qualities, some indiscreet enviers would have put me out of her favour. I replied, I was put in her service to instruct sick indiscreet persons, and also to give them good ensample how to behave themselves dutifully and reverently unto her majesty, and to hold them back, and to keep her from their rashness and importunity. At length, her majesty appeared to be weel content with my service, where I spend it many years, attending sometimes at the council days, sometimes assisting on her exchequer, when their majesties were together, but when they happened to be apart, I waited only on the queen. A quarter of a century had elapsed since the queen had presided over the Scottish court, and this had been a period of unexampled savageness and brutality among the men who composed it, insomuch that no female could pass through any part of the king's palace without being grossly affronted by the officers of the household. The queen herself, only passing between her own private apartment and that of the king at Linlithgow Palace, being unknown, was insulted by her husband's gentlemen. Great reformations in consequence, and greatly needed they were, took place at the ill-behaved court, but the introduction of the decorum which the etiquette of a queen's household required so offended the ladies who had previously frequented it, that they departed by mutual consent, and left the fair Dane to exercise the new regulations solus with her household ladies. I have seen the king's grace, but not the queen, wrote one of James's officials, June 11th, 1590. For things are beginning to be strangely altered. The court wondrous solitary, for the pattern of the court of Denmark is greatly before the eyes of the king and of our reformados, by whom the royal household is diminished of the best of his servants. Our queen carries a marvellous gravity, which, with the reserve of her national manners, contrary to the humour of our people, hath banished all our ladies clean from her. The superabundance of gravity imputed thus to the young queen of Scotland is by no means in accordance with the general tenor of her conduct during the first years of her marriage, which in truth rather indicated the levity natural to a girl of 16 than the dignity becoming her exalted rank. She manifested more gaiety than was consistent with prudence, and at last, raised no little jealousy in the mind of her husband by her commendations of the beauty of the Earl of Murray. This earl was a Stuart, who had married the heiress of the Regent Murray, and was consequently a family connection of King James. He was an ally, both by blood and friendship, with Francis, Earl of Bothwell, who soon after raised a desultory civil war in Scotland. The realm and royalty of Scotland had been scarcely ridded from the pest of Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, when, as if an evil spirit had been communicated with the title, another Bothwell rose up to occupy the public attention. His turbulence and restless spirit would have rendered him as great a nuisance as his uncle and predecessor, Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, if he had possessed the consummate abilities for perfecting mischief of that arch agitator whose name is so painfully connected with the misfortune of Mary, Queen of Scots. King James had granted the title of Bothwell by his mother's particular request to Francis Stuart, the son of one of her illegitimate brothers, by the sister and heiress of Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell. Like all the illegitimate descendants of James V, this youth, encouraged by the kindness of his royal relatives, cherished presumptuous hopes regarding the succession to the crown. The marriage of James, and the natural expectation of heirs apparent, crushed the insipid hopes of Bothwell and rendered him malcontent, yet he manifested no inclination to insurrection till he was excited by an accusation, as ridiculous as it was provoking. This was no other than having induced witches to raise the storm that had nearly shipwrecked the queen and actually drowned Lady Melville at Leith Ferry. Some accusations, if noticed by historians, are generally attributed to some clumsy state intrigue, for the great effects which spring from trifling causes, such as the workings of imagination on the minds of the lower orders, are seldom taken into consideration. Yet Scotland was thrown into a state of civil war solely from the insane imaginations of a few old women who voluntarily came forth and declared themselves allies with the Danish and Norway witches, who had nearly drowned the queen the preceding winter, and withal, they had been instigated to the mischief by the Earl of Bothwell. The earl acted with some dignity when he first heard, by common report, this accusation. He made his appearance before the king, and haughtily demanded a trial for this imputed offense, which he averred, with great good sense, ought not to be believed. For, said he, neither the devil, who was a liar from the beginning, nor his sworn friends the witches, are entitled to the least credit on this occasion. But, as the laws regarding witchcraft stood in Scotland, this appeal, both to good sense and moral justice, was utterly useless. The Regent, Murray, among other enormities unnoticed by general history, had induced the Scottish legislature to pass an act rendering sorcery liable to a fiery death, and in consequence he had burned alive his personal enemy, the Lord Lion, King-at-Arms, as a wizard, besides 2 old women, over whose martyrdom he presided in person. Among the most hideous features of the era appear the facts that, though under the plea of necessary reformations, the fine arts had been utterly banished from all places of worship, the most horrid superstitions were not abolished, but rather frightfully aggravated. The supposed witch, according to the ancient law, who only incanted or invoked evil spirits, was but punished by doing penance, if poisoning or other murders were not proved. But Regent Murray, following the example of his great uncle Henry VIII, had made the imaginary crime of witchcraft capital. Scotland had demolished organs, banished music, shattered painted glass, broken the lofty arch, and levelled the glorious column, ruined Dryburgh and desecrated Roslin. For these things she termed superstitious, and aided by the same spirit of religious destructiveness, completed her code of reformations by burning hecatombs of wizards and witches. King James found these new laws in force when he assumed the regal authority. For a time, he not only believed in the necessity of them, but made this folly conspicuous by writing a dissertation on witchcraft. By which proceeding, most persons at the present hour believe that he was the originator of the atrocious laws just mentioned. These laws, however, did not originate with him, but he found more than one monomaniac, challenging the operation of them by accusing themselves of a necromantic conspiracy against his queen. His want of wisdom in the matter was, supposing that the witches themselves knew best what they had done. Thus, when he wrote his book, he supposed that the reality of witchcraft was founded on the positive evidence of voluntary confession. There was, in truth, quite sufficient for legal conviction, but not enough for moral justice, for self-accusation was, in those times, as in the present, often prompted by monomania. Very little, even in this era of physiological inquiry, is satisfactorily known of that strange aberration of the human mind, but it is known that, whenever public attention has been greatly excited by any mysterious murder, instances have occurred of persons coming forward and accusing themselves of perpetrating it, even when it was physically impossible that they could have done so. In these days, such patients are consigned to medical care. In the semi-barbarian ages, they would have been infallibly immolated. Little pains, then, were taken to ascertain the responsibility of a criminal, and the ravings of a poor maniac were often deemed intentional blasphemies. If a poor old crazy creature took it into her head that she was the Virgin Mary, she was condemned as a willful offender, and, poor wretch, was burnt to death. If an unhappy maniac raved that he was the Savior of the world, and a brother Tom O'Bedlam believed that was the case, the unhappy patient was sentenced to be flogged from Charing Cross to Aldgate. Such were the medicaments prescribed by our forefathers for insanity. Their cruelties were of little consequence to the really mad, for, alas, if human sympathy is almost unavailing to the boundless woe, human malice is nearly powerless. It was a favorite freak of a large class of monomaniacs, after sorcery became, in the 16th century, obnoxious to the punishment of death, to confess themselves witches. Indeed, half the time of the judges, in the commencement of the 17th century, was occupied in these absurd confessions. Of the melancholy class of patients who are sane, and even well conducted on all points excepting one wild vagary which holds strong possession of the brain, was doubtless the unfortunate woman who confessed herself guilty of raising the storms to drown the queen in the preceding autumn. This soi-disant witch accused many men and women as her abaters. She was by name Agnes Simpson, and was called by her neighbors the wise wife of Keith. When she was brought forward for examination, her demeanor astonished all her judges. For she was, says the Scotch chroniclers, no common or sordid hag, but a grave and douce matron, whose serious and discreet answers made a wonderful impression on King James. She declared, she had a familiar spirit, who upon her call did appear in a visible form, and answered her on the subjects of persons lying sick, or exposed to mortal danger, whether they should live or die. The king asked her, what words she used when calling her spirit? She replied, as he had taught her, she merely called, Holla, master, when he came without fail. She added, that the Earl of Bothwell had consulted her as to what should become of the king and the new married queen, how long the king should reign, and what should happen after his death. Her spirit promised to make away with the queen, but as to the king, the said spirit used words she could not understand. Being pressed to declare the sound of them, she said distinctly the words were, Il est un homme de Dieu. The bystanders eagerly translated the sentence, he is a man of God. This they considered splendid circumstantial evidence as to the truth of the depositions of the witch, and without giving any reasonable explanation why a Scotch fiend should speak French, they deduced, as she knew not what the words meant, she must have heard them as she declared. The vanity of the king was marvelously tickled by the respect in which he was held by the powers of darkness, and his conceit in his own wisdom and godliness, of course, was greatly augmented. Agnes Simpson then proceeded to describe one of the diabolical orgies at which she affirmed she was present. This, she made an oath, took place by night in the church of North Berwick, where the devil, clad in a black gown, with a black hat on his head, preached out of the pulpit, with many light candles about him, to a great number of them, that is the witches. His sermon, was regarding the scrape they had done since last meeting, and what success the melting a wax figure of King James had had. And, because one Seeley per ploughman, call it grey male, chance it to say, Nothing aileth the king yet, God be thanked. The devil gave him a sound box on the ear. And as divers among them began to reason together why they had, as yet, done the king no harm, though they had injured others, the devil again pronounced the oracular sentence, Il est un homme de Dieu. Now after the devil had ended his admonitions, he came down from the pulpit, and invited all the company to come and kiss his ears, which were cold as ice, and his body hard as iron, as those said that handled him. His face was terrible, his nose like the beak of an eagle, great burning eyne, his hands and legs hairy, with claws on his nails like the griffin, and spake with a hollow voice, saying, that the witches of Norway and Scotland entered into combination against the queen's coming. Among the articles of dittay against Agnes Smith, she was accused of foreknowing, by the aid of the devil, the last Michaelmas storm, and that she knew that great would be the scathe by land and sea, she being at the same time informed by a spirit that the queen would never come to Scotland without the king's majesty went to fetch her. Another of these wise articles accuses Annis Simpson on her own confession, that she, with 10 other witches and wizards, indited a diabolical dispatch to Marian Luchop, a noted sorceress at Leith, which billet ran thus: Marian Luchop, ye shall warn the rest of the sisters to raise the wind this day at 11 hours, to stop the queen's coming to Scotland. This feat, they supposed, was accomplished by the following ceremony. They baptized a cat, and passed her thrice through the links of the chimney cruick, on which the boilers hang. Then, at Bessie Todd's house, they tied the 4 joints of a dead man to the cat's feet, and at midnight all the witches and their allies at Leith sallied out and carried the cat to the pier head, from whence they cast her as far as possible into the sea, and cried out, See, there be no deceit among us. Poor puss, notwithstanding her impediments, swam safely on shore, from which the whole sisterhood inferred that the queen would arrive safely in Scotland. However, they repeated the ceremony, and they considered that the drowning of Lady Melville at Leith Ferry was the result. In consequence, Sir James Melville, in his memoirs, bears Simpson and her comers an especial ill will. She proceeded to confess before the council that she and a large sisterhood of witches, to the number of 200, all put to sea, each embarking in a separate riddle or sieve, each carrying a flagon of wine, with which they made merry, and floated jovially to North Berwick Kirk, where they landed and sang this stave: Comer go ye before, comer go ye, gif ye will not go before, comer let me. This being sung in chorus to the tune of a popular reel, Gillies Duncan led the procession, playing on a Jew's trump. This narrative proved a little too strong for the credulity of the king, upon which the witch, Annis Simpson, who seemed thoroughly actuated by an esprit du corps for the honour and possibility of her art, requested Gillies Duncan might be sent for, who performed the witch tune and danced the witch's dance, to the accompaniment of that melodious instrument, the Jew's harp. The king was the only person who remained incredulous, upon which Annis, being determined to produce conviction in the royal mind, took the monarch on one side, and told him all that passed between him and the queen at their first interview on the desolate coast of Norway. James was aghast, and vowed by all that was sacred, that he did not believe the utmost cunning of the evil one could have revealed the same. The result of all these follies was a melancholy one. The poor monomaniac, the soi-disant witch, Annis Simpson, was, in the legal phraseology of Scotland, sentenced to be first wariat and then brunt. Accordingly, she was first strangled, and then her body was consumed to ashes. It is to be feared that her mischievous hallucinations brought the same doom on 2 or 3 other persons, some of whom, it is said, were tortured to induce confession. Such is the inference to be drawn from the proclamation for the apprehension of Bothwell, who, when he found himself irretrievably implicated in the confessions of witch Annis, broke prison and ran away. As to the queen herself, she remained perfectly passive in the business, content that the wisdom and godliness of her royal spouse had, according to the witch's evidence, saved her from a watery grave. From the hour of Bothwell's escape, a desultory civil war virtually commenced in Scotland, which was peculiarly directed against the royal family, wherever their residence might be. The queen had very little quiet, in whatsoever palace she might be sojourning, for alarms were constantly occurring that the Black Bothwell was thundering at the gates or making some mischievous inbreak. Every noble in Scotland who felt friendship or bore enmity to Bothwell was on the alert, either to aid him or annoy him. Among others, the Earl of Murray, who had been admired by the young queen, was a very warm partisan of the fugitive earl. He came, notwithstanding, to the royal festival at Christmas, 1591–92, when the king again became jealous of him, owing to the queen's imprudent commendations of his beauty. The Earl of Murray was slain soon after, February 1592, in a feud with the Earl of Huntly, and court scandal did not scruple to affirm that the homicide was instigated by King James. But the Gordons had suffered such bitter wrong from their fellow nobles in the reign of the late Queen Mary, that their vengeance, when their hour came, was only too consistent with the manners of the times. Therefore the king may safely be acquitted of any concern in it. That James was offended at the girlish indiscretion of his young queen is certified by a crusty Scotch chronicler, in which occurs the following notice of Murray. Quem, or whom, the queen, more rashly than wisely, some days before, had commended in the king's hearing, with too many epithets, as the properest and most gallant man at court, to which the king replied, "Ye might have accepted me." James was too fond of peace and quiet to take bloody vengeance for a few heedless words spoken by a girl of the queen's age, and as to the fact that Huntly pleaded the royal commission for the slaughter of Murray, it was only true thus far, that the king had employed him to suppress the Earl of Bothwell and all his allies and abettors, because, after his late audacious attempts on the liberty of the royal family, he had fled, and with his adherents were in revolt. The implication of the queen's name in these adventures gave rise to some historical ballads, which are still chanted by Scottish maidens among the oral poetry of the land. Ye Highlands and ye Lowlands, oh where have ye been? They've slain the Earl of Murray, and laid him on the green. Now way betide thee, Huntly, and wherefore did ye say, I bade ye bring him with you, but forbade you him to slay? He was a braw gallant, and he rid at the ring, and the bonny Earl of Murray, he might have been a king. He was a braw gallant, and he played at the ba, and the bonny Earl of Murray was the flower among them a'. And he was a braw gallant, and he played at the glove, and the bonny Earl of Murray, he was the queen's love. O lang will his lady look o'er Castle Down, ere she sees the Earl of Murray come sounding through the town. The second ballad on the same subject enters fully into the particulars of the king's jealousy, but the name of the bonny Earl of Murray is disguised under that of young Waters. About Yule, when the wind blew cool, and the round tables began, there is come to our king's court many a tall weel-favoured man. Our queen looked o'er the castle wa, beheld both dale and down, and then she saw young Waters come riding to the town. His footman did run before, his horseman rode behind, a mantle of the burning gowd did keep him frae the wind. Gowden graithed his horse before, and siller shod behind. The horse young Waters rade upon was fleeter than the wind. O then outspake a wily lord, unto the queen said he, O tell me who is the fairest lord rides in this company. I've seen lord, and I've seen laird, and knights of high degree, but a fairer face than young Waters mine e'en did never see. Out then spake the jealous king, and an angry man was he, and if he had been twice as fair, ye might have accepted me. You're neither lord nor laird, she said, but the king that wears the crown. There's not a lord in fair Scotland, but maun to thee bow down. Yet for all that she could do or say, appease him wad not be, but for the words our queen did say, young Waters he must die. Notwithstanding the romantic imaginations of the poets, It is certain that the Earl of Murray was the victim of a feud which his father-in-law had commenced with the Gordons before either the Queen, the King, or himself were born, and that he was a sacrifice to the memory of the gallant Lord Gordon, who was beheaded by the Regent Earl of Murray for aspiring to the hand of Mary, Queen of Scots. While the Queen was abiding peacefully at her dower palace of Falkland the succeeding summer, Bothwell made a furious attack on it. He was repulsed from the royal apartments, but he succeeded in gaining entrance into the stables and carried off all the Queen's horses. This was in June, 1592. The Queen, after this rude attack, removed to the palace of Dalkeith, which, in the following August, was made the scene of a very singular adventure. Queen Anne, our noble princess, says our chronicler, was served by divers gentlewomen of her own country. She was very partial to one of them, a fair Danish lady, called Margaret Twineslace, whom one of the king's gentlemen, John Wemyss of Logie, was courting with right honest affection, tending to the godly bond of marriage. Unfortunately, Wemyss was a friend of the insurgent Earl of Bothwell, and the king received certain information that he had conferred with him just before the attack on Falkland Palace. He was examined on this accusation before the king in council, and having confessed that he continued frequently to confer with Bothwell, he was committed prisoner to the guard-room at Dalkeith Castle, and everyone thought his life was in danger. That night it was the turn of his Danish love to sleep in the Queen's bedchamber. It is generally supposed that Margaret waited till the king and queen were both asleep, but it is most likely that the Queen was privy to the whole plot. Mistress Margaret then stole out, and went to the prison room of her lover, Wemyss of Logie, and commanded his guards to lead him forth to the Queen's chamber, for the king wished to put a question to him. The sentinels knew she was a lady in waiting, and did not doubt she had authority for what she said, and accordingly conducted Wemyss to the Queen's chamber door. Margaret charged them to remain there quietly, and, taking Wemyss by the hand, led him boldly into the room where her royal master and mistress were sleeping. And saw, says our quaint old chronicler, she closed the door and convoyed the said Wemyss to a window, where she ministered a lang cord to him, and let himself down upon, and saw him happily escape it by the subtlety of love. The guards waited patiently at the door of the Queen's chamber till the early dawn of an August morning, when they raised an alarm, and it was found that they had been deceived. The manner of Wemyss's escape caused much laughter in the palace. The Queen took great pains to pacify the king, who was so much amused by the adventure that he issued a proclamation offering pardon to Wemyss of Logie if he came back to his duties, which he did in a few days, and he was soon after married to the Danish maid of honour, who had risked so much for his sake. Long after this adventure, Bothwell continued to make occasional attacks on whatever palace the Queen happened to sojourn in, and she was liable to be roused at all hours of the night or morning by uproars he chose to raise, when trying to gain admittance. He always gave out that his sole intention was to obtain an interview with King James, to apologize to him, and to explain to him that he was driven to these outrages by Chancellor Maitland, through whose machinations he was sure he had been accused of witchcraft. Those who consider the folly of the accusation will pity Bothwell, though it will be owned that rushing into a royal bedroom with a drawn sword was not a rational way of making an apology. In the winter of 1593 he got into Holyrood by the way of the kitchen, as the gate was set open to let forth from the palace my Lady Athol, who came to visit her mother, the Lady Gowrie. He rushed into the king's chamber with his sword in his hand, and his friend and ally, Master John Colville, with another sword. King James behaved with great spirit. He was but half dressed, his hose not being knit or tied, and bade them strike him if they durst. Bothwell then fell at his feet and said, he was driven to hard courses by the practices of his enemies, begging the king to take his own sword and kill him, or to pardon him. He then laid his head on the ground, and taking the king's foot in his hand, set it on his long hair in sign of greater humility. Quillt moved his majesty to have sick compassion on him, that he granted him his pardon freely, as his majesty told me himself that same day, and the hale manner of his incoming. So says Melville, who was in Holyrood at the very time of this uproar. Notwithstanding the extreme humility of his rebel, James was virtually made a prisoner in his own palace, till a change of ministers was effected by Bothwell's faction. The desire of such a change in these days is signified quietly by minorities in the House of Commons, but in the barbarous and semi-barbarous ages, the ministers of a sovereign were not displaced without a violent uproar in the royal residence, very frequently an insurrection taking place attended with bloodshed. The ministers of state were invariably stigmatized as royal favorites. The Danish ambassadors, who dwelt at the house of Kinloch, near Edinburgh, suffered some anxiety respecting the welfare of the queen, and charged Sir James Melville to enter the state apartments, and ask what condition the royal family were in. The king then came to the window, leading the queen by the hand, and they both assured the people assembled in the court below that they were well and the affairs were settled. It is, however, evident that Bothwell had possession of the palace, because the Danish ambassadors applied to him, through Melville, for leave of audience of the queen in the afternoon. Quilk, says Melville, was granted, and I conducted them to the queen's chamber, and leaving them there, passed forward to see his majesty, what was glad to get ony of his on that he might spake to. The king now felt the great assistance he derived from his Danish alliance, since the ambassadors demanded to return to their own country, where they should inform the queen's brother of the state of the palace. The difference was finally settled by the enemy of the Bothwell faction, Chancellor Maitland, being displaced and finally banished to his own estate. He had appropriated, to the queen's infinite displeasure, some of the manors belonging to her favourite domain of Dunfermline to his own use, and no remonstrances of her majesty could induce him to restore them. Therefore her influence, which now began to be considerable with King James, was thrown into the scale against him. End of section 24.